What's up, people? How y'all doing? I am unmuted. Okay. I want to make sure I had the unmute button. It'd be funny if I didn't, but I did. Okay. How y'all been today? I didn't do as much as I wanted today. I wanted to edit or get further in editing stuff today. Technically, I didn't do nothing, guys. I imported the video. Don't worry, guys. Or imported 2 videos. Thanks, Sour Castle, for the sub. I appreciate it. Probably just running through the old subs. But if you are here, W. And thank you, Jonesy, 21-ish. Metal insulating fittings. I really don't know. I'm gonna guess Taiwan, or which China is Taiwan? Do they not have Taiwan as a thing? Do they just count it as China? China's number 2. I'm gonna guess Vietnam. Fuck. Okay. India, maybe? India, Indonesia. It always ends up being European countries, and I never guess them. Fuck. Germany? Yeah, see? Germany's number 1. Okay. I can get to silver, okay? Germany, China, not Vietnam or India, which means it's probably not like Southeast Asian countries. Metal insulating fittings. Germany, China. It might be. I'm gonna guess Poland. Poland is pretty bad. Japan. Oh, I should have guessed Japan. Czechia. And the U.S. I could have guessed the U.S. too. I would have never guessed fucking Czechia. But isn't this is the same shit? Is this like change every week or something? Because it's the same thing as last time. But what's up? I don't know a good name. Welcome back. Gold, tea, coffee, tin ore. $1 billion with exports. Cameroon is on my mind because I saw the fucking White House post a chart with the tariff rates imposed by a bunch of countries, and they're like, the U.S. only imposes 3% tariffs. Cameroon has fucking internet Gucci today? I don't know. We'll see, Mooncrawler. I changed a little bit of my OBS settings. I made it, oh, what's up? Damn. Okay.
No, that's true.
That is true. That does correspond. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck is that?
This is fucked up, bro. This is fucked up.
This is pretty fucked up.
Yo, what's up? How
Not
are you on
much.
this fine day?
Pretty good for now.
Um, yeah, any debates lined up?
In 30 minutes.
Oh boy, about.
Tariffs.
Wow. Wow. Been a while since you debated that.
I know. Yeah, it's
Please be aggressive. It was so good when you genocided this girl about like terrorists. It's like I guarantee I know more than you. You've never read anything in your life about terrorists. Uh I think the problem is when you do quit, like the audience also is illiterate, right? It's like not
mhm.
their fault. It's not because again, it's okay not to know things. It's not okay to talk about the topic without knowing things, right?
Right.
That's the difference. And so, when you ask things that like the audience also doesn't know, people don't grasp this basic fact, so they like pretend they're being elitist or something. So I think maybe a better question is like, I don't, I don't know, I don't know. Maybe trivia is just the best. Maybe just like,
Well, I think the reason I did
maybe just
trivia
highlight the
was
fact that
because
like,
earlier
it,
they were talking about like how I didn't know anything because I had never had a manufacturing job. Um, and I'm like, okay, do
yeah.
you know anything? Do you know any of these?
I mean,
any of these
actually, when you
questions?
take a manufacturing job, the first thing they tell you is like, oh, by the way, the like trade deficit equals the capital and surplus. It's like they tell you that. They tell you this. Yeah, all manufacturer workers know this. But I mean, I mean, I think no, I think your strategy is good. Is just I would highlight, when they say, "Oh, so I need to know literally everything" or whatever the fuck dumb fuck their thing they want to say. You're like, no, you just need to know the basics if you're going to talk about the topic.
Right.
That's it. Right? Like that's their reply. But yeah, please be brutal. What are you debating?
I basically some rando. I think.
Right.
His name is fucking Shane something. I think. Shane Nolan. I
Shane,
don't think this is a. I don't. I tried
Shane,
looking
no,
up Shane Nolan, but he doesn't
not
seem to have
familiar.
a channel or anything.
Yeah, not familiar. But look, I mean, just stay focused, okay? My soldier, my brother, stay focused. So, yeah, be like, um, I mean, fuck, even is there to say? So, like, maybe get them to concede initially that Trump makes contradictory claims, right? It cannot be that tariffs are for negotiation and also for
Mm-hmm.
manufacturing, right? It cannot be. It just cannot be. Ask them to concede to like the trilemma, right? Like you either have tariffs for revenue or manufacturing or you know negotiation, not all
Negotiations.
at
Yeah.
once, right? Yeah, maybe like a secret fourth thing, but like for sure not all at once. So make them concede to that, and then ask them to defend which avenue they want to go down. I feel like that's a really good strategy. I think it's yeah. I think it was wise of
Phil.
um what's his name? Fuck.
Phil
Oh my god,
Magnus. Aren't you?
Magnus. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Phil Magnus to do so. I think it was wise. But yeah, 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 yeah. Um, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So, did you agree to debate about tariffs, or what? What exactly?
Basically that clown retard. I think
Oh, it's the same guy.
no, I'm not debating him. I think he's moderating. I don't know. He just reached out and said like, "Hey, do you want to set something up for Saturday night?" And I was like, "Okay." And he basically told me like an hour ago, "Hey, you're debating this dude on tariffs." And I'm like, "Okay, well, I guess I'm doing this." But
Nice, nice, bro. That clown was insufferable. I couldn't listen to the entire thing. It was just so insufferable. But
yeah.
yeah, um,
Did you
yeah,
watch
yeah, yeah.
a Boy talk to Tim Pool, or were you watching when I watched it?
No, I don't think I have it in me. I'll be honest, Chief. I really don't think so. No, I mean I watched a bit of it, but it's just like, my God, they were supposed to debate welfare. And I tune in, and it's just Tim giving like populist protectionist slop. I mean, it's not interesting to me. Um, You know, it's like he's asking like basic questions, or it's like, oh, if we have services, what do we produce? It's like,
I know.
you're dumb, you're stupid. And then, you know, with the China slop, it's like, oh, if we have a trade deficit with them, that means they buy our land and money. It's like, what? Are you okay?
They're gonna buy our land
Does
and rent it back to us,
Australia,
bro.
do we buy Australian land? Is Germany secretly like, you know, fucking buying our land that I didn't know? It's like schizophrenic, really. But yeah, I mean, Tim is evil. He's paid by Russia, and so he doesn't want to come forth with anything as intelligent.
Yeah, I'm hoping to. I haven't DM'd him or anything. I want to talk to Okanavoy about it at some point, but
Yeah. If you do, let me know so I can scold him.
okay.
I
He
mean,
did.
he's just too
Unironically,
nice.
he did
It's not
suffer from
nice. You
Okanavoy
shouldn't be nice
syndrome
to the
in the
people.
debate. Yeah, I
You
know.
go.
He shouldn't have let them see. He should have just said, "Tim, shut the fuck up." Like, can we just talk about welfare? Like, can we? Which
Yeah,
he did
no,
do.
that's what
He
that's
kind of
what he
did
should have
once, but
done.
yeah.
Why is he letting them talk about fucking tariffs? Be like, hey, look, if you want me to debate tariffs, invite me again. But we're debating welfare.
No, but
Uh,
you don't understand. If we increase the payroll tax by 2 percentage points, okay, all these companies are gonna move overseas. Okay,
Laugher.
it's just gonna be laughter
Yeah,
for everybody.
bro. We're just right. We're just right. You bet your ass though that if Trump is going to increase the payroll taxes, he'll sweep for it. You
Yeah,
bet your ass. You know it. You know it. It's so bad, bro. Ugh, God, I'm like, what's your favorite thing so far that Trump has done? Let's try to stay positive.
I mean, I think the problem is a lot of the quote unquote good things he's done are just kind of like the executive order for the sovereign wealth fund. It's kind of just like, oh, look into the possibility of
It's a
one
nothing
day.
burger. It's a
Yeah,
nothing burger.
yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the good things he's done are like nothing burgers. I think there was there was that like Silk Road guy he pardoned, and like I don't. I mean, maybe that is probably fine. It's probably like I don't know if he should be in jail for
No,
fucking.
I think it's likely that he did it, but I didn't look too deep into it.
Well, I think he probably. I think it's pretty certain that he was the owner of Silk Road, but it just I don't know. It seems kind of weird to put him in prison for
No,
life
no, he
for.
was the owner, but I think it's likely that he ordered a hit on someone.
Oh. Well, I haven't heard about that, so maybe it is bad. Fuck. God damn it.
Yeah.
Um, let's see. Uh, I don't even, I don't want to give him credit on anything because it's just like there's got to be
Well, I
something. I have to
think
think.
the best thing they've done so far is look, I think Biden's biggest issue was that he really did fuck up on illegal immigration, and I'm glad that like Trump is carrying out like it's a real problem, and I'm
Hmm.
glad that he's taking care of it. No, I'm joking. I'm not that evil. But God, I like truly nothing. It's truly just slop. It's nothing good out of this administration. I mean, I think canceling the penny was good, but other than this, nothing.
Oh, I guess he
Nothing
did.
really.
Yeah, yeah.
Just fucking nothing. Maybe like some things that are like accidentally good, but like nothing intentionally good. Yeah. Oh boy. I don't get libertarians. Why are they like Trump coded? Libertarians are like, you know, are always like heavily Republican, right? Like if they had to
A
vote,
lot of
you know
them.
what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
it's weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that used to make more sense. I just doesn't. It doesn't make
Yeah,
any
no,
sense
no.
now. But
I think it was. I think it made sense when like Romney was running. Like, sure,
you're right.
but like with Trump versus Kamala, bro, really? You're gonna vote for
No,
Trump?
the unrealized gains tax, bro. The unrealized gains tax. Okay. Do you know
Yeah,
how?
yeah. No, my God, it's so depressing because it never would have happened either, right?
I know. Yeah.
And every time I said this, they were like, "And Trump's not actually gonna do universal tariffs." Bro, I just, I just want to. The problem is, I talk to random people. So I don't get to like rub my victories in their face because I don't know them. I don't know who I debated 4 months ago. I don't know well, it's more than
Sure.
4 months ago. It's like half a year ago. I don't know who I debated. It's random people on Discord. But if I did know, I would fucking brag that like for like hell right now, you know. But
Yeah.
Mike might start streaming. You
I
guys
don't know
might
who
stream
already.
together. Okay.
Oh, I saw he was promoting his TikTok, and I know he was gonna start streaming. Hell yeah.
He had a poll on his account. Yeah. Be like, I think you could do something together, you guys.
Yeah.
I think Mike has like one of the best voices. And they like, I really admire that he's like really an activist. Like he goes to all the meetings, he does the groundwork. I could never. I'm way too lazy. But maybe it's the student mindset. Maybe after I stop, I'll have the courage to do so. Hmm. But yeah, yeah. Um, yeah. What's your debate strategy for like random dumb fucks?
Uh, I don't know. I mean, it changes based on how I feel. I mean, usually I try to. Well, for what? Because it's also going to depend on the topic. But like with tariffs, I'm always gonna. I don't know. I try to not be like super aggressive at first, but I try to like establish, for example, for tariffs, I'm going to try to establish that like, oh, imports and exports are linked, and like if you reduce how many imports we're buying, we're going to like appreciate exchange rates, and that hurts jobs in the export sector. Because I feel like that's easy enough to understand without going too far into like the other
Uh-huh.
sectors that are hurt, and gains from specialization and things like that.
Oh my
Um,
God! I was gonna say Sam. That's crazy. I was just gonna say. By the way, not fun. I debated with Sam earlier today about inequality, and God, I lost so many IQ points. Like he joined. I opened my mouth to say it, and then Sam joined. It's fucking crazy. But
So true, so true. It's exactly what happened.
look, non-fun. Here's a question. Okay,
sure.
country A has two people. Okay, one making $1, the other person making 100K.
All
Right.
right.
The other country has two people as well. One making $1 million, the other one making $2 million. Which country do you think is more unequal?
Uh, well, I mean, I feel like the first one intuitively feels more unequal, but
Yeah, obviously, right?
yeah.
Yeah, and if someone said otherwise, you would like call them dumb, right?
I mean, I would say I'm a, yeah, probably. I mean,
Sam, what do you think?
I think country A is more unequal.
Wait, no, you don't. You voted
Alright,
otherwise.
wait.
Country A is like 1 to 1K to
I'm
1 to
I was
100K.
trolling. I was trolling.
You
I
were
was
not
trolling.
trolling. You were
I
not
was
trolling.
trolling.
No, you were not.
What was the justification I gave for it? I was trolling.
You were not. You were telling me your professors and stuff.
I think Atkinson's measure relative inequality measures are probably the best ones.
Yeah, maybe, possibly. I think it was funny that I said like non-fun. Do you know math?
I do
You know
think
math well?
I do think Gini
math,
coefficient isn't a good metric.
Yeah, do you know math well, non-fun?
not at the level you do.
So this is basic math. Let's see if you can spot it. What I said to Sam is like, okay, you want to look at the differences between incomes instead of the relative differences. I'll meet you in the middle, okay? I'm down to look at the differences, but instead of looking at the differences of incomes, we should look at the differences of log incomes. Okay? Instead of and you
Okay.
know what, why that's funny?
I'm trying to work it out. I don't think I no, I don't think I know
Well, because
vaguely what a log
the
scale is, but
log I want to look at the log of I want to look at the relative differences, right? And what's funny is that the log of relative differences is just equals to the absolute difference between the logs. So that's the yeah. And so yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Sam was spotting that sneaky debate tactic and he shut me down
yeah.
bravely.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
Bro, it's kind of weird, but code is like actually magic. It's actually insane.
Yeah, I think so.
Like I wrote well, I say I wrote it. I told ChatGPT to write me a Python script which gives me a list of all the working papers from MBER, and it just did
I
it.
recommend doing so with O3.
I did
Yeah,
it with yeah.
Yeah, so you should do it with O3. Did you use the deep research function?
I've only used an O3 is not that good in my opinion. I
I think it's
actually
okay.
think I think
No,
the
but
I think
O3 is not the same as deep research. Do you know what I'm talking about when with deep research?
yeah. I've
Yeah,
used
so
that
that's
like
really good.
once, I think. But
Yeah, you
the
should. You
thing is,
should.
I don't know what's happened. Do you use ChatGPT a lot?
Yeah.
Am I crazy or was O1 like in a lot of ways significantly better than O3?
I don't remember O1 very well, so I couldn't really tell.
It
I
was
only
like the
started
one that
using the ChatGPT more the last year.
well O1 was literally the one like before like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, I don't recall that in specific. Not 2 weeks ago. That's not true. What? I only started using ChatGPT a lot more after I got the ChatGPT Plus after my after the Studio Ghibli thing.
Oh right. Okay, so not that long, I guess.
Yeah, but I don't remember ChatGPT one. What I do know, I only really started looking into the models in the last like 3 weeks, so I don't really remember. I remember like being impressed with O3. I use it a lot now. Um, I mean, I think O4 or 4.0. Which one is it? I think a
O4.
lot of their
I think
models,
it's over.
like they're good for coding, but they're kind of disappointing. With my homework, they're not very good with it. But that's because I'm studying like advanced, like AI, data science, whatever.
Mhm.
That's fine. But yeah, whatever. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Uh, so yeah, I mean, I did ask ChatGPT to like find papers for blah 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 if I want to do research.
It's
But
yeah, it's the only thing that O3 is better at right now is that it's like it's like book and paper recommendations.
yeah, but you should not use it to like do confirmation bias. Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
that's
that's
like
what Grok
pretty
is for,
bad.
bro. That's what.
Is that true, Grok?
Sure.
Yeah.
I've got. Apparently, people say Gemini is the best. That's the thing.
Sam, were you actually
No.
joking? Were you actually trolling me? Were you doing the moxie?
Uh, on absolute inequality, I think that they're sort of like two polar opposite extremes, but I lean more towards relative. But I've not read any of the justifications for absolute. There might be like some really good arguments for it. It just got the idea got brought up in my class between the
Uh-huh.
difference between absolute and relative inequality. But I do think that um, the Gini coefficient is pretty
I can admit-
flawed.
I don't think it's flawed. What's flawed about it?
It's the subgroup criteria thing. Like you can just have better, more intuitive metrics.
No, but it's intuitive to
Um,
me. That would be a thing.
why? Why is it intuitive?
Wait, give me a second. Give me a second.
If
Someone's calling me.
let's say um let's say poverty increased in New York, right? And everywhere else poverty stayed the same. Do you think that if we looked at poverty on like a national scale, I feel like it should probably increase.
But give me a second. Give me a second. Someone is saying I'm dumb.
Oh my god. Sam, did you see Econo Boy on Tim Pool? Did you watch that yet?
Just a bit of it. It's just I saw the issue is that I just don't find counterpoints interesting particularly. So like, and I mean that's why I suggested Praxben, but Praxben I guess was I don't know. Apparently he doesn't want to
He
debate
doesn't
people that are like
want
too
that
hard.
are
He
educated.
doesn't
Yeah.
want to debate. Yeah, he doesn't want to debate people that are too hard. I guess. I don't really get that, but um,
Yeah, I mean, Prax Ben is
Oh
like
my
a good.
god, Bombardiro Crocodillo in my chat right now. Gee, what the fuck?
Let's go. We go.
What the fuck? Anyway, hold on. I have to go to this thing now. But uh any last words from you guys?
Yeah, go for it.
Card tricks. Debate me on post Keynesianism.
I don't
Okay.
know how much Cat
Right.
Tricks would even actually disagree with you, but
Wait, he's always shitting on post Keynesianism in the chat. Okay, so there we go.
okay.
Wait, did he leave? Why?
Yes, he left.
Why?
Because I have to go to this. I just said I have to go to
Oh,
this.
you have to go to the debate. Oh boy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Where is he right now? Uh, it's not letting me. Whatever. Either way. Okay. Okay. Bye. Have fun. Good luck.
There we go. Okay, there we go for real. Kind of. I'm backstage, but presumably he'll let me on soon. Fucking blood hungry bastard. True.
Hello, how you doing?
What's up? I'm doing
Yeah,
good.
no, we'll be live probably about 9 minutes.
Okay.
Wait,
I'm live on my
yeah.
end, by the way,
Yeah.
so don't say any slurs. But
You're what?
I said I'm live on my end, so
Oh, yeah, by all means. It's kind of like free content.
exactly.
Sure. You got here pretty quick. Yeah.
Guys.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, dude,
we'll
nice
be
to meet
live
you.
for a little bit. So
Hey.
if you got to piss, go piss. Oh, wait, you're on Twitch. That means I can say all sorts of anti-Semitic stuff. I'm kidding.
Well,
I wouldn't anyway.
I don't
wouldn't
have
anyway.
I don't have the special protection that some other people do, so
No, yeah. It seems to be pretty obvious. I mean, like, dude, I don't have too much of a problem with Twitch. I think my OBS does, though. It's like last week I tried to do a movie night and it would not stay live on Twitch. And I
Yeah.
can't figure out what the hell's up with OBS. It'd be a StreamYard or Stream Elements thing. I don't know. But like it just continuously disconnected. And I was getting kind of furious. I mean, we watched some terrible movies. We watched bad movies. Like movies with like a $10 budget. So I don't think it was a copyright thing.
right.
Plus, I would have got an email or something.
They would have, yeah. I was gonna say they probably would have like emailed you or something if that was the case too. But
Right.
I don't know. I have a
Which
clean
I've
record.
gotten in trouble on Twitch, but that was because I showed, the 2009 Friday. No, not Friday. Oh my God. Yeah, Friday the 13th. What was I thinking? I showed the 09 one, and there's like some pretty graphic scenes in there. And I didn't realize I had VODs on, and I guess that was what got me, or something like that. Something about it saving the stream.
Yeah.
And I got hit. I was like, ah, crap. I forgot to turn the thing off. That's what my buddy Pickle told me because he streams on Twitch. I actually don't know the last time he did, but I think he's been streaming on Twitch. Poor Pickle. He used to be my co-host for like years. And then we had this huge fucking, we had this huge thing with a lot of drama. So he just kind of like, for the time being, jumped off the channel. And I've changed things up, so like right now he's still doing his thing and I'm doing mine. But like I told him, I'm like, you're always welcome back,
Yeah.
It's always fun though. I mean, I've had a lot of fun streaming over the years. I've been active for a long time.
Really? I mean,
I've been active since you were in middle school, sir.
damn. Sorry,
Actually, probably before
I'm not a
that.
dinosaur. Jesus.
I am a dinosaur. I got 7. I think I've been doing it for 7 years. Just kind of having fun, playing around, really.
Yeah.
I've never really been the type to like take it serious, take it seriously. And I've been moving towards that direction lately. Let's see, we'll go low latency, enable that. I might as well set up to stream on Rumble tonight.
Dude, I stream to Rumble. I never get like any viewers there, but
Yeah, I mean, I should take advantage of some of the like, I don't know, some of the people I know. I should do that, but I always feel bad like asking anybody for anything. I know,
yeah.
in the past I've had like medical things that people help me with. It's just the one time, really. I don't know if I told you on Sarah's, I had this seizure, like unprovoked as far as I know, but something to do with the diabetes, and I was in the hospital for 8 fucking days,
Mhm.
and then they had put me in a medically induced coma for 3 days. That was fun to wake up from.
I would imagine.
Woke up and my nurse goes, "Do you know where you are?" And I like look left, look right. I'm in a hospital, right? And she goes, "Yeah." I'm like, any particular time frame? And she goes, "Well," and then she looks at me. She was like, "Well, your mom's here. I'll just have her tell you about it." And then she left, and I was like, "Wait,
Damn.
what? What now?" And then they ended up telling me I was in there for 8 days, and I'm like, or I would be in there. They didn't say, you're going to be here for 8 days. They were like, your coma lasted 3. And then I'm like, why'd you put me in one? And they say, well, you were a threat to yourself and everybody around you because you were flailing your arms around and you were pushing everybody away from you and you were this and that. And like, also, if you haven't noticed, you're not exactly the smallest person in the world. So like we had to restrict you. And I'm like, I don't remember any of this.
Damn.
But she goes, because you realized you were in a hospital so fast, kind of tells us you probably don't have brain damage.
Probably.
And I'm
probably
like,
fine.
probably. Yeah, that works with me. Probably is fine. And then I went to a neurologist, and they checked and they saw no lasting signs or any signs of any more seizures possibly. So at least I got that far.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, the whole thing was not fun, I would say. All right, we got like 2 minutes, and then I have like how long is this thing? I have a 2-minute opener, so it's gonna play. I'll probably drag you guys down, and then I'll bring you up after I like introduce it to the channel.
Sure.
It's still new. Last week wasn't really a debate. It was just kind of Melanie Cosmic Fox coming on and lots of yelling and back and forths between her and Star, and it just kind of went nuts.
Right.
Things can get heated, though. It's
Oh, dude, it did. You saw the short.
That's called content, bro.
Absolutely. I see P Fletch
People like it.
donated. That's cool. Dude, I came up like 70 cents short of getting $100 from Google last month. I am so furious with that. It was like, hey, you made $99.30. Like, oh, you motherfuckers. I'm like, oh, sorry, you need $100.
Yeah, you need
for
the
us
100 to
give it
get to actually get the payout.
Yeah. Like, see, what my channel should be, man, I should be live almost every day, considering the content that I would like to do. Like, I'd like to get a game show done every week and an interview. So that's 2 days. And then a debate, and then my Wednesday show. You know how fucking busy I would be? I would need like 2 editors at least.
Aren't there like free games you can play on streams?
I don't know.
I've seen other channels do that. Like they're like they have these like they do trivia games or they do like things like that.
Yeah, but mine's different. It's a game show setup really, and I got like a character outfit and everything, and
Oh right, yeah.
and then I was coming up with like stupid ass questions that only I knew the answer to, and then I'd have the answers on screen, and some of them I would literally go, you know what? That's not the answer. What you guys said. It's the other one. Like on the fly. It's like, yeah, I'm just playing with it. All right, I'm hitting the button. But like I said, nobody's gonna be able to hear us for a little bit. And there we go. Come on, let's start the stream. I'll play my opener. And I'm gonna take a bathroom break before we go. So boom. All right, we're live. And yeah, like I said, nobody will hear us for like 2 minutes. So I'll probably stick you guys on the back when I get back. Just to make you think you're on a stream, but you're not. Ha! No, I'm kidding.
My understanding, liberalism is center left, authoritarianism is furthest right. I mean, you can be, not that I'm going to have the enlightened opinion on this, but obviously I think you can be an authoritarian leftist or an authoritarian rightist. You guys are still, Chicken Jargoties really loves talking about how much Hassan destroyed Ethan. We're still doing this. Liberalism is officially dead now that Ethan has been destroyed.
All right. Yeah. Scooting up. I'm going to drag y'all asses down. You guys have fun back there.
Okay.
No touching butts. Okay. I'm here, guys. I'm here with you. Hang on. When I stood up, I somehow launched my Xbox controller across the floor and knocked down a thing of Pringles and probably about 3 other things. So just give my wheezing ass 2 seconds here. All right. So today on the Turvy Cast, it's Saturday Circus Saturdays. I need a different name, but I came up with that one on the fly. YouTube kept telling me we cannot start the live stream, so you got that. I'm gonna stand right here. But today we've got the non-fawn. He's over here somewhere. He's right here. And then we've got Shane Nolan, and we're gonna do a little bit of a debate kind of thing. Hey. That's right. I'm getting it down pat here. Every Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to start doing this shit. I got to set up the next one probably today. That's how early you got to get people. Anyway, they're going to debate the tariffs. They're going to debate whether or not they're a good thing, bad thing. I think I know which part either one of them stand on, but I'm not sure. So it's not as if I know something that you guys don't or any of that stupid stuff. I'm going to bring up the peoples. I didn't want to leave him sitting back there, especially with Non-Fawn being on his channel as well. Hi guys.
How you doing?
I am.
Hello to everyone in the chat on both channels.
Yeah, both channels, and possibly Rumble. I don't know if Rumble's running or not.
Oh, we can't forget Rumble.
I think I did. Yeah, we're on Rumble. Rumble,
okay,
Twitter.
cool.
Rumble and YouTube. You know, I've been thinking about setting up, streaming to Twitter, and I'm still fighting with Twitch whether or not I'm going to be able to figure out how to keep that live. Although I
It's
think I
difficult.
know.
I've seen other people do it, and it's difficult. You have like lagging issues unless you know what you're doing.
I have no idea what I have wrong with mine. It's got to be something to do with OBS, and I think I know what to do to fix it. All right, P. Fletch already shilled for me. So, yeah, I actually think I might stick it in a few more YouTubes. Maybe not. Don't know. That's not part of it. I shouldn't even have said that out loud. It's all good. But, oh, man. Yeah, we got 9 people watching over here on the YouTubes. 3 likes. Get those fucking likes up. And for anybody who would like to donate, the link tree is in the chat. Or I can grab Nonfon's Twitch channel if you guys would like to head on over there and check him out. I didn't do links. I should have done links. I really should have. I don't know. I set everything up earlier than I should have, and then YouTube was fighting me, so I was getting a little frustrated. Don't you worry about that. I'll set you up, motherfucker. I'll probably go put it into the Nightbot so people can put like !Nonfon and find your Twitch.
Hell
That's
yeah.
probably the easiest way to do it.
For
But
my
yeah,
chat, I sent Trippy's link if you guys want to check him out as well.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Let's see, Nightbot. I'll set this up real quick. But yeah, guys, you got the gist of it in the chat there. They're going to talk back and forth about the Donald Trump tariffs. You guys can bring up anything that you want. It's free form, basically. Just the only thing I don't want is yelling and talking over each other. I don't want that either. I was going to say, I don't think Shane does that. So non-fun, it's going to be a different thing for you. You don't have to worry about people screaming at you.
Yeah, no, I'm going to try to be as good faith as I can.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
There's always good faith. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
if you're in the middle of something and I interrupt you, I'm not doing that to knock you off. I just want to ask you a question and let you talk more. You know?
Sure. Yeah.
Right. I'm the kind of moderator that'll step in and I'll slap both of your butts.
Yeah, or you want to interrupt to ask us a question to drive us in a certain direction, that's fine. You know?
Yeah, I might do that. But yeah, we'll save the yelling and the talking over each other for after you guys have your discussion. It'll be about an hour.
Mm-hmm.
We won't keep it going all fucking night. That'll probably be for the open panel thing afterwards.
Okay.
So yeah, now, as I said, the debate topic will be whether or not you think the tariffs are a good thing, and what you guys each think the long term will be. So, I should probably come up with an instance, shouldn't I? Yeah. What do you guys think about the Canadian thing? Like, so, what's going on with that exactly? There's a new dude, new Prime Minister of Canada. He's getting he's getting to be a spicy boy over Donald Trump. Where do you
the Canadians are definitely upset.
Yeah. Where do y'all think that'll go?
I don't have super strong opinions on the leader himself, Mark Carney or whatever. I'm not in Canada. Yeah. I don't pay a ton of attention to politics, but I think, generally speaking, we benefit from our trade relationship with Canada, and I would like the tariffs in Canada to go down as soon as possible. Now, I don't necessarily know if what's more conducive to that is Mark Carney being aggressive towards Trump versus being more lenient towards Trump, because I think it's likely Trump will find a new thing to be mad about next month, basically, no matter what Mark Carney concedes on this month. But I do know Trump could stop these tariffs at any time, and the Senate actually did stop the Canadian tariffs, at least some of them. And I think the Senate should probably stop the rest of the tariffs too, but they have failed to do so.
Aren't Canadian and American and Mexican, they have a special trade relationship?
Right. So currently, right now, you're correct. Donald Trump, we had NAFTA, and then Donald Trump basically renegotiated NAFTA a little bit to have the USMCA.
Hold on. I had you guys muted. I am so sorry.
So we were just talking about America's special trade relationship with Canada and Mexico.
Right.
Okay.
So currently...
Sorry, y'all didn't really miss too much. Sorry about that, Ashes. Thanks for letting me know, everybody. That was my own fault. I had Google muted.
You know, on my stream, no one was muted. I'm just saying, chat. But
Yeah, that's right.
regardless,
That's why people were leaving. I'm like, oh shit, okay. Now they're back though. They're back, and
Yeah, welcome back, everyone.
yeah.
sorry,
But I mean,
that
like,
was totally on me.
I'm of the position that we benefit from our trade relationship with Canada, especially because we've had, you're correct. We have had a special relationship with Canada for decades now, which means our supply chains are incredibly integrated with Canada. And that means a lot of what we get from Canada are, what we call intermediate goods. They're goods used to make other goods, and tariffing those goods is, I would say, particularly bad. And you're right.
Raw material.
Raw materials are, an example of intermediate goods. They're not necessarily the only example, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you see, my position, your position on tariffs is that you're opposed to them, right? Correct.
Generally speaking, I'm not going to say like 100% I'm opposed to every single tariff that could possibly exist, but I would say generally speaking, there are gains from trade, and tariffs restrict that from happening.
I mean, my position, I'm more like, I'm independent. I lean a certain way. I lean right, center right, but like I'm independent, and I'm not American, so I have a different perspective on these matters. And I agree. I understand. I think I understand what Trump is trying to do, right? But I do recognize that tariffs can be very dangerous for an economy, and they can be very negative. And I know in the past they have been very there's a reason why people turned away from tariffs or protectionism, and there's a reason why these trade agreements were created. And I think a mutually beneficial trade relationship where both sides benefit is what's needed. I do know that the United States has trade deficits, and they are losing money, but I don't think that's the only thing that's beneficial to the economy. I think government spending is a big problem, and debt is a big problem. I'm not sure that debt is as big a problem as everyone thinks it is. The United States is still the biggest economy in the world, the most powerful economy in the world.
Right.
And it will be, I think, for a long time. I mean, I understand that he wants to bring manufacturing and American corporations back to the United States, and I don't see that happening.
Okay. So, I don't see it happening. I don't necessarily. There's 4 big issues I have with that, which, I mean, if you're not interested in that happening, we don't have to really get into it. But I would say, 1, I think people exaggerate to the extent to which, manufacturing has declined in America. I think if you look at, output, especially in defense relevant sectors, that's actually increased over this time period. 2, I think people exaggerate basically trade's role in to the extent that it has declined. People exaggerate the role that trade played. For example, unemployment unambiguously in the manufacturing sector has declined, but a lot of that just has to do with productivity increases and automation rather than trade. 3, I don't think that universal tariffs are conducive to bringing manufacturing back. That's why we've seen surveys from the Dallas Fed, Philadelphia Fed, and New York Fed, which all separately survey manufacturers in their state. All these manufacturing companies expect their businesses to be harmed because of the higher cost that tariffs are imposing on them. And 4, there may be certain defense-specific sectors where I believe it is important to protect them, but overall, I see no reason to value manufacturing jobs over any other type of job. And because I believe that trade increases the total number of job opportunities, I'm going to, I think there's an opportunity cost to bringing manufacturing back. And I don't necessarily think that cost is worth it. I don't think it's good. I don't think it would be good for the U.S. to start making clothes again at the expense of exporting software. But I would agree. I'll let you respond to that, and then I can,
Sorry, I would agree that certain defense-specific, like microchips or, warships or something, it would be good if the United States could for themselves to manufacture those things, not to be reliant on potential enemies for things. That doesn't make sense to me. But I understand what you're saying. There is an opportunity cost, and it's not like American unemployment is drastically high. I mean, as far as I can guess, what is it? Unemployment is like 5% or something.
4.2% right now.
That's pretty low. Yeah, I've seen economies where it's like 9, or I've seen it in really bad times where it's up to 20 or 30.
Right.
But that's like a long time ago. But the thing, what I think Trump is doing is, I think he's trying to, he's more extreme, and he's trying to get things, but he's asking for more, but he'll settle for less, is what I think, ultimately. But I wonder about the European Union, for example. Like, why are they tariffing American trade to the degree that they are?
I think to a large extent, I mean, they aren't. Like, Trump's reciprocal tariffs, the numbers that Trump says the EU is tariffing us are just an outright lie. If you actually look at, what the EU is tariffing us at, I think they tariff us at like an effective average rate of 1.64%. And that is practically nothing. To the extent that they have tariffs, it's in large part because special interests are able to effectively lobby democratic governments for tariffs in their industry. And, I can explain this to you, but I would encourage the audience just to look up, rational ignorance. Essentially, there's something that happens where, because the benefits of tariffs are so concentrated, for example, the U.S. sugar tariffs are a really good example of this. Sugar companies in the U.S. benefit a lot from tariffs because their industry is protected. And every consumer in the U.S. has to bear the cost, but because there's so many consumers in the U.S., right, the cost per consumer is very small. So there's something called rational ignorance, where it is actually perfectly rational for consumers not to care about the sugar tariff, because it is not worth the extra cost they pay in sugar each year to develop an understanding of the sugar tariff and then lobby Congress to get rid of the sugar tariff. So to a large extent, this is why other countries tariff us. And, it's notable that Trump specifically is lying to the extent at which these other countries tariff us. And it just, at the end of the day, is not a big deal. We have plenty of tariffs in other countries. Even pre-Trump, our effective average tariff rate was like 2-3%. And that's almost what, Japan, Europe, our close trading partners are charging us.
You noticed when Trump and the China thing in his first administration, Biden kept them. Why do you think he did that?
I think there's basically two reasons. One, I'm not gonna. There were plenty of tariffs that Biden supported that I don't necessarily think were good. I'm not. I got Biden, behind me. I'm not. I won't defend every single thing he does. But I think. So I think part of it is he might have just gotten bad advice, or he might just genuinely not understand why tariffs are bad. He might just have a genuine difference of opinion. But I also think another part of it is these people basically. Politicians don't want to look weak, because a lot of times what happens when you tariff another country, that country responds by putting up their own tariff, and then, these politicians, even if economically would be good to just remove our tariffs, they don't want to remove the tariffs without the other country also removing tariffs, because then they look kind of weak. They kind of look like a pushover, and they don't want that happening.
So it's sort of like how they do with the military and nuclear weapons, how they like mutual stand down or mutual armament, or how they arm up and down.
Yeah. And I actually really...
there is an element of diplomacy in these things, that I think part of what might be driving Trump is that a lot of the European leaders or international leaders are very hostile to him, and domestic as well, I suppose, but there's an ego element to this,
Right. I mean, I'll bring up that I think Trump is usually pretty hostile to other leaders, and I think the tariffs even I think are an example of him being hostile to these other leaders. But
I mean, like where I am at the moment, I'm based in Ireland, and half of our trade is with the United States, and half of our trade is with Europe. And tariffs will probably hurt us. To a degree, but I can kind of sympathize with there's a sentiment in the United States that when NAFTA and when the WTO and when they opened up trade with China, that hurt them, it hurt the American economy, and it did. I would agree it did, but I would also say that the economy has adapted and changed and developed over that time. We're talking about a 30-year period, so while I think a lot of American states were significantly hurt, other ones benefited, from trade, like the port cities and, the Los Angeles and the New Yorks of the world. And I can see why economically, it can make sense for an American corporation to outsource some work to Mexico or China or Canada and that it's still not that negative a benefit to the, it doesn't hurt the United States as much as it appears to certain people. I can understand that, right? But I can also understand that if you I only saw a part of your debate, but I saw you guys made an argument about fruit, importing fruit to the United States. And I was kind of thinking, when I heard that, I was thinking of in the old days, you used to have the United Fruit Company, and now it's Chiquita or something it's called, like for the bananas and things. And I know that they have since they moved out of the United States. I mean, they're based out of Switzerland now.
So, right. So there's a few things I'll respond to. One, I don't entirely, I think you are right in saying that, trade essentially has localized costs, but diffuse benefits. And sometimes you are right, it has concentrated benefits in like certain superstar cities. So it could be the case that, a factory's offshored and resources will be reallocated over time from the Rust Belt to, sort of superstar cities on the coast and everything. But I think, it's just important to focus on what is best for the U.S. overall. And I think, generally speaking, that is free trade. And, it is the case that there might be some towns that will lose factories because of trade. Again, I do believe a large portion of why factories closed down was automation and not trade. I think it was probably, I think automation probably counts for at least 60% of it. But we just have to think of what's best for the U.S. overall. And I think trade has a lot of benefits in terms of, everyone in the U.S., for example, just getting access to cheap goods, businesses getting access to cheap goods, which means they can buy cheap inputs and make more goods, and consumers save money, and consumers can spend that extra money in other sectors. There's just a lot of benefits from trade that we should take into account when we say this specific area is kind of getting fucked over a little bit. And there are transition costs, and I want to minimize them via some type of redistribution, some type of welfare state. I don't think
strategic investment.
What'd you say? Sorry.
Or strategic investment.
Well, I think I think the case for strategic investments is usually going to be in defense sectors, not necessarily just not necessarily. I think it's my position would basically be that we should a lot of times subsidize workers and not like subsidize the job. So if there's a job
I was reading some news in the United States this year, a lot of American corporations are investing in the local economy is what I'm getting at, and I think that will have a good effect over the coming years for the United States.
You will see headlines about, companies investing, X amount of money into wherever. So I think there's two important things to focus on. One is that the way tariffs are being rolled out right now is causing a incredible amount of uncertainty. Like business uncertainty is like literally higher, or at least was higher than COVID. Businesses don't know what tariffs are going to remain in place. They don't know what tariffs Trump is going to announce tomorrow, what exemptions Trump is going to announce tomorrow. And we know we have studies on this, and it just makes sense also logically that uncertainty generally reduces business investment. So
it does, yeah. Confidence is key.
Right. So, exactly.
I understand that.
So if we want businesses to invest locally, we should at the very least not roll out tariffs the way we're doing it now. It's totally insane. I think Trump is a lunatic for doing it this way. And I also think, it's important to look at sort of the aggregate, right? Because I would say tariffs will cause, no one is denying that tariffs, at least on final goods, will incentivize the production of that final good domestically. The important part is that it has cost in other sectors. It has cost not just to, consumers who now have to pay more for goods. It has cost for other businesses. So, for example, if we buy less imported goods, that essentially means we're supplying less dollars to other countries. Because when we buy goods from China, if we have a trade deficit with China, basically we're supplying dollars to China, and China now has those dollars. If we start supplying less dollars to China or any other country because we start buying less imported goods, what happens is exchange rates appreciate. That's the dollar gets stronger relative to other currencies because the supply of dollars overseas is falling. And that means, for example, U.S. exporters are hurt because now other countries have to pay more for U.S. dollars. And it's also just, the easiest way to understand it is, tariffs can shift investment by shifting the relative profitability of industries. They can make making clothing relatively more profitable but that makes other things relatively less profitable, right? That's why it's relative. Which that means you're drawing resources away from other sectors for this domestic investment, and you're not necessarily increasing like aggregate investment. I think that's the big thing to focus on. And I will add just one more thing. We should the reason that the market is good at, generally speaking, allocating what production should be done in the U.S. versus what production should be done in other countries based on comparative advantage, economies of scale, the relative abundance of resources in each country. When we institute a tariff, domestic resources are going to produce something that could be imported for cheaper, whilst those domestic resources could have been used for something else. That is the opportunity cost. That is the deadweight loss. That is why this is bad.
I understand. Yeah, I can see that. There's also the factor of government spending, and also the general economic state of the rest of the world, how their economies are growing, or conflicts. I mean, Ukraine hurt people. The Ukraine war is a good example of, like that drove the oil prices up, or the relative tax position. I think what's your position on taxes, on corporate taxes? Do you think they should be higher or lower?
So it's weird because corporate income tax specifically, I would say we should get rid of in its entirety. I don't like corporate income taxes, but there's another type of tax called a destination-based cash flow tax, which is similar to a corporate income tax, but it's a lot better in that it basically allows for what's called full expensing, immediate full expensing of capital investment. So basically you're only, right now there are like depreciation schedules where like if a company invests in, X factory or whatever, they can like depreciate that factory over time. And that distorts decisions over how to invest. But a DBCFT just taxes the company's cash flow, at the end of the year, whether they have positive or negative cash flow. And in effect, that allows for the what's called, again, full expensing of capital investments, meaning, any money I spend building this factory is not going to be taxed, and I'm actually not even going to be taxed on my normal returns to it. So like if I spend $50,000 building a factory and I get $50,000 in revenue, I'm still not even taxed. I have zero cash flow. So like I'm not taxed on it. You only get taxed on your super normal returns above the amount.
I recall with Amazon. I mean, I remember they spent 10 years reinvesting all of their profits in expanding their business and not paying really any tax.
Yeah.
But they generated an awful lot of money. They became one of the biggest corporations in the world doing that.
Right. So, I mean, again, I'm sure Amazon didn't pay like literally zero tax. The way corporate income tax works, if you don't have
income, yeah.
If it is true, like there are ways to get around it. You do, we don't try to tax investment with the corporate income tax, but again, because we have things like depreciation schedules where you can only depreciate your investments over longer periods of time, we essentially do end up taxing investment, and I think that's a really bad thing. And I do actually think it would incentivize companies to, stay here, or at least headquarters here, if we did a DBCFT, or really any type of destination-based tax. Because, currently we kind of have an origin-based tax system where we tax goods like based on where the company's headquartered and everything. And that means companies can do like a lot of shady things where they're like, oh, we're actually a company based in the Bahamas, even though all our production takes place in the U.S., and we sell everything in the U.S.
A lot of U.S. corporations are headquartered in Ireland,
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you guys are, a tax haven, yeah.
It's a tax haven, yeah.
And a DBCFT would kind of avoid those issues because the DB stands for destination based, meaning you just you're taxing goods based on where they are consumed. Essentially, you're taxing them not based on the origin of the country where they're headquartered, but based on the production that actually goes on in the U.S.
You see, what worries me about the economy is I think we can sort of agree on tariffs. Like this is the thing. Like I would support Trump, but I'm not I'm not saying he's perfect, and I'm not like what do you call it? I'm not fanatical. If you make a reasonable point, I'll agree with it. And I know from history that, especially with tariffs were introduced to protect local farms, but it hurt the U.S. economy. It's a short-term solution to a long-term problem, and free trade is the long-term solution that everyone needs. And a mutually beneficial trade agreement, especially with allied countries, is the best for both parties. And the United States is going to be the United States no matter what. I worry about China, long term, but like I'm talking long term. They're still. I mean, as far as I can tell, they're still on coal power a lot of the time.
Yeah. Well, I
I believe
mean,
the U.S. is largely on coal power. I believe.
I don't
Because
think that's
we
our
use
biggest
coal to
thing
power
anymore.
our electrical plants. I personally think that we should go to nuclear power plants because they're
I would agree with that.
more safe than anybody wants to give them credit for.
Yeah, I used to be very anti-nuclear, but that was based on the older technology and the Chernobyl type thing, but things are much safer now, and I do, energy, nuclear, modern nuclear reactors are, and I believe the new, the Chinese have worked on a new thorium reactor, which is even cleaner and
nice.
safer.
Nice.
That's a thing we could look into.
Yeah, I got to look into a lot of this kind of stuff just for personal queries. You know what I mean? Got to watch those queries. Anyways, I was going to ask you guys, what do you think the long-term effects or actually, what do you think the long-term goal would be for the tariffs? Do you think that the end goal is getting equal tariffs across the board with other countries, or do you think that they're being so spicy with the tariff announcements because they want to eventually just make them null, like zero across the board?
I mean, based on how these have been rolled out and based on like how many statements Trump's Trump will have Peter Navarro say something, and then Steve Bassett will contradict him, and then Howard Lutnick will come in and contradict them both, and then like we have footage of like one of Trump's advisors being informed like on I think it was they're testifying in front of Congress when he got the like news that Trump had just announced a pause in tariffs. Based on all of that, I would say it just seems like there's no coherent plan coming from the Trump administration. It really does not seem like it. That's why, by the way, when Japan was over here to negotiate, they did not get a deal done, and Japan said, we were offering decent concessions to the U.S. It's just they did not have a clear goal. They didn't know what they wanted, and I think that's likely true. I don't think there's any coherent plan or strategy. I think Trump is a lunatic, and he has chosen economists to surround himself with who are, for some reason, willing to go with his lunacy.
Well, I mean, the guy's done stocks for a large part of his life. I think he's using a similar play, right? Because with stock market, sometimes you got to make last minute decisions. And with this, it's a mixture of stock and I think mob mentality in a way. Shane, what do you think?
You can appear mad, yet there can be method to the madness. I'm thinking of Khrushchev in the 60s. His goal was to get U.S. nuclear missiles out of Turkey. So he provoked the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? And that was very scary, in the short term. But in the end, you got a START treaty out of it that led to reduced nuclear proliferation and a kind of détente in the Cold War. I agree that I know the clip you're talking about, that the hearing when that news came out, and it's a very good clip actually. But I think a lot of this is like we're still in the first 100 and something days of the administration, so that's things are settling down, or they will settle down. I think we can start fairly. I think the left can start fairly attacking him now, depending on what happens in the next few months. Whereas in the first 100 days, you got to give him a little grace to set up the administration. I would agree that if he handles this poorly, he will get creamed in the midterms.
I think he's already handled it poorly. I think quite frankly, I was skeptical. First of all, I was skeptical Trump would even follow through on 10% universal tariff, and so far it seems like he's done that. I was skeptical that tariffs would be able to potentially cause a recession. I'm not saying we're in a recession yet. I personally, I was wrong about this quarter's GDP numbers. I thought that they would be positive. They ended up being negative. I thought personally, I still think quarter 2 will be positive. I could end up being wrong though. We'll see. At which point, some people would say we're in a recession.
I've heard him drop a quote. Stick with me until September, and you'll see. I've heard him say that.
I mean, I think Trump is just looking. I think Trump just looks for any excuse to try to deflect responsibility for what he's done, for all the uncertainty he's caused, all the reduced investment, or depending on how you measure it, reduced investment. I understand because inventories have been built up, reduced investment is on paper gone up, but that's inventories front running the tariffs. I think Trump is just looking for a way to avoid responsibility. That's why he says it's Biden's economy.
Would you agree that the full effect of his policy haven't been felt yet?
Yes, but that's what's really concerning to me is that even the Q1 GDP thing, that was before the Liberation Day tariffs were even announced. So I agree. Trump's tariffs have not had. Hold on, just real quick. I agree. Trump's tariffs have not had any of their major effects yet. That's why I'm so fucking terrified because I think the effects. All the theory states that all the theory from textbooks and everything states this. The effects of tariffs are negative. All the empirical evidence confirms it. The effects of tariffs are negative. That's why I'm so fucking scared that we genuinely could end up in a recession because of these tariffs.
Yeah, but recessions occur. I'm not so worried about recession. I'm worried about how recession is managed. Because we've had recessions before.
I mean, I actually agree with you there, which gets into Fed independence. I can talk a little bit about that. But like recessions, recessions don't just happen. Like there are causes behind them. Now we don't always know the causes behind them and everything. But if there is a recession in the U.S., unambiguously, it is primarily because of Donald Trump's tariffs. That is unambiguously true. If there's a recession we know next quarter's GDP numbers are negative. Unambiguously, Trump's tariffs played a major role in that, and it's good. A recession is bad, folks. I don't know what to tell you. Unemployment is bad.
Recessions are bad, but the last recession was caused over Democrat economic policy, as memory serves.
The last recession was caused by COVID primarily.
Oh well, sorry, I wasn't talking about COVID. I was talking about like 2008 crash type.
The 2008 crisis was probably not caused by Democratic policy. The 2008 crisis was caused by overly tight monetary policy. If the Fed had been targeting in GDP, it wouldn't have happened.
I think it goes back to Clinton's 1996 policy.
In the chat, one Mexican guy says, "There's been a recession since I turned 18, since Bush and Obama." I think I can kind of agree that they've been talking recession since I was in fucking middle school. They've been like, we're in a recession. It's like, okay, I get you.
People always try to predict recessions. People are always predicting gloom, and economists turn out to be wrong most of the time. But again, most recessions don't happen because a president announced a bad policy.
But that's the problem, though, is that there's always somebody predicting bad stuff, and then you got the people that go out there and they take it at face value and go, you know what, that guy's right. That happened a lot during Trump's first administration when they kept saying like, oh, this is gonna fuck up the economy. Well, why then if the economy was destroyed by Trump the first time, why were things cheaper all the way up until the pandemic? And we should probably just call it the pandemic, I guess. But all the way up until that, and then during I almost call him Biden, I just watched everything get more and more expensive. And I mean, from computer hardware all the way to, of course, eggs.
Look, I mean, I don't think almost anything with that has to do with tariffs. I think primarily.
No, they didn't.
Right. So I think, if you look at the evidence from Trump's first term, first of all, I will say, Trump did not do that big a tariffs during his first term, but the tariffs he did do.
He dropped a couple, though.
He did do, and I was just about to say, the
tariffs it was China mostly, wasn't
it? Yeah, it was mostly on China and like all steel coming into the U.S. But like, if you look at the tariffs he did do, a lot of, those did increase prices. It did increase the price of washing machines. It did increase the price of steel.
It
unambiguously did,
but it seemed like
but yeah,
across
so
the board things were getting more expensive during the
right.
last
So
administration.
no, so you're not wrong. Like inflation
The last
obviously
person.
was lower under Trump's first term than it was under Biden. But look, first of all, I'm not convinced the president has much control over inflation generally. I think the economy was in a decent place during Trump's first term, and I don't think Trump did anything major to fuck it up.
Yeah.
I think the
You know who
COVID.
got lucky?
So I think COVID
Clinton.
caused. So first of all, under Biden, which COVID started under Trump, to be fair. First of all, we did see a negative supply shock. We did see factories in China close down. Factories all over the country closed down. Supply chains got clogged up, and that unambiguously caused some amount of inflation. Some amount of inflation was caused by supply shocks outside of Biden's control, outside of Trump's control. That is part of the reason inflation spiked under Biden, and that's inflation spiked globally. We saw inflation globally. Inflation was not localized to the U.S.
That's correct.
Inflation was everywhere because it was a global supply chain crisis. Secondly, also unambiguously, the Federal Reserve printed a lot of money during COVID. That had some effect on inflation. Again, outside of Trump's control, outside of Biden's control. Notably, I had this conversation with Trippy a little bit earlier. I remember most of the money printed was printed under Trump.
I had a donation.
Trump printed most of the money.
So give it a sec.
Sure.
Sorry, I should have muted him. All right, sorry about that. That was P. Fletch donated, and my animation came up. He says, "Non-fun. How much of a Harry Sisson fanboy are you?" I don't know if he knows who Harry Sisson even is.
Free Harry Sisson. Free Harry Sisson. Can a man not chase a little tail these days? What the hell is going on with wokeness these days? What the fuck? Free Harry Sisson. Free Harry Sisson.
I'll say that the guy comes off a lot more into dudes than I thought he was. Okay.
A man's private affairs are his own concern.
That's
You
what
know
I'm
what?
saying.
I really don't care. Yeah. Like, I really don't care if he was talking to 20 and 30 women. I don't watch the guy, and I never knew who he was up until about a week before that went down. And I had seen a couple of his videos, and I'm like, well, whatever. I mean, he's over there doing his thing.
Right.
I mean, as long as it was
look,
consensual, I don't care.
Yeah, all of it. That's what's great. All of it was consensual. He just basically, at worst, you can say, like, I think he may have insinuated to some woman. I haven't read over all the logs. I don't care that much. That, like, he was exclusive with them when he turned out not to be fully exclusive with them or whatever. But yeah, he's just, can a man not have a few side hoes? But anyway, regardless.
Yeah, no. What's the world coming to?
Unambiguously, supply shocks did have an effect on inflation. Monetary policy did have an effect on inflation. Most of the money that got printed was printed under Donald Trump. Donald Trump did not control that. He's not the head of the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve makes those decisions independently. And unambiguously, the increase in deficit spending also had an effect on inflation. Now, there were 2 stimulus bills passed under Trump. Those were inflationary. Biden passed a stimulus bill as well. I'm not going to deny the American Rescue Plan probably had some effect on inflation. The question
Can
is,
I get a stimulus check?
There's just 2 questions we have to answer. One, what is the relative importance of these 3 factors? And I would say, I think deficit spending was probably about a third of inflation. I don't think it was much more than that, and that is the only thing really within the president's control. And the second thing we have to consider is, well, what did we get out of it? Well, the U.S., after COVID, was in a really good position, partly because we, did deficit spending. We printed money. We did what we were supposed to do. We, stopped any demand slump from happening. Unemployment was under 3% or under 4% for like 20-something months straight or whatever. GDP growth, real GDP growth, so even inflation-adjusted GDP growth, was really higher than any other G7 country. And inflation was able to be brought down relatively quickly once the Fed started acting. Inflation was brought down faster than a lot of other countries. So I think the U.S. ended up in a really good position post-COVID. I think we had a really good economy post-COVID for most of Biden's term even, despite the inflation. And Trump is nuking that with a bunch of tariffs.
Well, I think, hang on. Well, I think, just give me a second with this. I think that after post-08, you have the Obama administration, right? And the recovery period, right? And I think a lot of what happened during that administration, especially the second term, gave Trump a bump in his administration. Not as big a bump as some would say, but then certain economic policies he enacted helped as well, and that was good, right? So that was some of what was the good economics of his first term. And then you had COVID, right? And COVID kind of brought the international economy had just about recovered from '08 when COVID happened. So then we had another, and like you say, there were positive steps made. And I think the thing that what I felt hurt the U.S. economy was Biden on day one stopping oil production. That didn't help,
So Biden on day one, I think Biden canceled the Keystone pipeline. I think even that there's some nuances around. I've never looked into it. But I mean, look, I don't think holistically Biden was necessarily bad for energy policy. First of all, the Inflation Reduction Act approved a ton of subsidies for green energy, and I think green energy is just a good thing. And not only is energy good, but if we are going to make energy, we should probably have it be green. And Biden, when we needed to, did dip into the petroleum reserve to try to bring down the price of oil. Biden did go back on his promise to not approve fracking permits. Biden approved a ton of fracking. Biden approved more oil drilling permits than Trump did. So Biden, when he needed to, did absolutely say we need to drill oil, and that's why we became the number one producer of oil and an energy independent nation under Biden. We to my knowledge, we still are the number one producer of oil. What'd you say?
I want all of Earth's blood in our cars. That's what we need. Just empty this bitch.
Right, but I mean, yeah, I mean, I think Biden did when we needed to drill oil, and that's why we started drilling a fuck ton of oil. We became
what I noticed was when that pipeline was stopped, and he stopped drilling on federal land temporarily, at least. That had a negative. Then America was there was a short-term buying of oil from overseas, and that sort of raised the price on oil. And then you also had, a conflict internationally, which also escalated the price. Inflation was. I was talking to a guy who worked for Vanguard. He was noticing that the official inflation rate and the actual inflation rate that most American households were feeling are two different figures.
Well, what do you mean by that? I think there's I think people play a lot of games with alternative inflation metrics, and most of them are pretty bad. I think the official metrics of CPI and PCE usually do a pretty good job, and I actually think CPI overestimates inflation a lot of times. But
yeah, I just you gotta ask. I know it's hard for certain people to understand, because the relative value of currency and then the general inflation. I'm just saying, a lot of people were hurt by inflation in the last term, or the last administration, and I'm not one of these people that it's all his fault or it's all X fault. And there's multiple factors that come into this. I'm just saying, a lot of people big business is one thing, but then there's the average family, which is another.
And I mean, again, the relevant question is, the relevant two questions are, how much is Biden responsible? To which I said, from the reading I've done, which, there's endless discussion among economists over how much inflation was caused by the Fed versus supply shocks versus deficit spending. But from the reading I've done, I'd say 30%, maybe even less, of inflation was caused by deficit spending. And then what did we get out of it? Again, unemployment was really low. Wage growth, even real wage growth, was really strong, especially for the lowest income earners. Now, measuring real wage growth and real income growth is actually a lot harder than you might expect. So I'm not comfortable saying that wages outpaced inflation holistically, but certainly for the bottom 10-20% of people, it seems like they did get a decent wage boost during COVID. There was a really tight labor market post-COVID, and that did benefit a lot of people. And again, I just think at the end of Biden's term, the economy was in a good place, partly due to his policies, so partly just because the economy sort of naturally recovers, and because the Federal Reserve acts independently as well. And Trump, again, is nuking that. He's nuking that. He's throwing a wrench in all of it for no good reason.
Well,
I see him. No, I agree. He's throwing a wrench. I definitely agree with that. But I don't, and I can see that it can go very badly. Right, I agree with that. Right, but I'm not comfortable being assured that it's going to go badly, and I'm not saying there. I think there could be a solution midway through this thing. When cooler heads prevail. You know, because like if he
So, I mean, first really, I'll say he's already done a lot of damage. Like, there's already been, like, we already have a negative GDP print for quarter one. Now, it actually, maybe I'm too optimistic. It actually would not surprise me if, later revisions show GDP in quarter one was actually positive. It wouldn't surprise me. But he's already done a fuck ton of damage. Quarter two could actually be worse. We're going to see, from my understanding, I'm not a supply chain expert. It seems like it may already be too late to avoid shortages in the summer, simply because a lot of ports right now in Seattle and LA are simply empty or have 60% reduced output going through them or input coming in, and it takes a while from ships to get to China, and then it takes even longer once the goods arrive at a port to get to Texas, to get to the East Coast. So in the summer, we very well could see shortages right now. There
are still intermittent shortages for COVID related, in Europe, in certain goods.
Right, but here's the COVID was not caused by a lunatic saying I'm going to, unless lab leak or maybe who knows, but COVID in the U.S. was not caused by Joe Biden or Donald Trump saying I'm going to tank the economy. This is absolutely. No,
I don't blame Biden for COVID.
I'm just pointing out to you there is a difference between a real shock caused by something outside of our control and a policy decision made by a president, essentially unilaterally.
I mean, a lot of people would argue that it's more of an economic reset. So, we want to change the way that things are done. And it's been said by multiple presidents that we need to fix the tariff issues. I know for a fact that Obama mentioned it quite a few times. And he even mentioned reciprocal tariffs back when he was president. He didn't go through with it like this. But, even at the time, hell, the internet wasn't as prominent. You know what I mean? There wasn't as much new media. Hell, that might have just been starting, if it was starting at all. And, there's a lot more coverage of this kind of thing going around YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Twitch. You know what I mean? There's a lot more coverage of it, so it's right in your face.
Right.
No matter where you go. Plus, the Trump administration loves using internet media, social media sites and stuff like that. They love posting things. They love doing, memes, all that stuff. They're trying to use it to their advantage. And obviously, the previous administration was kind of, they were dipping their toe, but they weren't doing it to this degree. And
right. I would just say, if you're of my opinion, which I think is founded on a lot of good economic theory and a lot of good empirical evidence, that trade increases growth, trade increases wages, trade increases job opportunities. The end goal of this reset or whatever is just going to be the United States being overall more poor. It's going to be wages in the United States being lower than they otherwise would have been. And I also say, I would just everyone in the audience, and you guys should do this, just look up the graph of the effective average tariff rate. I'm not going to deny Democrats have never done tariffs or never talked about tariffs or anything. No. I'm sure Obama has, but look at the line. It's really big around 1870s. It kind of goes down. It kind of spikes during Smoot-Hawley, the Great Depression, and then it goes down, and then it stays at less than 5% for decades, until Donald Trump recently, when it shoots right back up to almost Smoot-Hawley levels. This is an insane, unprecedented, fucking chaotic decision made by Donald Trump unilaterally. This is not something Democrats would have ever approved of. That's not something even most Republicans now approve of. It's just that they're too cucked out to actually vote against it. But I guarantee you, if it was an anonymous Senate vote,
the problem is,
95 senators against the tariff.
Just in the 1920s, right, you had the post-World War I situation, right? And then you had tariffs, was it the Taft Act, wasn't it? Under Taft, who was the president in the 20s? It was Harding and then Taft, wasn't it?
I think. Sure. Are you talking about the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act? Is that the?
Yeah, I remember when tariffs were introduced to protect the American agriculture economy. It was a 40% tariff rate, and it was very bad. And then you had the Wall Street crash. there was a post-war situation, a series of issues that led to uniquely tariffs being bad, that was not present afterwards. And I agree that I would argue that, like, I don't disagree that tariffs like that are bad, right? I just think that there is a trade deficit the United States has. What is it? Like it's $100 billion a year deficit.
With what country? With everyone?
Internationally, like goods coming in and out.
So I think our trade deficit with everyone is like $3 trillion a year. I think it's about 3% of GDP or something. I think it's But like, why do we think that? Here'd be my question. The U.S. also runs capital account deficits. Do you think we should try to fix that too?
Yeah, I think there's multiple problems that need fixing.
Right. So
I think
so. No. So look, I mean, the one of those accounts has to be in deficit. So the inverse. Dollar for dollar, the inverse of the trade deficit is a capital.
You mean
surplus.
balance of payments,
so the
right?
way to exactly, the balance of payments. So the way to think of this is when we give other countries our dollars, with trade deficits, that money doesn't really leave the country because, dollars just aren't very good in China. Dollars are not very good in France. They buy.
They're only good for petrodollars, really.
What happens is these countries buy. They can either buy a U.S. good, in which case we don't have a trade deficit because it's good for good, or they buy U.S. assets, in which case we have a trade deficit, but we have a capital account surplus because money investment is flowing into the United States. And I even think there's a problem with saying that the trade deficit is associated with this flow of goods, because I think it's actually. I think it could be the case. It definitely, plausibly could be the case, and I think there's evidence to support this to an extent. It's the case in the U.S. The trade deficit can actually be determined by capital flows. If the U.S. is a good place to invest in, which we are, the U.S. equities have a higher rate of return than European equities, Japanese equities, a lot of Chinese equities. People will naturally want to invest in the U.S. We also have a lot of safe assets. The U.S. Treasury bonds are deemed to be pretty safe because our government is pretty stable and we're a rich country. Up until recently,
there has been a lot of
hold on, just real quick to finish this point. If a ton of people want to invest in the U.S., that means we're going to end up running a capital account surplus, which means by necessity trade deficits. Those aren't a bad thing. Trade deficits can be mutually beneficial. Just as a capital account surplus can be mutually beneficial. Investment is a good thing. U.S. companies and businesses being able to buy the goods they want is a good thing. There's no reason to think these are per se bad things.
Yeah, and a certain level of debt isn't necessarily the end of the world. Like it can be a good thing, not like the level that we have, currently now. But there was something I wanted to say about what I'm worried about is that I think we have bigger problems than tariffs. I see war coming. I'm noticing, $800 billion in extra spending in European defense sectors. I'm looking at like England getting ready to mobilize. There's a conflict coming. It might not be in the next 4 years. I'm just saying, but there is trouble on the horizon, and that's a bigger problem.
Shane and Anvan both y'all. I actually heard. I don't remember who the hell I was watching that mentioned this, but a possible war between Pakistan and India.
Well, they've been hostile. They've been hostile since day one.
Well, they've got kind of a. They've got
Kashmir.
Kind of God damn, what do you call it? Fucking. Basically, it's like a Jewish state and non-Jewish state kind of thing, just like with Iran and. Am I naming the right fucking places?
India is Hindu mostly, and Iran is Islam, or Pakistan is Islam.
Right. So Islamic State, non-Islamic State, whatever it is, non-Jewish. But yeah, I heard that they might end up going to fisticuffs. That'd be.
Oh yeah, they have gone to war several times.
I say let them go ahead and do it. We don't need to step our toe into that. They can just go ahead and bomb each other, shoot each other. It's fine.
Well, no, that would hurt. That would hurt because India is one of the biggest economies in the world.
That's fine. It's fine. We don't need any more doctors. Anyway,
Well, I will say,
Spirit in the chat.
I do believe that there is a
brings up a good point though. After non-fon's done here.
Oh, sure. So I do believe that there's very good reasons to believe that, the tariffs, and especially the way Trump is doing them, is undermining our national security and undermining our ability to have relationship with allies like, Japan and Europe and Korea, who would be useful in any confrontation against China, or even as strategic allies against India and Pakistan, because, I mean, he's... no one's going to want to work with the U.S. if we rip up the trade agreements we already have with them and impose insane tariffs on them and fuck them over. That's not conducive to a good relationship with our allies. And I do, again, believe that these universal tariffs hurt manufacturers by appreciating exchange rates, by the retaliatory tariffs placed on us, and by the increased cost for importing goods used that U.S. manufacturers need. So I'd say that.
Well, I've heard everybody argue from tariffs are the best thing in the world. Of course, that's more of a Trump thing. But I've also heard people argue it's not the business that pays for it; it's the consumer. I've heard people say that it's not the consumer; it's the business. You know what I mean? Like, I've heard both sides.
Well, yeah. So
Spirit brings up in the chat. He says before we had income tax, everything was paid for with tariffs.
Mm.
Right. So
prior to a lot of things.
Yeah. So if you want to talk about tariff incidents for a little bit, for a second, tariffs are paid by people living in the U.S. Right. If a company imports a good, they're the ones sending over the money to the Treasury. They may or may not choose to pass that added cost onto the consumer. A lot of times they do. It depends. That depends on a lot of things. But they are, at the end of the day, paid by U.S. companies. There may be exporters in other countries that are essentially willing to lower the cost of their goods to try to negate some of the effect of the tariff. But the empirical evidence is pretty clear on this. They don't seem to be willing to do that generally. It seems like the people in the U.S., pay up. The incidence is like 90% people in the U.S. These companies may lower prices 10% or whatever, but it just does not negate the effect of the tariff. And by the way, just if the tariffs aren't paid by people in the U.S., then how are they having this effect of bringing manufacturing back? If people don't have to pay more for foreign goods, people are going to continue buying foreign goods. So like you negate the possible benefits of bringing manufacturing back. But responding to the income tax point, I mean, look, so a big reason why the U.S. had tariffs instead of income tax, and a lot of developing countries still have tariffs now, higher tariffs now, is because it's just a lot of times when we have low state capacity, it's just relatively easy to keep track of things coming into your country and like charge a tax at ports rather than calculating the income of everyone in the country, right? It doesn't mean that tariffs may not be a more efficient tax than income tax. They might just be easier to implement. Secondly, whatever problems you have with income tax, and I don't like income tax personally, it does not incite other foreign countries to retaliate. No country puts tariffs on the U.S. because we have income tax. They will put tariffs on us because we tariff them. That's a downside that basically only tariffs have. And also, when we funded everything with tariffs, federal government spending was like 3% of GDP. You might want to reduce federal government spending now, which is at like 18% of GDP. I think it's 26% of GDP. But, that's going to require a lot more painful cuts to things that people like. That's not going to be useful. It's not going to be, that's way more politically harder than just, doing these tariffs and not cutting spending, right? Like,
as far as I know, like income tax was a temporary emergency measure to help pay for the Napoleonic Wars in Europe, And I think governments, once they get a new power or a new tax, they don't like giving it back.
If they get money, they don't just give it back or stop taking it. No, yeah, you're right.
And
once the government charges more money for something or gets more money, they're not going to just give it right up.
Right.
I think we all agree on that.
I also will add real quick.
There's human. Yeah.
Oh, just real quick. I forgot to mention. Income tax is progressive, so rich people pay more. Tariffs are regressive, so in effect, poor people end up paying more, partially because a flat tax will be regressive just based on marginal utility, or just based on the fact that a flat tax is a flat tax on a good. If it increases the price of a good by $1, that's a higher percentage of a poor person's income than it is a rich person's income, so it is still regressive. And secondly, poor people just import more good or just buy more imported goods, so they end up being affected more by this. And it's important to mention, like, you know, the bottom 50% of people just do not pay that much in income tax. Like the average is like $600 in income tax for the bottom 50% of people. You know, the standard deduction is like $14,000 or whatever. But these are people who would be paying a lot in tariff. So, you know, if we get it, certainly it is distributionally negative to say get rid of the income tax and put tariffs in place. You know, that's gonna end up being
as far as I'm aware,
regressive.
I think like 75% of taxes of all tax revenue is paid by the top upper percent, isn't it?
I don't know the exact percentage, but we have a pretty progressive tax and transfer system in the U.S., despite what the ultra woke lefties will say. But yeah.
Yeah, like our billionaires pay an ass load in taxes, or they're supposed to.
Yeah, I mean, I will say they do have a point when it comes to, like, you know, the top 400 people in the U.S. or whatever. You know, a lot of those billionaires kind of can get around paying taxes just because of the, you know, the buy, borrow, die, you know, quote unquote loophole. And there are solutions to that. You know, there are consumption taxes you can do that I think would be a solution to that. But listen, you know, here would be an argument I would make actually is that consumption taxes do tax rich people when they consume goods. And I think a value-added tax is going to raise, even just a 5% value-added tax is going to raise about as much revenue as 10% universal tariffs without these distortionary negative effects that tariffs have and without retaliation. Like,
Yeah, we have value-added tax in Europe.
Right. I don't think there's a coherent argument to be made that tariffs, you know, 10 or 20% universal tariffs would be better than a 5% VAT. I think that's absurd.
And there's also, you know, like I think you refer to it as a consumption tax, you know, like on sugar products, you know, yeah, like, you know, like Coke and McDonald's or something costs, you know, they put like 15, 20 cents on it, you know, extra, or, you know, but that's more like a government health policy to try to get people to use less sugar.
Right. Yeah. Right. So I mean, those are, you know, sin taxes, like, you know, Pergovian taxes, externality taxes. And I think those are an efficient type of taxation, right? Like they're, you know, might be maybe moral implications of doing it sometimes or whatever. But I think generally we should try to raise as much revenue as we can from, firstly, what are called like resource rents, taxing economic rents, which are essentially unearned economic payments, you know, because like, let's say, you know, the supply of natural resources is fixed and also nobody created natural resources. Therefore, like it seems kind of is unproductive. It's not a valuable thing to earn any money for extracting resources beyond the cost of extracting them. That's why, you know, Norway has like a socialized oil company, and that company takes its profits and invests in what's called a sovereign wealth fund. That fund grows over time, and like it's used to pay out pensions. Australia has a similar system, kind of. I think they have a like windfall profits tax on resource extraction. I forget exactly where that money goes, but I think you should fund as much possible by taxing resource rents. I
believe the Norwegian pension is like they've got like 5 trillion. You know,
yeah, they have like,
you know,
it's huge. They have like 300,000 for every person in Norway. I think it's incredible.
There was one thing I noticed about Australia. It seems to have a tariff on luxury goods. You know, like imported cars. It's a huge tariff. I mean, if you import like a Range Rover, you know, $100,000 Range Rover, like they charge you $100,000 to import it. Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
there are. I think there's something called an expenditures tax, which is basically a type of progressive consumption tax.
That wanted to. Well, I don't know how into cars you guys are, but I had a buddy that wanted to import. What was it? I want to say it was a 2000 Nissan Skyline. He wanted to import one from Japan to Australia, and he, you know, jumped through all the hoops and talked to all these people on the phone, and he ended up getting I think a lady on the phone. I don't know, but she basically told him the best way to import that car into Australia is to have it cut in half and then brought to you in the 2 pieces, and then you try to weld it back together. And then there you go, you got your car. And he was like, wait, is that the one way to do it? And she goes, that is the one way to do it. You have to have the car brought in basically 2 pieces. And
Yeah.
he was like, well, what do you mean? Like taken apart? And she goes, no. And he's like, do you mean cut through the frame of the car in half? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, well, long ways or short ways? Also, there haven't been enough bants, I guess, going back and forth between you two. The chat has gotten upset. So Cotton Ministry says, this non-fine guy sounds like a transitioning troon. He's making fun of your voice.
True. Accurate. How do you know? True. Destroyed.
And the Panelverse says, pizza face non-fine, the greasy punk. That should be the
Panelverse.
name of one of your streams.
Dude,
just
Panelverse
to
hates
fuck
me,
with
and I
people.
don't know what I did to him. He's coming to my chat a few times. I've seen him in a Convoy chat, and like
plays
he,
around.
I have no clue.
He
He
plays
was,
around.
dude, he was
the
friendly to
channel?
me for a while. I really don't know what I did to him, but
I don't
Is
know.
that
I try
the
to have
Panelverse
mutual
channel?
respect. I
What,
don't
sorry?
know if I think Panelverse does have a channel. Yeah. And he
Yeah,
posts
I've seen his
different
channel.
things. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah,
Um,
he posts clips
yeah.
from different things. We got about 5 minutes, and we'll switch to open panel. So if you
Well,
guys want to,
One thing that
You
we
know.
do over here, sorry, is a lot of government tax revenue comes from alcohol and cigarette taxes.
Mhm.
We get like they fund our health service. You know.
Yeah. I mean,
Uh,
that's, like I said earlier, I think the first thing you should start doing for revenue is just start looking at resource rents, and then I think you should go to externality taxes. Taxing things that are what we consider kind of like socially bad, maybe the emissions of carbon or sugar, which makes people fat, or cigarettes, which have these negative effects. And then you can start looking at consumption taxes. And tariffs are just a really, really bad tax. They don't really fit into any of those categories. They do tax consumption, but they also end up taxing investment, and they can reduce labor supply by reducing the after-tax return to investment. They're just a bad tax.
yeah, I mean,
best
you
friend in
mentioned
the chat. Non-Fon's
you
best friend
mentioned
in the
green
chat
energy.
is,
I mean,
sorry, Shane.
Yeah, you
Non-Fon's
mentioned-
best friend in my chat, though. He says, "Fuck you, Non-Fon. Take a shower." That's Panelverse.
Yeah,
Panelverse.
I don't know why the
He's
guy
being
hates me so
spicy boy.
much.
Sorry, Shane.
it seems like no. Look, I would like us to get to alternative energy, and I would like us to in a good way. I see a lot of they're chopping down forests to build solar farm, or they're buying up local small holding farms to try pull farmers out of business. I don't like that. And I see wind. As far as I can tell, like they're only capable of generating like 10-11% of the need at the moment. That might change in the future.
So I mean, I'm not a green energy expert, and it feels like we basically all agreed on nuclear energy earlier. I think nuclear energy we should start looking more into as well. But
Yeah.
I mean, people have done calculations of this. Like, obviously, there is a carbon footprint for building windmills and for building solar panels. But it seems like even taking into account like the maintenance of windmills, you get 10, 20 years of windmills, obviously with maintenance, but getting you carbon-free energy, that's just not something you get with like non-renewable sources. So it seems like over time they usually pay back their carbon debt or whatever. And
I've noticed that oil, for example, have gotten much cleaner in recent years. Over the last 20 years.
I
than
don't
it
know if
used to
that's
be.
true. It might be, but
Well, they use
Yeah.
synthetics and stuff like that too. And well, I don't think that we're quite ready for like the Green New Deal, right? You remember that? Everybody was throwing a fit about it, and they're like, "Oh, 2030." Well, even that's too soon because we have to slowly start actually, putting something into it. We don't have to just like. I'm not for like canceling any kind of green energy. I don't want that, but it's like I think for some reason people were trying to. A lot of politicians are trying to make it look like they're rushing to do as much green stuff as possible. And it's like, well, we don't have the infrastructure in a lot of places. Like California often has like rolling blackouts because they don't have enough electricity to supply to everything. And running electric vehicles in that state. I think it's, I want to say California has like the most electric vehicles, but I could be wrong.
that wouldn't surprise me.
But
But
I do know that a lot of
they also have the most people.
it wouldn't
so.
me either. Right. So it's like if you're going to run all the electric vehicles, that's going to pull on the electric, the grid. You know what I mean? It's going to put more strain on it. as well as air conditioners and so on. And well, when they would have like power outages and for gas stations, they'd be running the fucking the charging stations off of gas powered generators.
Right.
So it's
I
like
mean, I
even if
mean,
you're running an electric vehicle, you're still burning up gas. That's kind of asinine.
I can't
And it's
speak
like we're just
to.
not ready. Yeah.
I can't speak to California specifically, but like, I will say if you want, if you really any type of energy, they rely on imported equipment, and tariffs are gonna tax that equipment. Seems like a bad thing. Seems like
Also,
that would, yeah.
a lot of people want to argue about like, oh, we need less carbon emissions. We are carbon-based life forms. What does that mean in the long run? To like the weirdos, like the conspiracy theories, man. I love the conspiracy theories because it's like, oh, let's get rid of all the carbon stuff. Okay, well, we're people. We're kind of included in that.
There's no conspiracy. The position is we need to reduce
I love the
CO2
conspiracy
emissions
theories.
because of the greenhouse effect. That's not, there's no conspiracy there. That's
Yeah, but
No, I'm
this
saying,
is
like-
the problem with the science on that is that the science is bad. And the estimates, like I'm talking like in the last 6 months, new research has shown that their models are like bad. They're like, they've overestimated the damage by like 50%. It's not as nearly as bad.
What do they say that we put out so much pollution that we're putting out about 7 billion times what we thought the planet could handle?
Yeah, I mean, no, like the temperature is not only is it not warming, it's cooling. They were, and this is the third time they've been wrong. I mean, because when I was a kid, and even before I was a kid, they were
warming.
right. Yeah, it was a global ice age. Then it was global warming, and now they're saying there was the ozone layer, and then they sort of fixed that, and then it transitioned to climate change. It's funny, like you can see
the ozone layer was fixed because of public policy. It was fixed because
I agree.
literally.
Yeah, and they got rid of
Hole in the ozone
CFCs.
layer, and it's going to turn you into cancer. You're
It
going to
would have
become
if we
cancer.
didn't act.
And then everybody was like, you know what? Axe body spray. That's that's everybody put on 2 gallons.
It was largely because of whatever refrigerants that we were using at the time. I think I forget what the type of chemical.
Yeah, they
it's
call them
called.
CFCs, I think.
Yeah, and those had negative
Freon.
effects on the ozone layer, and public policy acted in such a way to mitigate that effect, and to an extent,
And unleaded petroleum products.
we've made a decent amount of progress on climate change. We've started switching to renewables. I just support continuing that transition.
I read recently that the surface of vegetative land, that's good for farmland in the world has grown by 20% in the last 20 years. Over, thanks to the models being wrong, and certain environmental policies have to try counteract negative results in the past, have helped.
Well,
I mean-
we got a dono from Mr. P. Fletch. He says, man-made climate change is a lie. Earth, gonna Earth. We're just along for the ride. Now, I tend to agree with George Carlin. George Carlin said in one of his stand-up specials that, everybody says that plastic's bad for the Earth, and that this and that the Earth can't produce it. Well, maybe Earth produced humans so that we would make plastic so that Earth could have it. And there you go. I agree with George Carlin. Taking care of business is here. I take care of business. Also, we're going to move into the into the open panel portion. So yeah, I mean, I'm still new to setting up these debates, so I'll put the link out there. If anybody wants to join, you'll be in the back for a little bit, and then I'll introduce you all up. So go ahead, continue with your gay little discussion that you guys made me do on my live stream. God. Even though I reached out to both of you.
I just think it's good to talk about these matters civilly without necessarily resorting to like screaming matches and fighting with each other. That's unnecessary, And I understand. Like I'm not like
get yelled at.
Nampan is an economics student, so like he knows more about this, or graduate, so you know more about this subject than I do, right? So I'm not going to like pretend to be an expert, and I'm not also going to be like completely partisan and just attack the other side, because there's good points on both sides. I think that in all economics there's trade-offs, in all public policy there's trade-offs,
I mean, I'll mostly agree with that, yeah. But the position would just be that tariffs, obviously, how overwhelmingly negative trade-off, essentially. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a short-term band-aid for a long-term problem. You know,
Well,
but
I think trade is.
well,
good
I would
long-term
agree
effects
that
too.
I think that we need a massive infrastructure investment. We need to future-proof the economy, or the investment, our infrastructure, our roads, our electricity. You know, everything needs a lot of work.
That's what Biden did. My man, Biden infrastructure bill. It wasn't as expansive as I would have liked, but that was mostly because
Were you a
Republicans.
Bernie supporter though? I meant to ask you that before.
No,
no?
I mean, so I don't. I'm a left-leaning guy, so like, I don't hate Bernie or anything, but I think Bernie has some kind of kooky ideas that I don't necessarily agree with. For example, a wealth tax I don't agree with. He has ideas of putting farmers on the Federal Reserve. I think that was a stupid thing. I just the more populist policies of his I don't particularly like. And I think he plays into a lot of populist rhetoric that's just wrong, like saying a bajillion, quadrillion % of people are working paycheck to paycheck. That's just not really supported by the data. But like, I don't hate him. I would vote for him over Trump. I would vote for him over most Republicans right now. So.
Oh, that's fine. I don't have anything to say like super against Bernie. I don't really like him on a personal kind of level. Like,
Right.
He's like the oligarchy, and we got to fight against the oligarchy and
The millionaires and billionaires.
Yeah,
I
don't
do
like half of them people based on what I've seen from their personalities.
So
but
here's
that's a
part
lot
of my
politicians.
issue with
Some of them are
Bernie is that
sticking mud.
I think a lot of the things that him and AOC are saying on that tour are I agree with a lot of it. I don't agree with some other things. And I think they, again, are playing in a populist rhetoric that is usually a lot of times just wrong and supports bad policies. But I like they're the ones fighting against Donald Trump right now. It just doesn't seem like we have like we don't have like these moderate Democrats really like trying to stand up to Trump as much. And I hate it.
I feel like there's no fight to be had. The guy's already president. It's like
Well, the
you
guy
guys
is
can go ahead
president,
and
but
fight, but like pick something that doesn't seem like it's for your own personal gain. Like, in my opinion, I would ask them personally, like if I had any of them on my show, right? I would be like, all right, AOC, why do you dislike Trump so much? And how come you guys, none of the people on their side have said anything to the, anything, they've shown no proof or anything like that they're not just supporting USAID and DEI for their own benefit. They've not said anything about USAID. They've not said like, hey, that policy or that thing that USAID was doing was because of such and such. Like none of them have come forward, right?
you don't think
then
Democrats
you see all
have
the claims from Doge, and it's like, okay, they got shit to back it up. They got a website devoted to it, a Twitter page
Doge?
devoted
Absolutely
to showing you
no.
what they're
So
doing.
I mean, Doge specifically removed information from that website to make it harder for. I believe the New York Times had an investigation saying, "Hey, we looked into these programs that Doge reported to cut on their website, and it turns out like they did not save nearly as much money as they thought. As they say that they did because these programs were already like partially paid out or whatever.
Yeah.
And Doge
that's
removed that information to make it harder for these investigations to continue. That's not transparency. It's the opposite of transparency. Like,
It's still
that's insane. And
But the
Democrats
accounting on Doge is scary.
than we saw from the other side. Like it's still more transparency than we see from the other side.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The Inspector General is an independent agency. Obviously, they're independent. They're not partisan. But they release reports. They audit the Federal Reserve and release reports. They audit Social Security and release these reports. And the reason we know that Doge was lying, for instance, about the number of dead people getting payments on Social Security is because the independent Inspector General's report, actually knows the number of people receiving these payments. Like,
well, yeah, there was another point about that there's when they said there were people that are 120 years old. That there's a cutoff that's in the legislation that people aren't aware of. Like you can't get it.
So it's not just that though. They said like, I forget. I think they lied about the number of people being on it, but they also like they implied that all of them were getting payments. But like even
they
people.
Do imply that.
I think the
that's what I meant. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So I think there was a cutoff at 115 years of age, but they suggested that like even people over 100 were getting payments when like. I don't know. I think it's 98% of people who are super old on Social Security don't receive payments anymore. Like, even when they're below the cutoff age.
Somebody in
The
my
thing that
chat
scared
were
me
wearing
was
a cardigan.
the education, the way the education money was being spent. You know, like 75% of the education budget was not going to students.
Do you mean the Department of Education?
Yeah.
So I
No,
mean,
it's
I
being
don't.
spent. It's just not reaching students.
Well, what I would so the biggest thing the Department of Education does is like manage student loans. So I don't know if they're referring to like most of the Department of Education's budget does not go to like K through 12 schools. It goes to like giving students loans. So I don't know. They could be referring to that, but like that's still the money being
Well, as
spent
far as
efficiently. And actually,
in many countries. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so the Department of Education is actually a like pretty efficient department. I think it has for every dollar you spend in the Department of Education, I think 3.4% of that is spent basically on administrative cost, and the rest of it goes to students, or if not to students, it's at least spent, and that's relatively low administrative cost even compared to other agencies. And then the funding for the staffers in the DOE, that's funded separately than the actual appropriations to like the students and everything. So like if you reduce the staff of the DOE, you're not spending more money on students, you're just not paying staffers as much, or you're just that money I think just has to go back to Congress unless they raise the salaries of the people working in the
they
DOE.
got rid of the student loan debt forgiveness thing. That's off the table. Department of Education, that's already closed down. And I don't see people
the Department of Education
in the
has
streets begging for money to go to school. So,
well, look. So number one, the Department of Education has not been fully shut down yet. They did do firing cuts, but that's an agency created through Congress. Trump can't really unilaterally shut that down as much as he might like. They did cancel some of the student loan forgiveness stuff, and like. A lot of honestly, a lot of
crying about it. It's like, well, it wasn't forgiven yet. It was just on hold for I think 2 years. And
some of it. I think some of it was forgiven. I think
it's 60% of people that were on the temporary hold didn't make one single payment. So
yeah, that's never. It was never going to happen. That was always unconstitutional. Biden didn't have that power.
So number one, there was the original plan that was struck down by the Supreme Court, and then Biden did a more limited plan under a different law. That was
he used the War Powers Act, didn't he?
I don't know if it was the War Powers Act, but whatever it was never challenged in the courts and shut down before he left office at least. But I believe it was forgiven, and I think the GOP I believe they literally uncanceled it. I think Trump wants to. Literally have people pay back what they thought was forgiven. Like that seems unhinged. I don't think it's. I don't think it's just.
Well, no, I don't think it should ever have been forgiven. I don't think it should ever have been forgiven.
I understand that, but
it wasn't forgiven. It was just on hold. So
I'm not. I don't.
Well, you don't have to pay
I don't know
right
if that's
now,
true.
but you probably should. That's kind of what they were doing.
I believe Trippy's right. It was on hold. It was on hold.
Yeah. I'm going to bring up this person called Communist. I'm not sure who this is.
Oh boy!
But you're getting brought up, so you might want to come off of mute. Let's see what's happening. Communist. I'm also going to do one of these where I have a little square over them. All right. They're not talking. Can I unmute them? Can I? Guess because they chose to mute themselves. Welcome.
What's up?
Hello. Non-form. Why do you platform what's his name?
Sample text?
Why do you platform sample text?
Sample text is my friend. He's my buddy. I think he's a cool dude. I have no. First of all, my platform is very small. Like, there's no tangible negative effect to me platforming an internet rando. But like, I enjoy talking to him. I think he's smart. I think he's funny.
He's literally a admitted genocide lover and Zionist.
So he lives in Israel to the extent that believing Israel has a right to exist makes you a Zionist. He is a Zionist.
Yes.
He's not a genocide lover. Not that.
How can he be a Zionist and not a genocide lover? It's the same thing.
Hang on, just is Trippy okay with this conversation? Just because it's algorithm dangerous.
Look, I'm going to sit here. I'm going to say, if you're going to call people Zionists and you have no proof.
About human people than about human lives. You care more about money or typical lib.
What's
You're
up?
so lips. All three of
hold
you
on,
are
hold on.
disgusting lips.
Let me handle
True.
this here. Dude,
Trippy
with
cock,
communist
you're a
as your
lip.
name, people that live stream are not like rich. Okay, we don't just make
I don't
money
care if
because
you're
we're
rich.
live.
It's more important. Human lives are more
I don't
important.
care if you're rich. It's too important. Hey, non-fun. You shouldn't platform people you like because your platform is you're gonna make them famous.
That's true. That's
Yes,
true.
You're
exactly.
gonna make them so famous.
Exactly.
No, probably not. At least right now. Non-fun's probably gonna blow up bigger than my channel, but
It doesn't even
Yeah,
matter
look.
if they are famous or not. You shouldn't even give any platform to people like this.
well, I mean, I don't feel like I need to platform you either, do I?
No, you not need. But you are a fucking liberal.
Who's a what now?
You are a fucking liberal.
No, I'm not.
You just admitted that you think money, profit is more important than human lives.
Did
He
I?
didn't say that.
That's
You-
funny
you
that
just
you would
said,
come to me and call me a
"Oh,
fucking
these
liberal.
these are dangerous topics for monetization."
Look at you over here. These are dangerous topics. Do you let the women around you show ankle, or are you afraid of that?
What? Why are you distracting from the topic right now?
I'm
You are
asking
a
you a
liberal.
question about you because I don't know you.
Yes, it's not important to the topic. You are literally
Do
a
you
liberal.
believe in Sharia law?
The real law? I don't believe in the real law. No.
Sharia law, not the real law.
What's the
The fuck are
Sharia
you
law?
talking about?
What's the
Sharia law. That's probably something your
Islamic
mom
law.
got beat over.
Bro, you don't even know what Sharia law. It's a tautology. Sharia means law in Arabic.
Okay,
Law.
law.
You say law. Do you believe in law?
Do you
It's
believe in
really
law?
stupid.
Do you
Right.
believe in Sharia law? And you know what I'm talking about.
No, what's Sharia
He's
law?
a
It's
he
just
doesn't believe in
law.
Sharia law. He's
Law,
like a
law.
tanky communist dude. He's in my chat a lot of times saying liberalism is dead. Like he
Oh, he's sitting in your chat just crying and bitching because he has nothing else to do with his time.
Liberalism is dead, and that's what you can see from you three, Trippycast, Shane, and Nonfun. Because
If you
do
watch
a
my channel for
circle
more than
church
5
debate
minutes,
with three
I think you would
liberals.
realize I'm not a liberal.
Of course, you're a
Neither am I.
liberal. You just admitted that you think profits
Your
are
name
more
is
important
communist,
than
for
human
fuck's
lives.
sake, and you're going to come here trying to talk bullshit. Go ahead, come on, dude.
Yeah.
I want to
It's
hear
not
you talk some
bullshit, it's not
shit.
bullshit. You just admitted that you think profits are more important than
I
human
didn't
lives,
admit shit.
right?
I didn't even say anything to what you had to claim
You
about
said,
non-fun.
"Oh no, these topics are so monetization dangerous. It's not
No,
important."
I said that. I
Because
said
of
that.
YouTube, you jackass. YouTube has fucking rules and shit.
Yeah, and you think rules are more important than literally a genocide going on in Gaza?
Yes, cocksucker. For me, I don't give a
See
shit
that?
what's going
And
on
you're a
in
liberal.
Gaza.
Then you're a liberal. That's
Then you're a
literally
No.
what
liberal.
a liberal is.
I don't give a fuck
Not
what's
a
going
genocide.
on.
If
You
we're
don't
going to
even
talk
live in
about this,
Gaza,
then
you
let's talk
little
about it.
weirdo.
Of
If
course,
we're going to
it's a
talk
genocide.
about it, then it's not a genocide.
You don't even live in
but then what
Gaza.
else is a genocide?
It's not
You
a
don't even
genocide.
live in Gaza. You're sitting here. I'm
It's
worried about Gaza.
You know, I'm sorry. Unless there's millions of people dead, it's not a genocide.
Oh my god, that's so stupid
Yeah,
to say.
and they would have to be a
No, it's
specific race,
uncalculated,
correct?
it's
So
absolutely
hang on. Can I ask you? Can I ask you when the British killed and the Americans killed 2 million Germans? Was that a
Yeah.
genocide?
Oh, this ought to
Yes.
be
No,
fun.
it wasn't a genocide. It wasn't.
You mean when they killed the indigenous people? Then yes.
No,
Yeah.
Germans. When they killed Germans, European
Really?
Germans.
No, of course not. It was a war. War is not
Yeah,
genocide.
exactly. And what is this?
This
It's
is
a war.
genocide. No, it's
It's
not
a war.
Yeah,
It's
dude.
a war.
Dude,
When
your
you
accent,
do a
your
war
accent
against-
is so
against
fucking
fucking-
lame. You expect
Hey,
us
shut
to
up,
believe this
Trippycast,
shit?
Shut up, Trippycast. Since when do you do a
I'm
war
not
against
Trippy Cats,
normal
motherfucker.
civilians? It's not normal. You don't do a war against civilians.
I'm sorry.
You do a war against
More
the army.
more Afghans were
That's
killed
not
by.
even happening.
Hang on, my friend. More Afghanistani people were killed by accident, right? By American bombs than have been killed by Israel.
Accident in exclamation points. Not exclamation points. The
Are you turning into Arnold
The thing is-
Schwarzenegger now? Are you having trouble holding down that
Yeah,
accent,
dude.
or is it real?
You got this guy
I'm
so
pretty sure it's a
you got this
real
guy
accent.
so fucked
but-
up he can't even hold on to his accent. It's totally
He's like,
Bro,
get to the chopper.
bro,
It's in
real.
Gaza.
what are you talking about? You think Afghanistan were killed on accident? Oh, bombing. Oh, I dropped the bomb on accident. Oh no.
No. I'm saying
Most
that
of
there's
the-
bombs on
Me.
purpose and there's bombs by accident. And I'm saying that the
Oh, yes.
accident bombs have killed more people.
Accidentally dropped the bomb. Oh my god.
Dude.
No.
So his point
Hey,
is that
what's
the
up, bro?
collateral.
What's up, bro? I'm an indigenous Palestinian, bro.
Okay.
I came on to defend. Well, Hey, man, I just came on to give my sermon on the couch here, bro, because I'm an indigenous Palestinian.
I'm gonna let these two duke it out. Hold on.
I look, bro. There's important things going on right now because there is a genocide going on. Don't look too much into it about how like the population keeps doubling every year. Like I don't know how that works out to be a genocide, but like we're not here to talk about that because there's more important things in the world, like money, man. Like what even is money? What even is money? Bro, like if you think about it, it's just pieces of paper that we just like give each other in exchange for like goods and services. Like, what even is that?
Exactly. See, Trippy Cast, and now you.
See, this guy gets what I'm talking about. He gets the. Oh, we'll start. Hold up. Oh, thank God. Whew. Sorry.
You okay?
Yeah, I was out clubbing last night.
Ah, he was clubbing last night in Gaza, right?
Yeah, bro.
That's where you live.
Jesus.
It's the hottest place on Earth, mostly because of all the white phosphorus.
Oh, nice. That's gonna get to the
That
lungs,
was
clear
good.
out all the smoke, or the cigarette smoke.
And you support this? You support white phosphorus being dropped on them?
Yeah.
Bro,
Aha, then you're a liberal.
No, I'm
look,
not a
there's a
fucking liberal.
genocide going on right now, and for some reason, the population in Gaza just keeps increasing and increasing every year. So like, we gotta like thin out the herd some way or another. Like we indigenous Palestinians are on record as quoted as saying that we have so many children because we raise them to be martyrs.
Yes. God, you puffing on it tonight.
No, I'm trying. I'm going to heaven, man.
You come on here, communist, with an accent that sounds like you'd be afraid to see a woman's ankle because you'd be too scared you might grape her. And then you're gonna come in here and you're gonna bitch about how on YouTube you have to speak certain fucking ways so that your channel is not taken off board.
Bro,
And then you come in here
you're a
with all this
liberal?
fucking anger,
Okay,
and then
give
you
me
want
one
to declare
argument why you're
people
not
to
a
be
liberal.
liberals and
Give me
shit.
one argument why you're not a liberal.
I'm not a fucking liberal. Matter
Then
of
what are you?
fact,
What are you?
I'm a fucking clown on a live stream. What the fuck are you?
I don't know,
Yeah,
bro.
but
You're being kind of very.
You need to be
fascist
either communist
right
or
now.
a liberal. You can't be.
No, there
Yeah,
are
bro,
not
you're either
communists or
bashing.
liberal.
You're either with the fash or you're bashing the fash. That's what I say.
Exactly.
And I
think,
I'm here to bash the fash and chase some skirts, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, communist over here probably just chases
Oh my
cocks in the
God.
ass.
Socialists are a more important thing than this, but you are right. Liberalism inevitably leads to
Yep,
fascism.
I win.
So that's why.
I
you
mean,
need to
like
fight
anything
fascism.
basically
Either
left of
against
anything
fascism or
left
for
of
fascism.
like
If you're a
anything right of
liberal,
Trotsky
rooting
basically
for
just is
fascism.
fascist, is what I say.
So
Like-
I'm right about you wanting cocks in your ass. Okay, I'm glad you said that. Thank you.
I always say like
no, I don't prefer this, but it's not important. It's not relevant. to the
prefer it?
question.
But you don't deny it.
I don't deny it, but I don't endorse it either. But you endorse fucking genocide, so that's like
You
2 times
endorse
more
nothing. I
worse.
don't endorse anything, kid.
oh, they're being genocided so
You don't
hard that
endorse?
their
You don't endorse?
population keeps
You literally
doubling.
just
Like they're
said it's
being bombed
important
so
to be
hard that
monetized, more important to be monetized than to speak about
What a
genocide.
interesting
literally
argument
what
between two
happened.
intellectuals here.
Look, I don't care what's going on over there. It's not fucking affecting me. I don't care about the Middle East. There,
Yeah,
I'm not
and
endorsing
that's being
anything.
complicit. That's literally being
Yeah, 'cause
complicit.
you're-
Why don't you go and complain about H3H3 and iDubbbz?
I
or-
do complain about H3 a lot.
Yeah, you go do that.
Yeah, he
because
does it in
I
my
don't give a
chat
fuck
quite
what
a
they're
bit.
doing either. Just like
Yeah, but
Hassan,
if
I
you
don't
don't
give a
give a
fuck
fuck,
what
you're
Hassan's
complicit.
doing. I would knock Hassan's fucking rapist mustache and pedophile glasses right off his face.
Hassan is literally one of the only content creators who actually fight against the genocide. So
He's
why
got
are you
chick
Bro.
legs,
against
and he's a
Hassan?
little pussy boy. And
He's
yet
not,
you're a
he's
follower of his because you don't have any male in your life to look up to. You probably grew up in your household without a dad, and you think Hassan's going to be your new daddy.
Okay. And you don't even watch Hassan because you have fucking.
Because he's a
toxic
ridiculous
people
lunatic
you
who
look
sits
up
there
to.
and plays videos of fucking terrorists and then tells people that they're just musical people.
Terrorists? Do you really just say this? What do you mean? Do you mean the Houthis?
Yeah, I do.
You think the Houthis are terrorists?
They're
Then
dancing around
then
with
what is the
fucking
CIA?
guns
Then what is
and
the CIA
shit.
and IDF?
And they're supposed to be like the cool people. Why don't they
So-
just fucking relax and stop wearing towels?
Okay, what's your definition of terrorist?
People who kill people all the fucking
Then
time
it's the
and then
fucking
chant
CIA and
on
IDF.
the death of certain
Destroyed.
people, the kind of people that he
Liberalism
was showing
destroyed.
on his live stream when he represented the
Is
fucking
this
Houthis
the
on his
9/11
show.
question?
That literally applies to IDF and CIA
They
too.
better.
I highly doubt
Would you
it
support the
because
CIA?
those are the kind of people
Because
that
they
take out
also
the kind of people that you're pro.
Did you not see how they celebrated when they killed Bin Laden, for example? You said if you chant along, if you kill somebody, then you're a terrorist. And Americans
No,
literally
I didn't
chanted
say if
along.
you chant along. I said if you kill
Yes.
people and you chant it on is a good thing. See,
Yes,
you're not listening
that's
because
literally
you
what
have
the
shit in your
Americans do
ears.
all the time. That's literally what the CIA does all the time.
Good. I'm glad that fucking Bin
And you are
Laden
a
got
terrorist
killed.
too.
I'm glad that Saddam Hussein had the same shit happen to him and then his fucking statue ripped down. What was
So-
positive about either of those two people? Go.
They fought
Nothing
against
was positive
American
about those
imperialism.
people. Wait. Well, which
Yeah,
two
good.
people? You mean Obama and Saddam Hussein?
No, I didn't
Then
say
who-
Obama.
Who two?
I
Who are the
said Bin
two?
Laden and Hussein.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck.
I don't know what. Saddam Hussein had a few good things because he fought against America. Yeah, it's true. But
Here,
if
meet
you
my friend
compare him to
August.
Obama, you think Obama is better?
Obama had nothing to do with what I said.
Obama did literally the same things as Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden.
You know, it won't be long, and it's just going to be this huge separation between the Middle East and the U.S., and then they'll get nothing from us, and they're going to have to sit in the sand and fucking wipe their ass with sand.
Okay, so your definition
So-
of terrorist is just if you kill people and chant, but you also need to be
I didn't
brown.
say that either.
Yes.
Oh my god, dude!
Wait,
You
can
have a
we
problem
can
hearing
we
people.
address the fact? Can we address the fact that this asshole is like, oh, Trippy, you're a liberal, but then goes
He is a
on to
liberal.
jerk off Hassan Piker? Are we
Yeah,
gonna
the
Hassan is
most
not
ignore
a
that?
liberal fucking streamer on Twitch?
Hassan is a communist, not a liberal.
Yeah. He is a jackass, and he's neither of
No,
those.
he's
Of
dude.
course
He
does
is
what
a
his chat
champagne
wants him to do.
socialist.
There you
He
go.
is a champagne
champagne-
socialist in
And
the
then-
greatest of terms.
Okay,
Yeah,
what's
what else-
socialism? What's socialism? Can you define?
What else
can you even
socialists do
define
you know
socialism?
that? Do you know many socialists that own Porsches?
Disappear into like I know this is.
Do you
the
know
most-
many
yes.
socialists that have mansions?
Yes. You know,
Oh.
socialism.
This is
not
the
politics, right?
debate I
Yeah,
came
the
here for.
the champagne socialists, the ones that want everybody
Yes.
else to do all the fucking dirty work while the state controls everything.
No,
The ones
you
that
are
do all the
stupid.
dirty work while the
You
state
believe every
controls everything
narrative
instead of having
propaganda shit.
economic freedom.
Socialism is not a poverty cult. Socialism means
I don't even
everybody
believe
is
your
rich.
fucking accent, dude.
Yes,
Don't
but
don't
you
tell
can't
me
even
what I
speak
believe because I think
anything.
your
You don't
accent
even-
is
don't even
bullshit.
know
I don't
what
believe
socialism
that
means.
either.
Yeah, but you don't even know what socialism is. It's not a poverty cult. Everybody is rich in socialism, and socialism is
Yeah,
just
because
a-
communism has
you have a
worked.
state of
Communism has worked so many times, right?
Yes,
like,
it has. It
You
has
know,
never worked.
there's
because
no
everybody is,
fucking
rich.
track record. There's no track record
Communism can only
whatsoever
be reached
of
once imperial
communist
bringing
countries
people up.
being a goddamn
As long
disaster.
as imperialist capitalism exists, there never communism can be reached. That's why it needs to be destroyed.
What?
As
I'm
long
here
as
to
imperialist
defend my
capitalism
fellow
exists-
genocide supporter sample type.
Oh no, Stern Gang joined today. Fucking Zionists.
I thought you should talk to a real fascist Zionist. So here I
Yeah,
am.
you are
Oh, I'm a
Stern
liberal
Gang.
Zionist.
You are Stern Gang.
So
Those are
Big
the real
JC.
terrorists.
Hell
I,
yeah,
I've never
bro.
seen Big JC before, so I got to say hi.
I'm like the
Hi.
Gandhi of Israel.
I'm one of non.
You're like
Got,
the
like
trash of
multiple
the world.
Jesuses on my panel tonight. It's just Jesus Christs everywhere,
It's not Jesus, that's fucking the head of Stern Gang.
Dude,
and they're
Yep.
superstars.
where did
Jesus Christ
socialist
superstar.
Jesus go? I
Hell
wanted to
yeah.
ask that guy. a
I'm
question.
with Adolf Manbear Pig. I'm
Socialist
team
Jesus is the
Adolf
same person
Manbear
as
Pig.
Abraham Stern, I think. I think it's the same person. They just changed the name and profile picture.
Oh
How do
wow,
you know?
you're
How
a
do you
sharp
know?
guy.
Because they have the same voice.
What?
What?
I think you're
Yeah,
like,
Nonfun
mistaken.
actually messaged and asked if it was me. It was not
No.
me.
At
I
least,
thought it was
at
at
least he's got
first,
one
I'm a
win.
different Jesus.
Yeah.
I heard his voice. I was like, damn,
I
he
knew
does
that
kinda sound like
because
me.
you were both sitting on the in the back at the same time, and it's
No,
represented
look
on
at
my
big
screen.
JC, Ephraim Stern.
It
Ephraim
wasn't me.
Stern.
I'm too busy sending a bomb to Harry Truman to get him to recognize Israel as a state.
Why would you do that when you can just blow
It's
up
not a
his
state, it's
pager?
fucking people.
I'm
Israel is
sorry,
people.
Chad. I had ads
And the
on.
state of Israel just
Off
misuses
now.
the name to hide behind the Jewish identity to do their genocide.
Well, I
What
mean,
is your-
we gotta have something to like sell it
Again,
to
I want-
people. Like we gotta PR it up somehow.
You keep
Yeah, but it's just fucking. not
using that
required.
genocide word. You keep
Yeah, I
using
know,
that
but it-
genocide word, and
But
I
but
want to
it-
go
but
back
the
to.
population.
I want to
just
go back
keeps
to what
doubling.
socialist Jesus. I wanted to address that point while socialist Jesus was still here, but like apparently communists
Yes, communist.
defend that at all. It's like how is your population? Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Oh, hey,
Yes,
I got
How can a population increase as rapidly as? Hey, can I finish the fucking question?
I got a better one.
Yes,
but-
then speak.
No, go
Hey,
ahead.
hey, I got a
Alright.
question. What was
Wait,
what- was what
wait.
Mao-
Because
what-
wait. Audis was going. Let's go with Audis. Right?
Oh
Wasn't
no,
Audis
I just
going?
want communists to explain how a population increases
Yes, I know
at
what
the
you want
rate
to
that
ask.
it's
It can
increasing
be
during
minus
a
100
genocide.
at the same time.
Yeah.
If you have
So then-
minus 500,000 plus 2 million, it's still net positive, but there can still be a genocide going on. It's
So
easy
then
math.
was what Mao did a genocide?
No, it was a.
Oh, so when Mao kills millions of people,
Base,
it's not
let's
a
go.
genocide.
Oh.
Hey, communist. Hey,
Hey,
communist. I got a
what
question.
the
I got a
fuck?
question. That grain shipment in Ukraine, that was just like an error, right? Administrative error? The Holodomor?
Yeah, the
That was just
Holodomor.
like a oopsie daisy, right?
You want to use the word Holodomor, really?
Yeah, I do,
think
actually.
A famine is a genocide. You think a famine is a genocide?
Wait,
Well,
you,
I'm
you,
asking
wait,
you,
wait,
like,
hold
why do
on.
you think the
Literally
famine
a
happened? Why
Holocaust
do you think that happened? Why do you think there was
relativation.
grain shortage?
When
You're
Wait,
it's
communist.
weird.
The
You
Holocaust.
literally think that Israel blocking aid into Gaza, blocking food into Gaza, intentionally causing famine or whatever,
Has he bitched about
is
cookies
part of
yet?
the genocide. You think
Yes,
that? Like,
intentionally doing it, and
Well, yeah,
Nonfun,
so-
they took their fucking cookies.
so but you would agree if there was an intentional famine during the Holodomor, that could be classified as genocide.
Yes, of course, but
Okay.
it was never intentional. And also, there was a World War II going on, so the material conditions were completely different.
Yeah, well, the Israel-Hamas war is going on right now, so the material conditions are different here as well.
It's not a war; it's a fucking genocide.
Oh, who's genociding who?
Also, who's supplying
Zionists?
Hamas
State?
with their
Why are their
arms?
numbers rising?
Wait, do those
Genociding
Zionists in
innocent
Israel have
people.
nuclear weapons?
They have American nukes based there. I don't know if they have
Yeah,
their own
yeah.
nukes.
So then, how are there still Palestinians alive? This is genocide.
Nukes don't exist. That's why.
Well, how? Because they wanna have the land. They wanna have the land, and if they nuke
The
it,
easier
they will
answer is
fall
nukes
out
don't
in-
exist.
in
All right, I'll
nuclear
answer. I'll
nuclear
answer it
property.
for you. Nukes don't
Alright,
exist.
fine.
There,
You
I'm
can,
answering
you
it
can
for you.
carpet bomb the land. You can strafe the entire land. They could have annihilated all of those Palestinians.
That's
that
what
were
they're
on that one
doing. That's
beach,
literally
right?
what they're doing.
All right,
You
who
ever
let the
seen a
dog in
picture of
here?
Gaza right now?
Who, me?
Yes, they are carpet bombing it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So there are no
brought the
Palestinian
dog?
refugees then?
What?
Are there Palestinian refugees?
No,
They were
because
like,
they are not allowed
what
to
was the name
leave
of
the
that fucking
country.
beach that they all moved to? What was the
Al Musa, whatever beach.
Yeah, see, that's my fucking problem. Is that's all the names in my head too.
So
No,
these
this obviously
people
not
who
a
are-
fucking genocide. A genocide requires an intent to exterminate a populace. This is just like
No,
a
of
trigger dad
course
who
it is
doesn't
intent.
understand
So
anything to
these-
do with anything to do with geopol, and just
So
needs to
the-
project whatever their moral indignation is on this
Do
conflict.
you
which is
even
really
know? Do
fucking
you even know
gross.
what the Zionist idea is? It's
So,
literally a
ho-
genocide idea.
Yeah, it's base.
Yeah,
dude.
I'm
Have
I
you
yeah,
seen
I'm
what
a
the fucking
fascist
happened to
Zionist.
the
I'm
Jews
Abraham
in Israel
Stern
for the
right
past,
here.
like,
I
70
think I
years,
Then
know.
how
dog?
can you say? Then how can you say it's not a genocide if it's literally intentional? If the ideology behind it is literally built on genocide?
So
How
these
co- wait,
people that
wait.
were that were moved in a partition in 1947, are they refugees?
No, they left because
What?
They-
Most of them aren't even
Are
alive
these
anymore.
people who were moved because of a partition in 1947? Are they refugees?
They're not even alive anymore.
He doesn't know the history.
That's
Don't
not what I'm
engage in
talking
history. He doesn't
about.
know
I'm
any of the
saying,
history.
were they refugees when they were alive then?
When they were alive, were they refugees?
You are
Okay, I got a better question. I got a better question.
idiot.
I got a better question.
This
Are
is
there,
the
are there
Hassan Piker
descendants?
debate
Are
school.
there descendants?
Are we crazy too?
refugees?
Are we imagining?
Are there descendants refugees?
Of course, they don't have a right to return. They need a right to return.
Well,
the most
that's not
important
what
thing.
UNRWA says.
Stop right there.
UNRWA
What does
says.
right to return mean?
But hold on, UNRWA says that they are refugees because they
what
have
does right
a
to
whole.
return mean?
Hold on, they have a whole agency
want him to
within
say
the
gross
UN that classifies the Palestinians
Yes, but
as
UN
refugees.
is fucking Zionist.
The UN is okay. We can't. We're obviously not having the same worldview here.
Wait, so who isn't Zionist communist?
Yeah,
Hello,
Him.
my connection is
him and
going
Hassan.
No,
off
your
and
connection's
on.
fine. You can hear me. Who isn't a
No.
Zionist in your book?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah, we
Yeah.
all fucking hear you.
He's
Unfortunately.
tinfoil next
So
to his
what was your
microphone
question?
now.
What was your question?
You're the only one we can hear.
What was your question? Who is
Everybody's
who is not
talking
Zionist?
over each
Isn't a
other, and you're the
Zionist.
only person we can hear.
Is everybody Zionist?
No, not everybody is a Zionist.
So who isn't? Who's the good people? I want to be the good guys. Who's the good guys?
A lot of people, for example, the communists, the Palestinians, most
Yeah, the
Palestinians,
people, the terrorists who,
except for the
people
son of
who killed
Hamas.
like thousands and millions of people over.
What about
in
Hamas?
Palestine.
Yeah, are Hamas good guys? Do we
Yeah.
like them?
Chairman Mao was a great guy.
I mean, they're the
Aw.
same
Yeah, bring
people.
down.
They're
Yeah.
getting their guns from China, so like, yeah, I mean, this guy probably loves them because they're the same team.
Hey, communist, do we like Hamas? Are Hamas good guys?
Hello, I am not idealist. I don't judge people into good and bad. Hello, I do material analysis.
We can hear you just fine.
I do not
Hold on,
judge.
hold on.
I do not put
No,
people in
no,
boxes
no,
of good and
no,
bad
no,
unless
no,
they
no,
are
no.
Zionist.
Hold on. Okay, communist. Do
I never
you
said
think that?
Zionists are bad.
Hold on. Do you think that Frogan is sexy?
Bro.
Good question.
It's not even relevant question, but
Only
second
good
of all,
question.
it's fucking haram to say this, okay?
Do you find her to be
No, it's
sexually
halal,
appealing?
It's fine. I read
In my personal opinion, no. Why? Why is it even relevant?
Good.
Wow.
I'm glad
Here's the
everybody
best
agrees
fact,
with
though,
you about Frogan not being sexy.
It's fat phobic over here.
I'm not
She
fatphobic.
looks like she's been. She looks like that fucking thing on her head's been glued on.
Uh-huh.
That fucking thing. What do you call it?
Good
The
job.
Do you
shiki.
support Hamas then, communist? Do you support Hamas?
Support in what way?
Also,
You
like,
send them your.
which parts of October 7th were you like cheering for? Was it just the murders or was it the rapes too?
Do you send them your underwear?
Rapes? Do you have any proof for systematic?
Yeah,
Oh,
there was a
boy.
lot of testimony
Yeah.
from people
boy,
saying
one
that
of my
that happened.
favorite.
No,
Wait.
no,
What
no.
kind of what kind of proof what kind of proof would you need?
What kind of proof?
Like a
would you
video
need?
recording of it happening, because they are
Yeah.
out there too.
Like video
No,
recordings
just-
of rapes, testimonies of rapes. Like
But
what do we need here?
Hamas said
No,
it
no,
didn't
no, 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 no,
happen.
no, no. It doesn't
Guys,
have
But
neutral.
Like a
Hamas
dead
said
body
it
of
never
a
happened.
dead body of a
Neutral,
woman being
even-
paraded around the street.
Well, hold on. That was wait. What? It's not IDF. What do they call it? IOF. That's IOF.
Yeah, Israeli
propaganda.
occupation
Yes.
force. Yep, that's it.
Yes,
That's
yes.
IOF propaganda, sir. That's not a real video.
Ah,
That's
I see you
your
out there,
generation.
Brad. Thank you, buddy. Brad, if there was anybody you wanted me to drop, just tell me in the chat. Anyway, continue with asking Mr. Communist if he sends his
Okay, wait,
dirty
hold on.
panties over to Hamas.
Trippy, I gotta go. I got places.
I don't
Places
He
think
got
that's
places to
beyond
wrong.
be and people to punch.
You're under.
That's what he does. He's
Very real about
dresses
Tariff
up as
more.
Batman at night, and he takes out his vengeance on criminals.
Yep.
It's
Okay.
crazy. Oh man, I gave away your secret
Uh,
identity.
Yeah.
Good
Thanks for
talking
having
to
me
you.
on.
No,
I'm
I'll
willing to
talk
come
to you
on.
Thanks
again.
for coming on, man.
Yeah,
It was
no,
fun so
I'm sure
far.
I'll come on again. I'm sure I'll do more debates with you and everything.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
everyone, his
Cool.
chat. check out
Fucking
my channel.
Racist again. Okay, very good. You know
Exclamation
Can we
point
chill for a
on.
See you
minute,
guys.
please?
Love you guys. See
Go
ya.
on again.
Oh my god, okay, we're joining Grid Sync. Oh my god, get me out of here. Oh my god, get me out of here. Oh my god, get me out of here. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I think everything there is good.
Irandian. Ugh.
Yeah,
Good to have
see,
you, bro.
I
We're gonna
knew
be
that's
for sure.
I knew somebody was gonna say that, or ugh whenever I said I was into Rand. So that usually happens to me.
I mean, lots of people were in her, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I also
now let's know what's
that
up.
too. The first like criticism someone was gonna throw at Rand was call her a whore because you people are fucking predictable.
Okay.
All right, you're sparking our attention now.
We'll get there. Okay. Big Papa Buckaroo Banshee.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
No, but it's a
Big
hell of a
Papa
lot. I'm gonna
Buckaroo.
be honest. Is there?
It
you have
is
a
a
short
lot. It is a
version?
lot. You could just call me Buckaroo. That works
Okay.
totally fine. That works for you
Buckaroo.
guys.
Buckaroo Banzai.
Yes, actually, yes, precisely. I'm a pretty radical lefty. That being said, you know, I care about people. So I care about listening to anybody, no matter what side of the spectrum they're on. You know, it matters to like what is policy if not something meant to make our lives better or to benefit us in some way, like. Why
Thank
the fuck
God,
would we
one
do it?
rational
It was
person on the panel.
So, so yeah, that's where I stand. And thank you,
Shots fired.
Tyler, for bringing me, and thank you to Grid for allowing me to be here.
Could you, while we're moving on a little bit, could you check your mic settings? You were going in and out quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Non-Fawn, welcome to
Finally.
the show, my man.
Yeah.
This is Non-Fawn's first appearance on my show, by the way.
Hey, I joined your like regular show one time, I think, but yeah.
Didn't you? I don't remember that, but maybe I don't know. I mean, I've done a lot of shows, so
It was very impactful, evidently.
Yeah.
He doesn't remember.
So, guys, any other contestant that comes up now, Anson's payment has run. He's
if somebody like I Killed Earl down in the chat wants to get up here.
Oh yeah, all right. So I'll have to run it. It'll have to be run by me, but this is the end of the freebies, with the possible exception of I Killed Earl. Non-Fawn, go ahead, take it away. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder there, but go ahead.
I was just talking to you. What do you need me to talk about?
Introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm Non-Fawn. I'm a neoliberal dog streamer. Okay. I focus on a decent amount of econ stuff, and I am here to shill for neoliberalism.
Neoliberalism. All right, cool.
So Joe Biden fan. Gotcha.
All right. This is going to be fun. This is going to be great. All right, so I asked for lefties, and I got lefties. Jess White can join just as soon as she's done with her mum stuff, but pretty soon. We got to get you up here. All right. So we're going to have just a little bit of chitter chat back and forth. In the meantime, chat, please, if you would, if you want to select the first debate, chat, you got to pay for that. Otherwise, I select it. Anson gets to select the topics. Okay. And by the way, I'm not nice.
Put the moves up, Grid, so they can remember.
Yeah. I'll do that again. Hang on, stand by. I'm not the right screen. So neoliberalism, Non-Fawn. Throw that up there. What's up with that?
I don't get a lot of meaning out of the term. People, get more meaning from that identity than I do. When by neoliberalism, essentially I just mean I'm left of center. I voted for Kamala Harris. I like the welfare state. I like the Federal Reserve, but generally speaking, I'm going to be relatively market oriented. There's going to be things like a wealth tax that I'm going to disagree with the ultra far left, but the more left wing people than me on.
Commies. Just call them commies.
Well, there are, commies I obviously disagree with, but there are even people like Bernie AOC. I would vote for Bernie or AOC, over Trump like any day. But there are more nuanced things I disagree with them on. So by neoliberal, I basically just mean, I like free markets, but I do, I like some amount of redistribution.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
I fully comprehend why you would say you'd vote for Bernie. Like, I'm not even going to argue with that. I get it. Why on God's green earth would you ever willingly vote for AOC? Like and here's the thing. I'm not even just saying that because I
pretty daft.
Because I don't like democratic socialists, and
Kinda
that's what she is. She literally said to herself, she's literally called herself a member of the DSA. So like, I don't know if she's ever literally been a card-carrying member of the DSA, but
yes, she is.
But like
she actually is.
Oh, okay. Well, that just makes my point for me. But like, not just that. But why would you willingly vote for AOC, considering how patently stupid she is? She is not a smart woman. Every single public statement she's ever made was written for her by someone on her staff or her boyfriend.
That's rude.
She cannot keep a.
Also,
She-
a
she-
lot of
she-
a lot of
she's-
politicians have speech writers. Every single president has a team of
I
speech
don't
writers.
think she had a speech writer and she was
if
talking
you're
about the
about,
tippy
like,
top of the tax bracket. You know what I'm saying?
And
Like,
that doesn't.
no, you don't have to be at the tippy
original
top of the
thought.
tax
She can't
bracket.
have
to
a.
have
Have you watched her like when she does like her live things on video? Like,
I mean, she's just a
brings
dumb
out-
I mean, I guess
she's
personally,
freaking
I personally haven't seen what you guys are talking about. I've seen her be like pretty relatively competent at answering the questions that people have for her that actually apply to the topic at hand. I like it.
So
somebody
you
can
support
seem dumb, but if they present to have a competent understanding of a situation, it doesn't matter to me what they seem like, because like to me, RFK Jr. might seem one way unless I'm actually giving him the time of day that any individual deserves when you're like trying to understand what they're saying.
Okay.
Whether she seems dumb doesn't matter.
Okay,
You can be
going
well-prepped
to a
for any of
10,000.
these, news conferences. It's not that hard to prep for those.
No,
You have a
go-
pretty good general idea of what they're going to ask.
Going to a $10,000 a plate dinner in a custom-made white dress with the words "Eat the Rich" on it is a patently stupid thing to do that only a moron would think is a good idea.
This is coming from the objectivist.
Really?
This is coming from
I don't
the
know. I
person-
mean, I
this
just
is
don't know
coming
if I
from the
agree.
person
I
who
think.
learned from it.
Yeah, I also think like
the other
something
thing
like
is the policies that she's actually produced and tried to put towards Congress, like the Green New Deal and the wealth tax that you said you didn't support non-farm, even though you said you would vote for AOC.
Over
That's
Trump.
why I bring up the tippy top, is because she used that exact term in an interview to describe her tax plan. Was that we're only going to tax the tippy top of wealth earners.
Well, look. So
her
hold on,
basic
hold on.
understanding is fundamentally at like a high school level. I mean, she should
Well,
go back
do
to
you think she
bartending.
just
She's not a great
described it
politician at all. She's a
no, look. I don't think it's at all.
Understand it.
So I may disagree with AOC, on the merits of a wealth tax, but I don't disagree fundamentally that we should be taxing the wealthy more than the poor people and middle class.
The wealthy already tax more than the poor people in the middle class.
No, I understand. I agree with you there. I understand they already pay more. They're just reforms
not
for
enough,
taxes that I make that probably make it more progressive. But
That makes sense now.
But look, I don't think going
their need, right?
Well, not necessarily, but look, I don't think going to a rally
Is that
in a tax the rich
finance,
dress is a insane thing to do. I think I think that's an
the rich.
intelligent.
It said eat
Eat the rich, whatever.
I mean, I guess I just don't care that much about what her dress said if
Look.
it didn't like produce policy. I don't know if her
No, I'm
dress
saying it's a
wrote
stupid thing to
single
do.
bill. I don't think her dress did anything except put her in.
No,
like,
the dress
other
is
Do you
in
know where
the
the phrase "eat the rich" comes from? It comes from
I do, but I'm
the
just
Maoist
saying,
communist
like,
revolution
it
in China,
does not produce
when people were
policies
forced to
that
cannibalism in order to survive.
And neither does she. She hasn't
guys-
authored or co-authored a single piece of legislation that's ever passed.
Okay, real quick though, you
I
guys
don't
are
know
making
about that,
non-farm. He said he's a neoliberal. He's more like Reagan's in terms of his economic beliefs than he
No.
is AOC. I'm just saying,
No,
by
he's
comparison
not.
between
No, he's
AOC
not.
and Reagan,
Accurate.
you lean
Really
more-
is.
what you guys hold on.
He's
What you
right
guys
with
are
communism.
pitching holding him into is neo-Keynesianism, which I am more of a fan of. That
Well,
would
I'm
be
not
the
trying to
government
pitch it.
subsidies and these things like that. That's more my
Keynesian.
stance.
I'm not trying to say that non-farm believes anything. I'm attacking AOC. I'm not attacking.
Yeah.
He and I have had this argument
you're
20
very
times.
stupidly. You're very. Listen for 1 second. Listen. You're very stupidly attacking AOC. AOC represents people on a very broad variety of issues, and not only that, she's in the House representing not just people of New York, but she's representing national legislation packages that are going to be about national security. Have some respect when you're talking about senators. Instead of electing the shill,
She's not even a senator.
Not a
MAGA folks
senator,
that stand
dude.
there and
She's a
do nothing.
representative. And by the way,
Rep, I said how.
All right,
okay,
guys, calm down, calm down.
You're right.
So I
right,
would like to say
ladies
one
and
thing in
gentlemen,
defense of AOC.
ladies and gentlemen, this is fun. This is great. However, we actually have to do a debate show, so let's do that.
Word.
I only have one judge right now, and that is Anson. I can
Agripalus is
Tyler could. I'm pretty sure Tyler can be.
I'm too nice.
A debate judge because he's pretty. He's pretty much sees both sides. I'm hoping Ticky Tack can come back and be. He'll be on in a minute. If you can judge from chat, Ticky Tack, that'd be cool too. But you can pop up whatever you want to do. It's cool, and that gives us 3 judges. Who is picking the first? Since the chat doesn't seem to want to pay to see specific blood, Anson, are you picking the debates or the debaters?
I'll do a little bit of both, I guess, since the chat's not stepping up. Damn you, chat! Y'all need to step up and pay something here. Come on now, what the hell, chat? Where are you at? I mean, come on.
It is a game show. These guys they're trying to earn money here, guys.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I have a teenage son. They're expensive.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly just want to see Non-Fawn because I'm a huge Non-Fawn fan, and since he's the only real diehard commie in the chat, I'll put him against Papa Palpatine, who's the
You can just call me Palpatine. That'd be fine.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, that means that you got to go back to the back. And you judges also go to the back too. By the way, I don't leave the judges up. Whoa! What is my?
All right, I'll see you in the back, Beth.
Yeah, we'll see you guys. You guys will be back soon enough. Chairman, you got to go. He's got to go. Beth, you have to go, and then it's just. Why did that not work? It's supposed to work. There we go. Just you two. All right. So the rules of the game are: you each get 1 minute, which I actually need to pull up my clock. You get 1 minute to state your position. Did Anson give me the debate per se, or are we just talking economics? Hang on, let me bring Anson back because he was. Anson, what was the debate topic for these?
I didn't select a topic. I just wanted to see two polar opposites debate one another, especially.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, the dynamics.
Gotcha. Okay, so so what would you guys like to debate about? I know Non-Fawn would love to debate tariffs.
Hell yeah.
Favorite thing in the world.
I mean, I'll do my best. I mean,
Is there something else that you would like to debate?
I'm down for anything, really. Like I said, I'm just trying my hand at this. I can debate tariffs because I assume you're anti the Trump tariffs because I am pro the tariffs.
Yeah, I'm anti most tariffs, but yeah, especially Trump's.
How about why don't you guys do? Let me take you out of both of your comfort zones. Oh no, answer one's political.
Fuck.
Because I was gonna go with something else. Okay, all right. Man, I really don't. All right, whatever. We can do tariffs. It's fine.
All right, good one over here. I don't want to do tariffs.
I've heard. I can probably make Non-Fawn's tariff argument better than he can at this point. I'm just saying.
Well, I've never even heard of him, so it's just like, and that's
this
not
will
a
be
shot
good
at him.
for you.
So
Anson, go to the back. All right, you get 1 minute. State your position each side. At the end of the minute, I'm going to give you a warning at 10 seconds. If you're lucky, I'll remember to do that. And then you have to end once both of you had your 1 minute. Then you get 5 minutes on the clock. Unless somebody extends it, which chat, you should be extending this one. It's going to be good. It's going to be a lot of information. All right. Ready? Non-Fawn, you go first. Tell me when you're ready to start.
All right, I'm ready.
Good. Go.
Okay, I mean, I think on the broadest level, there are benefits when it comes to trade. There are benefits from exchange, there are benefits from specialization, and there are benefits from economies of scale. I think, those are reasons why trade is on the macro level beneficial, and tariffs obviously restrict a country's ability to benefit from trade in those ways. I think the goals of Trump tariffs are seemingly, they're contradictory all the time. Like sometimes he's saying he wants to raise a fuck ton of revenue. Sometimes he's saying he wants to bring manufacturing back. Sometimes they're negotiation tools. If one of those things are true for at least any individual tariff, the other two kind of have to be false. For example, if a tariff raises a lot of revenue, that implies people are continuing to buy foreign goods and not actually buying domestic goods to bring manufacturing back. And I think people kind of just broadly exaggerate the extent to which manufacturing is responsible for, or trade is responsible for the decline in manufacturing employment. And I think there's a big opportunity cost to trying to bring manufacturing
10
back.
seconds.
I'm good. That's my, yep.
All right. All right. So, whoops. Yep. You ready?
Yep.
Go with it.
Everything that guy just said is bullshit. I'm kidding, of course. No, I literally agree with the exact opposite. I think that Trump laid out all three of these, all three of the things you said, that they're negotiating tools, they're going to bolster manufacturing, and they're going to generate revenue. And I think they're going to do all three. I don't think I have time to go into all three, but I can specifically go into the negotiation tools, because over the last couple of weeks we've seen a bunch of our allies and some of our enemy nations all willing to come to the table. They all flinched. He said, "I'm going to tariff all of you." And then they all flinched. I just covered this morning on my own podcast that China's coming to the table to renegotiate our trade deal with them. And I don't, same thing. Israel took their tariffs off of our imports going into their country. Same thing. It's
10 seconds.
I yield the balance of my time.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So we're gonna hopefully everybody follow that, because you guys can speak really fast. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes on the clock. Let's go. Debate.
Right. So I don't deny that Trump has said that all three of those goals are what he's trying to do. My issue is that those goals are contradictory, right? Like a tariff does not raise any revenue if it never gets implemented and it's never used for negotiation. Certainly it can't be a long-term source of revenue that's going to replace income tax if they're only in place for a short amount of time while we try to negotiate with China or negotiate with Canada.
Well, sure, but they have the other thing, they bring back manufacturing. What is it? Kia and what's the other Korean car manufacturer? Kia and
well, I'm not sure, but I understand there may be.
Well,
I'm sure there are.
They've already committed to building new factories in the United States, and this came after the tariffs were announced.
Sure. So I'm sure that there are specific companies that have invested in the U.S. because of the tariffs. That's not super surprising to me, because tariffs shift resources from unprotected sectors towards protected sectors. You just have to. I would just ask you to acknowledge that there is a cost to unprotected sectors. But secondly, we have to think about things in aggregate, right? So some manufacturers are helped by tariffs. Some manufacturers are also probably hurt because, for example, we're tariffing all the intermediate goods that they import to produce their products. That's why if you look at surveys from the New York Fed, the Philadelphia Fed, and Dallas Fed, all of them show that these manufacturers expect to be hurt by tariffs. They do not expect to be helped by them.
Well, I mean, we kind of, at least from the MAGA perspective, we kind of already knew that this was going to hurt in the short term. Nobody, when the stock market dipped after the tariffs were signed in, after the tariff EO was signed into law, we all knew that was coming. We all knew that it was going to hurt the stock market a little bit. We all knew that it was going to hurt a little bit. This reminds me of Ron Paul's economic plan for his 2012 presidential campaign. He laid out this huge, massive cuts to everything and huge, reduction in taxes, income taxes, all these things. And a bunch of economists said that oh no, this is going to destroy the economy. It's going to ruin a bunch of lives. It's going to hurt jobs, all this stuff. And Ron Paul was like, yeah.
Well, okay, so I'm absolutely...
Yes, in the short term, it was going to hurt, but in the long term, it would, the economy would bounce back. And I
am
would argue that
absolutely willing to engage with the point that this is a short-term pain for long-term gain. But one, we wouldn't expect, these manufacturers to, these surveys are going like 6 months out. I understand that it might not be long-term in your definition. But look, if this was to be a long-term gain, we would at least expect some signs of these manufacturing companies where, their stocks would be going up because there would be investors saying, 2 years from now, this stock is going to be at a really good place because manufacturing has been brought back and these companies are successful now. But again, from a basic model will show you that it's quite plausible, it's logical that when you tariff intermediate goods that these companies use to make their products, they will be hurt by that. They will be harmed by that. And short-term pain never goes away. Even if they buy domestic products, those are going to be more expensive than the products that are made overseas, right? But I think literally, everywhere that you look, protectionism has absolutely failed to deliver on its promises. Look at studies from Spain. Spain had tariffs for 20 years. They just kept Spain poor for 20 years. Argentina fell out of the ranks of being one of the rich nations because because of the fact that they had these tariffs. The IMF did a study over a 50-year period, and it found, guess what? Tariffs reduce employment, they reduce output, they decrease wages, they do these horrible, horrible things. There absolutely is no utopia on the other side of this. On the other side of this dip, it's pain. It's short-term pain for more pain later. I would ask, is there any evidence that you have, like a paper or like a model, that would suggest that this is going to be some great long-term gain?
1 minute.
Well, I asked that, if tariffs are so bad, how come every other country in the world uses them? Now, granted, you'll say that a lot of those countries have. Hold on. We'll say that all these other countries they're worse off than us economically, which fine. But fine. Here's two things. If Trump's idea for tariffs is so bad, how come the economy under him in his first term was so good, and how come whenever Biden took office, he did not get rid of any of Trump's tariffs?
So notice how there was no actual engagement there. He simply just deflected to another point, which is, if tariffs are so bad, why do other countries have them? There's an entire subfield of economics called public choice economics, which tries to calculate why do countries. I will respond to that as well in a second. But that's still not engagement with my actual point. You have no evidence. You're just citing, well, the economy was good under Trump the first term. Causal inference. That's not good causal inference, bro. That's not how causality works. But look, other countries have tariffs. You didn't give me any evidence. I literally told you a period of time where tariffs were in place and the economy was better. I cited 3 papers.
You gave me hypothetical models. I gave you a real world fucking example.
That is time. Stand by while I bring everyone else back up.
Good job. I probably
good
lost.
One. This was good. That is everybody. Of course, it's not really arranged the way I wanted it to, but that's okay. All right. Are the judges ready to render an opinion? Where's my
judge? If you could hear me all right.
I can hear you.
All right, sweet. So I think this particular topic is difficult because I think from both sides, you were talking past each other because I don't even think both of you even agree on what exactly is better for the country when it comes to the objective behind tariffs. So pretty much I would say it's more of a critique on Papa Palpatine because he really didn't substantiate what is the overall goal behind the tariffs as to what we want to see as an objective, and has kind of accepted Non-Fon's claim as to what is objectively better, which is look at the metrics, bro. And I feel like Non-Fon had a better control over the entire argument as well, even though he was filibustering a lot. So I'm going to have to get my vote to Non-Fon as the winner.
Yeah, that was actually really hard for me because I dislike Non-Fon so much. But I counted up, and Palpatine, you had a really good opening argument, and you started really, really strong by basically calling his entire argument bullshit, which is a really good. It's a really good power move in a blood sport debate, right? And then you actually went into an argument. Non-Fon made a very reasonable argument, and he effectively retorted several times with pointing out your inconsistencies, Palpatine. He did, however, make one mistake That was really the only mistake between the two of y'all, which was conceding the entire point that you were making, which is that it's a negotiation tool by agreeing that there's short-term pain for long-term gain using the strategy that Trump is using, which is the entire force of your argument, Palpatine. But based on the point scoring alone, Non-Fon really only won by 1 point. And you were really close to losing it again by conceding again, Non-Fon. So Non-Fon, you won.
Yay.
And Tyler, do you have any? I mean,
I got a
really
bit.
just enough to win, but
So Senator Palpatine, it's not about losing; it's about understanding why, if you did lose, and growing from it. So your opening again, Chairman said a lot of things I agree with. Is you had the stronger opening of the two. The thing is, Non-Fon with his contradiction argument, you never addressed it. You just doubled down on the statements that Trump made that backed your point and ignored all the other ones. He is right. You cannot have tariffs long term doing X and then also have tariffs short term doing Y. That's self-contradictory. I just didn't hear a proper addressing for that. Also, when Non-Fon was talking about the cost of goods going up, what you needed to counter with there was it's an equation. Cost of goods go up, yes, but if wages go up at a higher rate, it doesn't matter. It will cause inflation, but it does even out, and that was an argument we saw under Biden as well. I will say Non-Fon had a fantastic debate partner on this topic, probably a dozen times, me. So I think he is just a little bit more prepared, even though I hate his argument here. I have to give it to him because he just hit more of your points better than you hit his.
Yeah, no, fair enough. No, by the end of it, I knew I was like, okay, I got cooked.
You didn't get cooked. You did fine.
Yeah,
you just gotta focus a little better.
Look, Non-Fon has made this debate every night for the past 3 fucking months.
Yeah,
he's not good at it. He sucks at life.
But
if the judge,
I generally talk to people who agree with me about it, so I almost never have to debate it.
Wait, we need to move for this judge to recuse himself if he was partners with this guy.
No, hold on. He debated against him.
The other people said they hated me, and yeah, he debated against me.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah,
I debated against him horribly.
Who are you to say that someone needs to be removed still, man? You ain't got no authority.
Yeah, it's my.
Well, I would motion for the democracy.
Palpatine, say your final words, man, and it was great to have you. If somebody revives you, pays some money for you to come back up, you're welcome to. You're good. You know, this isn't really your format, and it shows, but you could be good at it. You came out with a strong opening. I'm going to give my critique. You did have the strong opening. You let him go way too long in the middle. You should have said, "Hey, stop! You can't prove any of that nonsense."
I'm too polite. I'm too nice.
Yeah, you just have to be a little bit more into it. But you did well. You're certainly certainly welcome to come back if someone revives you. If not, hey man, you had fun, right?
Oh yeah, this was fun.
All right, hang out in the chat and we'll and heckle Non-Fon the rest of the night. That
will do.
All right.
That Cam the King's doing TOS stuff in the chat again.
Is he really?
Yeah, I'll send you a screenshot of it. But I mean,
Yeah,
it was directed at Non-Fon this time.
Yeah, send me that.
It was pretty hilarious though. But
it's pretty hilarious. But okay. Yeah, send it to me. What we got here? All right. Hang on. I gotta find him on my list. I thought Palpatine, you can leave or I can.
Oh yeah, I can go. I'll take it. I know where I'm not wanted. No, thanks. I'll stick around.
Yeah, stick around. Heckle from the sidelines. That's the best thing.
Will do. Right. Take it easy.
Cam, stop with the TOS stuff. If in fact you are doing TOS stuff, please stop doing that. It is my show after all. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's up to you guys. Who's next? Throw your money down. In the meantime, let's chat, shall we? Non-Fon, what do you think about the fact that manufacturing says manufacturing? Now, I'm not talking about stocks specifically, but manufacturing seems to be increasing. I believe the last report I read a couple of days, a week ago, I guess, was about 35%. Talking about stocks specifically, but increasing. I read a week ago. increase in the United States, plus in the Treasury reports that we spent $2 billion less than anticipated, and they're already saying that we're going to spend 53, I believe, billion less in Q2, which is great.
Do I have to be 18 to listen to this Trump cucking?
True.
I don't know. I don't know what he was saying, but anyway, I'm just curious where you're at on that. How's that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what metric you're citing specifically for the 35% increase in manufacturing, but I would say in aggregate, there are reasons to believe that manufacturing employment and maybe even output would be harmed, even if some manufacturers in certain sectors are helped by it. But like it could, I can imagine a world in which these tariffs help manufacturing in the long term. I think it's unlikely, but I could imagine that being the case.
I think that we can't have long-term tariffs. I think that's a bad idea. I mean, let me rephrase. We can't have punitive long-term tariffs. We need long-term tariffs, and very tactical ones. But punitive long-term tariffs, which is what we have right now, are punitive short-term tariffs, and I think that those are working. As a matter of fact, one of the businesses that I was going to buy.
We can't hear you, right?
Yeah, you cut out.
Yeah, you cut out hard.
Hey, someone tap on Grid's head 3 times. See if you can turn him back on.
Stand by.
We heard that.
There was a TTS that came through. That's why I quit speaking, because you guys can't hear it, but if you were on YouTube, you would hear it.
Can I
Why
butt
did
in?
it? Oh, because it came in through. Never mind. It came in through. Hang on, I gotta go over here.
Can I
got
offer
fun
something
news.
a little different on this subject? Something that I haven't heard anyone ever address in this topic,
Yeah.
really.
Oh, what's that?
So during the it's mostly because most of the people who delve in this, such as non-fon, are one-dimensional thinkers. Has anyone ever considered the fact that manufacturing in America has dropped to the point that during the COVID pandemic, we actually saw that things like masks we could not get because they were being held back by China. Okay, and one of the actual things that is great about the short-term tariffs, which by the way, non-fon, all the other countries in the world have tariffs on everything coming from the United States.
Yeah, that's true.
This is helping incentivize bringing manufacturing back to America. Point one. Point two is not only does the rest of the world do tariffs on us, but we also happen to have the single largest consumer base in the fucking world. And in order to gain access to said customer base, paying a tariff is a good way to do this.
Yep.
And it really bothers me when I see people who claim to have talent and knowledge to sit there and basically just ignore.
They dismiss the
actual.
I'm absolutely not.
Guys, before we get too deep into this one, Kissy Cat has paid 1v1 between EOD and Duck. Anson is paid to pick the debate, so we will come up with a topic here in a minute, or a prompt. One thing I'm going to say, I want to finish what I was kind of trying to say to non-fon before that came in. I was actually just trying to in the process of negotiating to buy a company here in my hometown that does injection molding, and they're actually probably going to be bought by a Chinese company so that they can produce things here. It's actually going to be cheaper for them to produce things here than produce them in China and send them over here. The fact is, we've always had the ability to make the cheap widgets that Americans want and apparently need, but you can't get there here, I guess. And now, hold on, Agrillipus. Next, that'll be the next. That's the next one.
On all that shit.
That's next one. You guys can prepare for that off stage. Right now, I need EOD and Duck.
What are we debating? Who has the better beer?
I don't
mine.
know.
I think I win by
they did
default.
not give me a prompt. So you go to the back. You go to the back.
Tariffs suck. Tariffs aren't helping anybody.
You go to the back.
Except maybe fucking Trump and his friends. Fuck tariffs.
No.
You go to
what
the
the
back.
fuck is Trump manufacturing?
Tyler goes to the
Not
back.
a damn thing.
Duck, you don't go to the back. EOD, you don't go to the back. Steelman, you go to the back. Chairman, you go to the back. Whoops.
We still don't know what our topic is. He's supposed to pick the topic.
Oh yeah, I'll bring him back in a second. He is supposed to. He's supposed to help at least. So I don't know how helpful he is though. He's been kind of hit or miss tonight. I don't know what's up with him.
I don't know, Doug. What do you want to fucking debate about?
All right, Anson.
Let's debate Rousseau's position on the social self constructing and being internally confined to the general will, in some sense, upholding democracy through this inner struggle that only becomes real when it's externalized through the democratic process.
That sounds really way too stuffed shirt and fucking boring as shit. I don't think it's gonna go well for the audience.
Yeah. No, that sucks. How about I use one of my credits and pick the damn topic?
I told you.
So is a girl with a nose ring an automatic red flag?
Yes.
Y'all agree with that?
And red flag.
Let me modify that. Is a red flag, and I don't care what you call it. You know what people call a red flag. Is a red flag a reason? I mean, a legit reason to just not even talk to a girl?
Well, what? I can fix her? You think you can fix a woman? I don't think it's worth it, man. Happiness is too important.
Hey,
and
say that,
life
buddy.
is too short. You want to get with somebody who's going to be compatible with you. Someone with a nose ring has some internal identity issues they need to resolve. You know what I'm saying? So,
you disagree with that?
I think for young people, if there's a red flag, back out of the situation. If you're generating red flags with chauvinistic, this pseudo sort of, look maxing,
how many red
sort of ideology, then it doesn't matter. You're going to get back exactly what you put into it. I don't think a nose ring is a red flag. I don't think someone not being super intelligent isn't a red flag or outwardly intelligent. I don't know that someone, having a job, not having a job, any of this stuff is red flags. Yeah.
So you go pick up a hobo woman off the street.
How many red flags
if she
before
was
you are
personable
just
to
not
you?
interested? 3, 4, 5. So if you take horse girl,
I'm in the debate here.
you're brave
I'm
enough.
not debating.
I'm just I
think we got something. I'm gonna drop down, Grid. Drop me down.
All right. I'm curious what.
Where do you draw the line? That's what I'm getting at. Like, are you going to pick up a hobo woman off the street simply because she's personable? Is that something that would be okay for you?
I think we got something here.
I mean, I think that if you're reasoning through it, I think if you see, someone who's homeless or whatever, a hobo chick, and you're like, well, I have all these things I'm not letting go of, then I don't know if that's taking it too literally, but I would say that intuition is there's a reason why you wouldn't date someone with that different of a lifestyle.
Maybe this is too varied. How about Hegseth does not deserve the criticism that he's getting?
Oh no, certainly not. Certainly not. There's been 10,000 worse fucking controversies come out of the Biden administration than anything that's come out of this administration. It's just the leftist media grasping at straws, trying to find something to pin on somebody. And they got a disgruntled employee that Hegseth had to get rid of because he wasn't doing his fucking job the right way. And this guy is spreading lies. We've never seen any corroboration. We haven't seen any of these text messages. The stuff that we have seen doesn't break any protocol or release any classified information. It's all complete bullshit.
Sorry. Yet.
So,
where are you at on this?
So this might be a good debate. Alexander Hamilton outlined in Federalist 8 the function of a standing army, specifically in the United States of America. Pete Hegseth, I think the way he conducts himself publicly, the way he aligns with political messaging, he's a danger to our country. In the sense that he's not supporting the Constitution. Pete Hegseth is a weak
hold on.
leader.
In what way is
I don't
Hegseth
have-
not
All right,
supporting the
this
Constitution?
is the debate.
I'm very
Calm
confused
down.
by that.
Stop. Anson, you're gone. Bye. See ya. Okay. All right. Let's go. All right. So, 1 minute. Oh, wait, I gotta.
Well, we kind of did our opening statements, I think. Can't hear you good.
I didn't do my opening statement.
I feel like that's what that was just now, but
I want to hear more of you, EOD.
you do.
Yeah.
I can't. We can't
I'm
hear
gonna
you.
wait
Grid.
for. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for Grid, Daddy Grid.
Is he? Are we supposed to hear him? Because I can't hear him. It's like his mic cut out or something.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
oh my
tap him on the
God.
head 3 times.
Yeah, ticky tack. Is that it?
Grid, wiggle your nose. See if it
He's
you know,
aware. He's trying to fix it.
arms, fingers, make sure everything's in place.
I have a little switch. Sometimes I forget that it's off. Is your switch off?
No. So EOD, while we're waiting, how do you keep your beard
Test,
so
test,
handsome?
test.
Test. Shampoo and a comb, man. All it takes is a comb.
Test. Wait, what?
You could probably use a brush, which is as long as that thing is.
Did I not hear? I heard.
I think personally, I think
back?
I would need a
You can hear
hose
me?
versus,
Yes.
versus
Okay,
anything
good.
else.
All right, you guys ready to do your opening statements?
Yeah,
Yep.
sure.
All right, who's going? Who took the affirmative?
Well, what's the prompt? I'm for
Does
Hegseth.
Hegseth
Deserve the
deserve
shit.
the criticism that he's getting?
Okay, I'm in the.
I said yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, Duck, get ready. You have 1 minute. And
Okay,
now.
so I don't remember the exact wording of Federalist 8, but Alexander Hamilton said that a standing army more or less needs to have almost this awkward affinity towards the population as well as the government. And in a place like the United States, where we don't have to worry about invasions, the most important thing that a person can look at either as a citizen or as a member of the military is they see their government not conducting these radical politics. They look at their government. It's not like this far away sort of like Looney Tune lands thing that seems like it's a threat to actual autonomy and sovereignty and the freedom and rights of the citizenry. Pete Hegseth has aligned himself with an administration who's shown they're willing to bend the law. They've shown they're willing to get behind candidates who support not even populism, but a radical form of madness. I can't
Your
imagine
minute
a soldier in the
ends
military
now.
supporting that.
Are you ready?
Yeah, sure. So here's the reality of the situation is that the leftist media is grasping at straws. They can't find anything. None of these allegations against Hegseth have really been corroborated. We haven't seen what he sent through Signalgate 2.0. What we did see of the Atlantic article that got published is that he didn't reveal any classified information. None of that was sensitive information in any significant way to any significant degree. The controversies surrounding this administration are drummed up nothing burgers 10-1 to Biden's complete fucking fiascos. It's unreal that anyone could even try to compare this to the Sam Brinton controversy, for instance, or the naked titties out on the White House lawn, or the Afghanistan plot. That was one of the worst military debacles in my life.
Derangement syndrome. Holy shit.
To call Hegseth, some kind of piece of shit is just a complete fucking fallacy, and there's nothing to corroborate it. It's complete trash.
Awesome. All right. I'm going to give you 5 minutes on the clock. If the chat votes for more, you get more. If not, 5 minutes, it's Judgment Day.
Okay, so
all right. So one thing I have to
sounds
say
like
back
you're
to you
trying to conflate.
right away.
They're trying to conflate the actions of the Trump administration with Hegseth, is what it sounds like to me. And so because Hegseth has aligned himself with Trump, he's somehow guilty by association. I mean, that's a complete bullshit argument, man. So I mean, in what way is Hegseth actually acting against the Constitution?
The reason this isn't true because you want me to look at these sort of newspaper headlines. Some of those might be really damaging. And I won't even have to bring in the fact of the seriousness of the allegations against Pete Hegseth. and the nature
That's
of those.
because you can't defend it. It's undefensible.
But that's not nearly as important as looking at the overall trajectory, where you have Donald Trump calling judges communists, traitors, calling them un-American. You have Donald Trump basically he's trying to trample on democracy.
Activist judges overstepping their authority is communist authoritarian horseshit. It shouldn't be happening.
No, I don't agree. So, if Donald Trump is a commander-in-chief, he's required to be both a commander-in-chief as well as the head of the executive for all the administrative functions of the United States. So the fact that he feels that he can put on spikes, he can put on his spiky heels, and buddy guy, we're going to talk about Trump because you brought it up. And so if Donald Trump feels like he can put on his spiky heels and walk all over the United States Army, Pete Hegseth has to deal with that. Now, when I read the founding documents of the United States, and I imagine what I know about psychology, what I know about people, I can't imagine that people think Pete Hegseth, this guy that can't even stay out of the newspaper, is somehow overcoming everything that Donald Trump is doing wrong.
You know what's hilarious is that the accomplishments of Pete Hegseth and the ways that he's reformed the DOD and reshaped the Pentagon and gotten everybody back to the matter of business of the military instead of worrying about woke fucking garbage like General Milley wanted to fucking talk about all the time, and how he's a inconsummate suppressor and that he needs to recognize his whiteness. Pete Hegseth is bringing us back to what the military ought to be focused on, and those things are not getting covered in the media at all, in any way whatsoever. The only reason the media wants to talk about Hegseth is to try to dunk on him with bullshit, unfounded allegations of complete hogwash that have no evidence to back them up in any way whatsoever. Nothing Hegseth has done is wrong, and I commend Trump for standing next to him. I commend Hegseth for standing next to Trump. They my boys. I dig them. I'm also an Air Force veteran, so this is coming from somebody who would have been directly, affected by Pete Hegseth and the Pentagon and the policies therein of the administration. And I can say right now that if I was still in, I'd be proud to have Hegseth as our SecDef. Man.
Okay, so
it's awesome. He's a Purple Heart winner. He's a veteran. He's had experience in the field. He's been wounded in battle.
Absolutely
That's more
not.
than most of our SecDef can.
You need to hang on. You need to hang on to all that, and you also need to lie to yourself and say that Pete Hegseth didn't.
I'm lying to myself. I'm bringing up facts, bro. You're over here conjecturing and trying to shift the argument towards Trump.
We get rid of the trans folks. People don't remember that we fought legally to include people of LGBT identity in the military in the first place. People don't remember this.
Okay, so
that while the United States was in Iraq,
you talked about Federalist Paper number 18, was it? That Alexander Hamilton talked about the purpose of the standing army. Is the purpose of the standing army to fund without prejudice all medical bills for any soldier or any warrior within the military, regardless of what branch?
No, effectively sitting on your thumb most of the time.
You don't see my
but
hands
if you're
right
not
now.
learning while you're doing that,
is that what you think the military does? Is sit on their thumb most of the time? 12 hours a day. I ran around like a chicken with my head cut off, working the fucking laboratory alone because I had to do it in the field alone in order to know how to do
that. They're not even talking about Pete Hegseth anymore, man. They're talking about Pete Hegseth.
1 minute.
One fucking minute.
We train.
No, I should look up.
Then maybe the chicken jockey is more
what the military
productive,
does
baby.
in peacetime is we train. There's also peacekeeping actions all over the world that happen.
Even this is more productive.
A lot of which we probably shouldn't be involved in. And who better to try to bring us out of that than the president who promises us no war? I don't know about this Houthi shit.
That's started bombing the Houthis, by the way.
Criticize Trump over, but you're not going there. You just want to say he's against the Constitution.
You need to think about Randy Weaver.
Trample on the military with his spike high heels.
Cartel nonsense.
What has Trump ever done against the Constitution?
The fact that you're not respecting the sovereignty of the states domestically or abroad shows me that Pete Hegseth is not just led active duty service members, but he's also so much so he's led veterans to believe that this MAGA nonsense is somehow keeping our country safer, and that isn't actually true.
I'll let him have the last word. We can close it there.
No, thank you for your service.
That is time, ladies and gentlemen.
It was my honor.
That is time. And there we are. We're all back. Welcome back, everyone. Now, have a good nap.
Yeah, good to be back.
Okay. All right.
Yes, thank you for serving the corporations and the false flags.
Everybody get their 5-minute power nap in. Buckaroo looks like like got a good power nap going. All right, okay, good deal. Judges, let's start with Tyler. Where are you on this?
All right. Well, just in the context of the debate, leaving my personal preferences out of it. I'm keeping it in the context of the debate. The question was about Hexit. And Duck, I'm sorry to say this, man, but you kind of missed the ball on that. Like, if you're going after Hexit for not standing up to Trump, all Trump has to the job I hired him for and fire him if he stands up to him. Like, there's your argument in terms of the context of this vacuum of the debate just didn't offer me any counter arguments to what Duck was saying. Even though I disagree, or I'm sorry, EOD was saying, even though I disagree, I think these leaks kind of show his incompetence and show his lack of, at least boomer moments are showing this lack of inability to get the right people in the right places to set up for him. There are a lot of good arguments he offered for Pete Hegseth that you just said, I ideologically disagree with these, and didn't give me anything besides these are my personal feelings. I needed more. I need you to show me the military would be more lethal if you didn't leave these people in. But even that is a secondary argument from the point, because he's Trump's employee. Trump could just fire him. So I just don't think you hit the mark is all. You did a good job with what you were arguing. I just don't think it was the prompt.
All right, I respect that. Thank you.
Anson Knowles.
Yeah, that was super close. It was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. It really the opening arguments, I think, and Duck, you had a super strong close with pointing out Trump's misleading narrative. I thought that was a compelling argument, but your opening argument based on Trump supporting Trump as madness, you didn't really provide much support for it, but it was a good fallacious, slippery slope style argument, and I really appreciated that EOD didn't really call you out on it. The argument that EOD made, it was a propaganda-based argument that all of the opposition to Hegseth is just drummed up political propaganda, and he supported it with examples, and he also attacked your argument in his opening, so he got several points. But overall, EOD won by 1 point based on my scoring, so that was super close, Duck. Like that was really good argumentation you did.
And I mean that seals it. But Ticky Tack, let's hear your vote.
Ambien.
Honestly, I don't even know what the fuck to say. Duck, I really think you're a freaking idiot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I don't respect that.
It's like
I don't respect that.
Well, that's fine.
No, I appreciate the other two opinions, but I don't know. Frickin' what's his face didn't cite any sources. Sorry, I got a notification. He didn't cite one single source. And so while I love talking to EOD, my favorite thing
on conspiratorial tirades.
We have 5 minutes to debate. You don't have time to verify my sources. It's not even worth it for me to bring them up. But you can look at the Atlantic article at the messages that the dude fucking leaked. That's not sensitive information.
All right, my vote is DOD.
Okay. All right. So, Duck. Sorry. Hopefully somebody will bring you back, man. Hang out in the chat. Do whatever it is you do, and we will. It was fun to have you. I'm going to give my opinion now. The judges spoke. In my opinion, listening to that, and kind of having to separate you two at one point because you're talking over each other. Duck, I think you had made a very esoteric argument that had nothing to do with Hegseth's ability to do his job. We were talking about Hegseth's ability to do his job, and the only person that actually argued that was EOD. He mentioned the signal. He mentioned the controversies. He mentioned his military service. He actually did all of that. And you gave a really good and look, I understand Anson appreciates an esoteric argument way more than most people. But making the esoteric argument that he should stand up to Trump doesn't do much. It doesn't do much. It doesn't move the needle. You understand what I'm saying? But it's a great argument in another format. So does anybody else want to give him feedback while we're here? Because I feel bad.
Yeah. No. You did a good argument. You just weren't on the right prompt for the small contained debate. Like, it wasn't bad points you were listing out. It's just how the only way to tie it to Hegseth is Hegseth should be standing up to him, and all Trump has to say at that point is you're fired, and that's the end of it. Like, you're basically saying Hegseth needs to surrender his job and career for nothing, and it doesn't
his
hold up.
His mindset for sure, as well as you know.
But the deal is, you don't know his mindset. Okay, he's barely given any interviews talking about exactly what's going on and things like that. And
I mean,
as someone who works for the DoD,
this
isn't reactive. This is an analysis.
Hey, guys, I don't want to back and forth. I just asked if anybody else on the panel. I thought maybe non-Fawn would have something to say because I'm sure.
I don't know. I mean, I think he.
You have another leftist over here. Buckaroo might give you some input.
Maybe if you were more discreet with your argument, you know, you've just you've got a lot of argument. Still,
are you using the right mic?
Yeah, make sure your mouth is close to your mic there, my African queen.
Is it any better now?
Oh, it's much better, yes.
Okay, I'll just do this. I understand the vibe of the argument that you're going for, but you need to focus more closely on the main topic, because you know you can still make an argument for why maybe you don't like the people that Trump has brought on board, but yeah, you want to like focus in a lot more closely, especially the less time you have to talk, the more direct you want like everything to be influencing one another.
But this is going under the argument that I actually said, not to criticize you, but like
I understand, but again, that's why I'm saying like it just doesn't work for the people that are listening. If they only get 5 minutes, it's just not enough time to build this like massive framework. Where, you know, this argument that you're making, I think we'd be better in like maybe a 2-hour debate. You know, something where you can really break down, and has like a more macro focus.
Buckaroo, give me 1 second. Cam, you gotta calm the fuck down, dude. Cam the King, you know. You're a good dude. I know you are, but I don't know why you're so salty tonight. But you have, if you didn't actually break TOS, you got so close. They saw your face through the other side. So back the fuck off, okay? This is my show. I don't want to kick you, but you cannot get near TOS on my show. I have zero sense of humor about it. I will laugh about a lot, like fucking everything. Except that. Don't fuck with it. Okay? I'm sorry, Buckaroo.
It's all right.
Gotta stop that.
I got what I needed.
Yeah, no, I just felt I did struggle against EOD a little bit to find the edge of my argument, and so I think next time being a little bit sharper is going to be something that's important for me.
Well, no hard feelings, man. I enjoyed kicking your ass.
Yeah, next time. I'll have to remember that one for sure. Definitely. Take care. Cheers. Thanks so much.
Hey, Duck, I want you to do better, man. You're a really bright guy. You're just a little too esoteric. You're too. You need to condense down, man. I want you to do better.
To a T. Yeah. I'll study up and I'll come back next time better and stronger than ever.
Well, hang out in the chat. Maybe somebody will bring you back tonight.
Comb the beard too. That might help.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Hey, man, if I hear you thank somebody for their service one more time, I'll puke, though.
Yeah. Okay.
I still
Beth
didn't answer.
versus
I don't know
Steel
which
Man.
It's the right hand.
That's because nobody.
See you, Duck. You got to go. Bye. I don't want to kick you, but I will. Beth versus Steel Man. The rest of you lot back in the back.
Kuzuna's Snappa leaking that he leaked is Rich. I know, yeah, that was wild too. Also, the like.
Oh wait, I gotta have.
That shit was insane. Duck could have pressed back way more on that, but.
All right,
Hello,
who is getting the time? I'm gonna bring Chairman back up. And what are we debating about?
Go ahead, Chairman. Sorry.
Topic is up to Anson. So
yeah. So what I'm really curious about is I guess I'm not really curious about much of anything. I'm gonna let you decide this one, Grid. I don't want to pick it. I'm not gonna use.
You don't want to pick it?
Yeah, I'm not gonna use my credits on this.
Can I make a suggestion?
What do you guys know that you disagree about?
Well, I like Trump He said he voted Kamala, and I think we can argue that one out pretty good.
I'm sorry. I just want to clarify. That's a misunderstanding. I mean, I didn't vote for Kamala or Trump. I actually support what George Washington said, which was that the whole two-faction system is a one-party charade.
Oh, enlightened.
And both parties are the fucking problem.
So you didn't vote?
Right.
All right.
Okay.
That's actually a great topic. Does your vote fucking matter? Did I stun everyone?
I would say I would definitely argue no, much more yes. And by the way, it's good to see you, Beth, and Chairman all together, and Grid all together here.
Check my phone. Oh, sorry, I gotta check my phone. Give me a second. Please stand by for an urgent update.
I figure if I'm going to lose to anyone,
I can't do that. I can't do that. It's funny though. It's funny. Okay.
Oh,
so,
I got one. I got one. Bathtub or hot tub for intimacy? Which one's better?
I don't know if we're going to get much of a good debate out of that one, huh?
Bathtub,
I don't know.
Hot tub. Well, I mean, hot tub's bigger, right? So.
Yeah, I would go. I don't know, Beth. What do you think? Should we try out the hot tub and see if that?
All right, hold on. Let me reel you guys back. Is plying women with
What's up,
drugs
Talon
or
of the Silver
alcohol,
Hawk?
or
Stream.
is using drugs or alcohol to
I don't know
gain
anything about this because I'm a
sexual
fucking
access?
incel. Another incel W. Another easy win.
Yes.
I know you've gotten a man drunk before, Beth. I know you have.
Well, you can't. I think you kind of got to have like one or the other, because some alcohol is not necessarily a bad thing, but when you start talking drugs, that gets out of hand a lot.
Oh, so alcohol's not a drug, right? So your drug of choice isn't a drug. All the drugs that aren't your drug of choice are drugs, right? Is that what you're saying?
Okay,
now
we
hot
got it.
tub, you are dumb.
Yeah, this is a debate.
Hot tub's bigger.
This is a debate.
Alcohol's
Wait, wait, what's the debate though?
I think
I guess don't. Well, I don't understand the prompt.
If you're inebriated, can you cry
I
grape?
feel like intuitively I find it easier to do most things. in a hot tub, but
No, I like where he was going. I like the topic of, is alcohol a drug, and if it is, why are we okay with it being legal and other drugs not being?
I love that.
Alcohol should qualify as a drug. I mean, it's an intoxicant, so of course. And
So are you for legalizing other drugs, like alcohol?
Some. I mean, I live in New York. Marijuana is legal across the board here, and I used to work hospice care, so
I thought we had something there.
Sorry.
No, make it about the. Okay, how about this? If a woman is dressed in a skanky manner and goes out to the club and goes home with a man, and then has intercourse, and then the next day regrets it, is she able to, if she was inebriated, able to say, hey, I didn't consent to that, even though she went through the entirety of the process of going home with the man? And
I mean, come on, no one's gonna say that if she consented, then she can later after regret.
Well,
But
no,
the thing is-
wait, hold on. The person who paid for the debate wants Beth versus Steelman on economics.
Okay. Well, drop me down, Grid. I don't need to be up here.
Agricola said that?
what's up, Isaac?
Are you kidding me?
What if I guess this? Basically, people
Well,
donate
so
to do
Ben,
like
are you
1v1
back?
rounds.
I don't
and
actually have a joking manner.
People, hey Jesus, they'll do like 1v1 like rounds of these debates. One person's eliminated, and it goes back to the whole panel. Usually there'll be a little bit of banter while the judges make their decision, and then we the cycle repeats. I did one. I won, obviously.
Do a little research. Let me do a little research.
Knows this.
He knows okay. Actually, I like this. I mean,
Beth, we're
they
gonna
take too
agree on
long
most
to
stuff, but you
decide on
voted for Trump,
topics,
so we
but
should disagree on
I don't
a
know.
lot.
I like this so far.
Let me research some stuff here.
I mean, I thought you had said earlier you were more Kamala's side. And so
Well, no.
I
See,
was about
anytime
that.
someone anytime someone disagrees with the cultist, their cult, then they assume that they have to be part of the left cult. And there's this thing called independent thinker who doesn't subscribe to what the media pushes in this
100
left-right
humans
paradigm,
versus
which is
one
two
gorilla.
sides of
I
the
need
same
100
fucking agenda.
Menards versus one non-fought econ debate.
And that's where I fall.
Dude, I can't finish a sentence with one Menard. With 100 Menards, I'm not gonna be able to say a single
right.
word.
And for my 20s, I was pretty left, so But that's why I'm
great.
shocked. That's why I'm shocked you said economics, because
Steelman, pro marriage or against?
Well, I'm against the state in marriage and people having the freedom to choose to do what they want that doesn't hurt
You
anybody
believe in
else.
feminism?
Dude, they've taken twice as long to decide a
Hate
topic
feminism.
as the debate.
I
will.
don't really believe in feminism or this idea of masculinity that I've been hearing people pushing, but I don't know. Everyone now seems to have their own version of what masculinity means, and that would be the whole debate of what that actually means.
should women be in government at all?
From what I've seen on most panels,
Women
I don't
voting,
think
let's
men should even
go.
fucking be in government or vote either at this point.
But do you believe we should? You believe that women should not have the right to vote?
No, I believe in what I'm saying is true. I believe that this fallacy that women are, kind of like incompetent. What I've noticed is that they might be, but so are men, and I believe that's true.
I understand. Yeah. Okay. All right. I mean, globally, do you think women should not vote?
Yeah, not any more than men should.
Most men, but you agree that some men should vote.
Jen, I believe that some women should vote too if they're smart. If they're just as smart as the smartest men,
Okay, that's.
I think no women should vote, period. And I don't think they should be in the government. They should hold government positions.
Well, I would argue that with you then that I could. I think we have something here.
Let's argue.
Let's
argue. Let's
Okay.
argue. Should all women have the right to vote?
Or be in government at all, or at this point, she's going to say.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we can. I mean, that's one. That's a couple of different.
That's a
If you don't
huge
have a vote to win, very true.
stipulation to this. Huge caveat to this that we're including, because this whole voting thing. Then we could argue if anyone should have the right to vote and all that shit. But we're just saying, should women be involved in government at all,
Women.
including the right to vote?
Strictly women. Let's keep the argument strictly to women. Should women be allowed to vote or in government at all? I say no.
Yeah. And then I say, if those things are going to exist with people, including
you're
men.
okay.
Chat, if you guys want to drop a like
All
on the
right,
stream,
let me get
while we're
ready for your
waiting.
minute. Mentally prepare.
See, and I was going to come in all nice. I was going to
What's
say.
Listen, don't take any of it personal.
Exclamation point
No,
TTS in the
it's
chat.
on now.
All right, ready? Who's going? Beth's going first, correct?
Oh, well,
Women
you say-
should not vote.
I'll go first. I said they should not.
Or you're saying, all right? Do you want to go first, Steelman? Women should vote.
Oh, I'm a masculinist
Oh,
or whatever.
don't know,
So
to
ladies
call
first.
someone a slur, you'd have to do like in the
Okay.
thousands of dollars
A
because it would
masculine.
ruin my channel and other
Chivalrous.
people's channels as
Chivalrous
well.
is the word we're looking for. All right, Beth, go ahead. 1 minute.
First of all, -1 point to Steelman because men should lead women in all things. Women should not have a
Bro.
vote. Women should not even be in the government. Women are more likely to react on emotion rather than stop and
Bro.
pause and use logic
Finally,
when they're
someone
making
who gets it.
decisions. They tend to focus on social needs and the social good rather than
For real.
have the ability to sacrifice for the greater good of the people as a collective. Women can't be drafted, and so therefore I don't know why they should have any say over men who
Wow.
can be. They're expert manipulators, and across I think feminism as a whole has destroyed
10 seconds.
I yield my time.
All right. Are you ready, Steelman?
Sure. So, I'm glad it was you, Beth. If I was going to lose to anyone, good to see you on here. And, I'll have to remember to start. I'm taking notes on your points so I can hit them point by point. But I would argue that that if you're going to have a government and all that stuff, which we're not arguing against, we're just going to assume that that's going to happen with men or people. That if you look, men aren't really much more competent than women. They actually do try to pretend to be, and they may have more control and dominance, and they have a louder voice to declare that they do, and sort of the louder voice in the room sort of wins. Or at this point, the appeal to the masses and things like that is sort of winning. So men have sort of dominated the media industry. They've sort of pushed this agenda that they're more powerful and that they're smarter. And I'm saying that if you look, men are actually fucking stupid. And if you're going to vote me off, then that's proof of my fucking point.
I don't think I've ever seen ever been the loudest voice.
All right, 5 minutes starting now.
So I do agree that when it comes down to social stuff as far as schools and things that happen within your communities, women can be very useful in those places. But when it comes to
Are those government roles? Are you talking about government roles?
Absolutely not government roles whatsoever.
All right, so we're going to exclude teaching, public teaching, and anyone and people who get public tax, their money as a public, tax dollar is their paycheck. It's not a government role,
I'm not
according
allowed
to you.
to.
So now we have to redefine what a government role is then, because I would assume a government role is someone who receives their payment as a tax dollar paycheck.
That I disagree with you completely. Women have always been teachers, and they're very good at that. They're good at working with children
And who do
because that's
teachers
what's
work
in our
for?
nature and in our instincts.
So are you saying men can't make good teachers too? Like what are we teaching? Especially men that are teaching
don't
boys
focus
or
on
something
that
like that. What
point.
if
Focus on, she said, teachers shouldn't.
Okay, so men and women can teach different classes equally.
Talk over each other.
And then just said teachers were good for the.
Okay, so
for
go ahead and
teaching,
filibuster this
which is
whole
a
time.
government.
When it comes down to, I'm talking about making bigger decisions, because yes, men can be just as good of teachers and they play a very valuable role in the lives of children and they need to be there. However, when it comes to leading our country, women are just not suited for that. They're not good at making the hard decisions that need to be made because they're always worried about.
What evidence do you show that men are actually making good decisions? I can show you plenty of evidence, and in fact, if you look at the general consensus of even people who are pro-government, they still say that they're in disagreement with the decisions that men have been making historically throughout time.
Men still make better decisions than women.
Okay, and
because women will react with their emotions rather than stopping and taking a minute. They go straight for the nuke button.
Okay, so you're saying though that they should have no role in government, and I'm not arguing that they should have the final decision-making power. I'm saying they should, like a family and a household, have a woman to support the government as they would in a household, so the women can do the housekeeping in the government. They can offer their advice and things like that within the government. They can do counseling, things like that. They can work in positions of law or whatever it is, like lawyers or advisors. But they don't have to be the final decision makers. And here's another example. There are plenty of people, including yourself, women within the chat right now, who are actually smarter than most men and even a lot of politicians. And we can agree that being a politician doesn't mean you're smart. Being a politician usually just means that you're either
better
a crook, you know
integration
somebody,
with,
or you're good
donations
at
and you can
advertising
put people
or something in your
backstage and
family.
they can still hear everything. I don't
So
know. It makes sense for the format of show they
smart
do.
men are rising to politics, I think, is a fallacy.
It hasn't always been that way, okay? Feminism has hijacked our country and is convincing modern women that, men aren't important and we don't need them and we can do things so much better than they can. When in all actuality, women are.
But you're flipping it right on the opposite.
On a lot of things. And I'm really glad to see that you actually kind of agree with me as far as women being in support roles and not actually making the decisions. Because yes, every husband typically listens to his wife, not for making the decision necessarily, but to hear her input and to hear her.
But I know. But I could.
To feminism, that's what women did. Women were the moral voice. Okay,
I'm not advocating against women making the final decision either, though. That could be argued for based on their competency level. See, what you're arguing for is the DEI thing, saying, "Oh, well, if they're men, they should automatically get it." No, I'm saying that they should be placed in the position based on their competency, based on their qualifications.
So you mean be teachers and raising the brightest and the best of our next generation?
I mean, if there's some brilliant woman who comes out and she's a genius and the whole world says, wow, she's really smart, she needs to be president, and we're all like, wow, she's smarter than all of the men here, we should make her president, then we should make her president, not say because she's a woman, we're not going to do it. We're going to make this guy president even though he's dumber.
It doesn't matter how smart she is. Women are always led by their emotions. We cannot
Bro.
help it.
Okay,
And
but
God help the other countries that 1 week out of the month when we get pissed off.
Let's say that I can see that. Okay,
There
let's
you
say that I can.
go.
Let's say that I can see that women also are using emotions to influence their decision making. Well, maybe that could be a good thing. Maybe we need more emotional decision making within the powers that be. Otherwise, we could lead our whole society into a detrimental position.
Let me also point out that having women in positions
What
of government in our country
checkmate
will
liberal? I know.
automatically have
In
a
seconds.
dozen
Red
countries
bureaucrats,
that
'cause
will
I saw
no
the
longer
leprosy
come to the
afterwards.
table and work with us because they believe women shouldn't be involved.
I wasn't
even
saying
more
just
than
this
we
country.
do.
I was saying
women in government
not
are
only
in
that,
general as a
fucking old to get
philosophy, not this
periods.
country right now.
Okay, like
and it was good to
not
see you.
they're
guys.
all
that, but no,
80 fucking
too
years
much
old,
emotion.
okay.
It clouds the whole thing, and then there is
That's
not sound
time.
judgment.
Text me.
Oh, by the way, guys, my son got prom prints for his junior year.
Well,
I
congratulations.
saw that in the chat.
That haircut did wonders.
All right.
I need one myself.
Okay. So now that we're all back together, Ticky Tack, let's start with you.
Hit me.
Yeah, so Steelman, your rhetoric's getting a lot better. I think that was a really awesome performance that you went through. The only issue that I have is that I feel like that you were kind of moving the goalpost on your own position in favor of Beth. You started out with the whole premise of, okay, well, you don't believe that men are even competent enough to really like run government or vote or have these roles, and then you moved to like when Beth brought up the thing about education, you brought in and say, oh, well, it could definitely be suited. Teachers like, okay, so that sets an imbalance, and then you brought in and be like, oh, well, it could be a collaborative effort between men and women in these political roles. So you kind of just that moving the goalpost, you really didn't like stand firm on your position, and that's the only draw of why I give it over to Beth.
And
nice one, Beth.
Yeah, so this one was actually really close too. I actually, Steelman, you didn't really make much of anything of an argument in your opening, but you did try and squeeze like some sort of social good concept in there. So I give you a point for an argument. Beth, you made an argument and had 3 different positions bolstering your argument in your opening. And you ended with a really good international relations real world example as to why women shouldn't be in the highest position of authority to bolster your position. But overall, I actually gave it to Steelman just based on the fact that he owned the debate and was able to interrupt you successfully several times, even though you did toward the end, kind of push back on him a little bit. So
He told us to not do that.
yeah, I know.
Dad yelled at us.
Actually, I didn't say you couldn't interrupt. I said you couldn't talk over each other.
See, I would actually feel bad now. I hope you win, Beth.
Tyler.
I agree. This is the closest one so far. I'm happy that the person I agree with for the first time, I get to say one, so I'm not going to say who yet. So it was identity politics versus systemic patriarchy. I think that Beth, you really came out strong and punched hard, and in a way you did make him almost, I won't say he contradicted himself, he came at you with 2 different narratives. One of them was the merit argument, the other one is I accept your premise that women are different, but how is that bad? And I think you addressed the merit argument a little more, but you never touched on the second one of, yes, women might be a little more emotional, but there's some good that comes out of that, and just saying it's bad because Saudi Arabia might not respect us a little bit less. I think he hit your points a little bit better. I will say, though, Steelman, you got to hone in on one of those 2 arguments. They do somewhat conflict more than you would like in this small of a debate. You need a bigger platform to iron out why you can hold those 2 views at once.
So you are...
Thanks.
I went Steelman, I'm sorry. I went Steelman, but not by much. Beth, you did a fantastic job with your argument.
Okay. All right.
I know. I actually felt bad. You guys put me up against the girl. What a pathetic win. But thank you.
I was told not to talk over you.
I
so
thought you
was
weren't a
trying to give him
chauvinist.
leeway.
Well, you were being too emotional about it. You should have come in there.
Thanks, Dad. Thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna. Before I render my opinion, just because I did say don't talk over each other, but you certainly can interrupt each other. Non-Fon, I'd love your opinion
On woman voting, I think women.
on. No, on the
be...
debate.
Oh.
On the debate.
I mean,
I don't care about the issue.
I mean, I think they were right in saying Steelman's arguments did contradict each other a little bit.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, yeah, I feel like I don't know, Beth. You probably could have been more. I understand you were told not to interrupt her or to talk over each other or whatever. But I mean, yeah, you probably could have been more aggressive. But yeah.
Well, I really appreciate.
That was dumb.
The judges.
Dumb argument. Stillman lost. That's it. End of
Thank
story.
you, Glenn. Thank you.
Glenn's just simping. Buckaroo, I'd like to hear your opinion on it.
My opinion on the debate is pretty similar to everybody else's. I think it was just two like completely different arguments, and a bit of it was arguing past one another just because you guys were focusing on completely different like mechanisms.
I had googly eyes the whole time.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna go down. So Beth, you lost steam in your argument. What everyone's trying to tell you is not that you were. I mean, Anson threw that bullshit red herring out there that you didn't argue, that you didn't interrupt enough, but that's not it. You just ran out of steam. You had one point to make. You made it, and then you just couldn't keep reiterating it in the same way over and over again effectively. Steelman, I honestly don't care that he moved the goalpost. He did, but who cares? Beth didn't call him on it. He probably should have, but
I did call him on it. Or well, I called him on conceding to my side. I did.
Yeah, well, but that's not. But he moved the goalpost like he shifted like an entire block. Like I'm not tired.
Oh,
He can move a
don't
little
listen
bit.
to him. He always says I move the goalpost. He doesn't even.
Because you always do.
Every time.
And I got told not to talk over him, so I gave him a little space to talk.
You did. But that it wasn't that for me. It was just that you just had the one, and it's just a refinement of the argument. You make the argument well, which is what Anson basically said. You made the argument well in the beginning, and then that was it, right? You make the one argument.
Bring her back. Bring her back.
Agrilla Paula's already brought her back. Grid chick.
I already brought her back, so you don't even have to go out and come back in. We'll just keep you up here.
Yeah,
just
back,
use this.
back.
I mean, when he made two arguments, I think naturally the thing is trying to deal with both of them. Just nail them down on one. Say, all right, I can't. Pick one of these things. We've got 5
I
minutes.
had a whole list ready of my own arguments that I was trying to get in there, but you told me not to talk over him, so I gave him a little bit of leeway.
But you
Next
can
time,
interrupt.
I'm interrupting, and I'll talk right over him, and Dad can yell at me all he wants.
Yeah, there you go.
Walking,
You're supposed to do
you're
it.
talking.
Make
You're
a moderator work.
Beth, you're a talking contradiction. When they hear you talk about it, they all know that a woman is the best for the position.
No. Holy shit.
All right, so Agrillipus has brought Beth back before she even stepped down.
Reed, you should pull
I
up
need
all
my
the
next.
choices for the
I
chat.
need the next
so that they can see
debate.
what they-
I'm going to give the chat like 3 minutes to pony up, or I'm going to pick the debaters.
Well, I've still
Show
got.
them their options grid so they know what they're paying for.
I'm sorry.
Show them their options so they know what they're paying for.
Oh yeah,
Bring
yeah.
up-
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Bring up
Well,
the
Spaceman's been spamming it, but let me throw that back up again. I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep yawning, but I'm deep like a drum.
Yeah, got to make yourself full screen.
There you go, guys. So, anybody that wants to come up for the next little bit, you can do so. What time is it? Make sure
It's
I don't lie.
10:16.
Yeah, we'll give you like another half hour if you want to come up and be a part of it. You pay your $10 entry fee. You come on up. To initiate a 1v1 debate, like several have, that's $40. Assign the debate prompt. If you have something that you want a specific person to debate against another person, then you can do that. That's $40. To revive, and an operator. These people are operating up here. They're making moves. To revive them, $50, which we just saw happen. You want to change the stream name because you think it's funny and being a little bit petty works for you. That's $2. And to time an operator out is $1 per minute. I just put them in the back, and they can't say anything or do anything or participate. Which, I don't know. We may drop that out because nobody ever does that. And of course, you can extend the debate. That's the most important one for $5 per minute, and that's a good one. You guys should do that. So yeah, you guys have fun with that. All right, and so we're back, and we're going to give about 3 minutes or so. What time is it again? Yeah, I'm going to give. We got like 2 minutes for people to reach into those wallets and give off and give freely.
So, Grid, I've got a little.
I just
credit
assigned a
left.
debate. Sorry,
Grid, I've got a little credit left based on my tracking of what I've bought so far.
Sure, you're welcome to assign a debate.
Yeah, I'd really like to see Glenn Lawrence in a debate because he's probably the best debater up here, and have him go against the Buckaroo Banshee. Because she's a lefty feminist chick, and he's all
And you know what? I have 2 nose rings. Okay, I heard what you guys said earlier, and I
Yeah.
took it personally.
I was gonna go Glenn Lawrence against Aircraft Sparky.
Yeah.
But I could go either way. Yeah, I'm good
I
with
like
that.
Anson's choice.
I like Anson's choice. All right. Well, the rest of you guys got to get in the back now. See, you guys are spending most of your time in the back. You guys should literally be out, in the chat causing problems, being real people.
I am. I'm out there causing problems right now.
I see that you're causing. I actually do see that you're causing problems. Did I put Glenn in the back? All right. Sorry about that. And Tyler, you got to go. Aircraft DOD, you got to go. Steelman's got to go. Chairman's got to go. Sparky, Beth, and then there was 3. What are we going to debate tonight, ladies and gentlemen? Lady and gentleman.
Like a lot of social issues. I live just out of Seattle, so literally like turbo lefty.
Turbo lefty.
Turbo lefty, yeah.
I used to live. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. Do you go to Bitch and Biscuits though?
Subject that you debate often.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what a debate is?
Bitch and biscuits? Huh?
Bitch and Biscuits? Have you not eaten Bitch and Biscuits? How can you
What
be
the
out from
fuck?
Seattle and never eat Bitch and Biscuits?
He's also from Seattle.
No, I just lived there. I'm from LA. Get it right. Can't claim Seattle.
Added on to this debate. People want to
Seattle? I don't even. I'm looking it up now. Never even heard of it.
What the fuck? Oh, Glenn's got his fucking setup.
Okay,
Biscuit bitch?
let's stop talking about fish here.
No biscuits.
I'm gonna make a new scene.
Grid.
You know what?
For when
I
I'm
will
cupped
check it
out.
out.
Buckaroo, is there something that you argue for or you argue debate often that you consider yourself well versed in?
I don't know. I really feel like I'm just always arguing.
You're always right?
I'm always right. True, but I am a woman. Hard to be correct. I honestly, I always end up arguing social issues the most. It's kind of my bread and butter. That's how I ended up in politics. Was a lot of social issues like race,
Welfare
like,
keeps the poor poor.
All right. So, what social issues are you for? I'll see which one I'm against.
I just gave you one.
I mean, I do like support systems for poor people. I like housing first initiatives. I like health care. Free or accessible health care. I like the drug decriminalization stuff. I'm actually not strongly sure on, but I do lean towards drug decriminalization as well.
There we go.
How do you feel about the red pill?
Not very good, to say the least.
Okay.
We got
Do you believe in the patriarchy?
Do I believe in the patriarchy? Ish. I mean, I think I see it as more like a descriptive term.
She's one of
than I
those
do-
that like the
than I
I
do
believe that
just,
feminism is destroying our society.
No.
Have the nice cuck.
Not at all.
There we go.
Cuck chair.
Because he just wrote a book about it.
Len wrote a fucking book about Jesus, man.
Yeah, I feel good now.
I
you're an
actually
asshole,
do think,
dude.
and I actually think the red pill is at best like mediocre support for an individual.
Do you believe in toxic masculinity? Does such a thing exist?
Ish. I would say, like, in the same way that like toxic femininity could exist, where I think it's
Okay.
just something that
How
people
about
use to
this?
describe
There's
like
no such thing as
what they think
toxic
are like the
masculinity.
negative aspects.
How about there's just no such thing as toxic masculinity or toxic femininity? There's just toxic people.
Yeah. I could, that I
Okay.
could absolutely agree with.
That was
yeah.
too easy. Okay, all right. I felt like I was on to something. What was I?
But I am
I'm trying to
generally
find this
anti-red
book.
pill.
Maybe it's not published
You're
yet.
anti-red pill. That's
Generally,
okay
yeah.
because
What are
he
you
is too.
What are you anti-red pill about?
Specific.
I think the red pill movement is at best like a mediocre approach to supporting young men. I think there could probably be like much better movements that actually provide a lot more support, and also don't. I do think there is like a lot of almost like
Do you think there's
poisoning the
anything
well when it comes
wrong
to dating women.
Do you think that what red pill information gives men, like the descriptors, are incorrect or correct?
The ones that I know of, at least, I think are incorrect. Like,
And which one are
specifically
those?
specifically about women being women.
Whores.
Hmm?
Cheating whores, women being
no.
cheating whores.
Yeah, like
It's a common red pill thing.
But that's not, like, I don't want to say that all red pill creators say, like, women are cheating whores, but they usually have, like, a pretty negative perspective, I would say, on women. They seem to portray them as more, like, malicious people in general, and that you have to protect yourself from all these women that are, like, coming at you to, like, steal your soul, which I think is just, I think it's just harmful for...
Do you
I mean,
believe-
I'm also extremely atheist, so telling me the Bible says it, like, I would need more than just.
Hold on. Let me explore.
Yeah.
something here.
So,
Let me explore something here. Do you believe that? I put this without like ruining. Do you believe in marriage as an institution?
Oh, she's atheist. She's not going to believe that marriage is going to be like a sacrament.
yeah, I mean, marriage exists. It changes how you
What
file
is
your
marriage?
taxes. Socially, I would say, like, I guess it depends on the perspective you look at it. But I would say for individuals, it's
thank God I
like
got
it's a
the fucking
promise that you
Subway
make to a
Surfers.
partner.
And they've
that
added
has,
someone at a 2 minutes and someone at a
usually
4 minutes.
pretty,
So are they?
Pretty specific requirements, like, not running when times get rough, supporting your partner in sickness and in health. I do think although I don't agree with like some of the religious basis, I think the vows that you take towards your partner do hold some weight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I want to have you on my show at some point, and I want to go into that with you because I think you have some interesting points. But we're doing a debate night, so what I need to do now is
how about this? The red pill is feminism.
Yeah, well, I mean,
red
she
pill
doesn't.
and
I'm going
feminism
to
are the
promise
same.
you, she just really doesn't. I
But she
know Arthur
supports-
Dye. I've already said that.
But if she supports feminism, then she should have an argument how feminism is not the red pill. If I say that they're both one and the same.
Yeah, I do. I think they are different, considerably different.
Okay.
Because one of them derived from, you know, complete political imbalance. You know, women couldn't vote. Women couldn't
Exclamation
own a
point.
business. They couldn't even
you
have.
two in the
I
chat,
think they
everyone
should
hop
vote.
over.
You
Like
know,
my
they couldn't
YouTube
even have.
stream.
vote either, though,
Everyone.
so
I
I'm
wish
not-
there was a
it's not-
deafen button so I could
I
shut
don't
these
think
people up.
that
You're not going to do
women-
they couldn't have bank account things.
Hey, homie,
She's about to-
I can
she's
share
about to
your
do the-
stream in a
they couldn't
quick
have their
minute
own
to help you
bank
hit
account.
1,000 followers,
They
700
couldn't
viewers,
have
and
their own
1,000
money.
per
I
stream.
said that, but that was
Let's
over.
chat
That
on
was
Discord.
that's like a part of the past. I just
Hey, what's
think
up,
that's
Radical Recorder?
from.
Watching
No,
for 5 minutes has
that
been
was
this week.
it's just completely
Glenn and
false.
Greg have a collective
It's just
IQ
completely
of
false.
14.
That's just
Probably
They have
Radical Coder.
lines like individual lines of credit
Kill
without
me.
approval from their husbands specifically.
Well, that's because women could not be held legally responsible for any debt.
It's fine, though.
yeah.
I
Like,
got one
but
good debate
that's
on
why,
this
like,
Radical
But
Coder.
the reality was is that banks
30 minutes ago at this point.
single women
Maybe longer than
could
that
have
at this
bank
point.
accounts and checking accounts just like a man until they got married. Once they got married, because the man was going to be held responsible for any debt, for her to have her own account, she just had to get his permission. So I don't actually, I don't see a problem with that. But anyway, as a matter of fact, never mind. I'm not going to get into my marriage, but we don't really have a topic there either. I mean, we do, but it's going to be so one sided. I just don't think it's fair. Thanks. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff here, but I just got to. I'm trying to hone in on a topic that you're going to really
like an individual piece. Yeah.
push into. So we tried red pill.
All right, I got it. Abortion is women's exercising their choice to avoid accountability.
Yeah, I no, like I strongly disagree with that. Yeah, that's definitely a topic we could discuss. I think there are so many cases in which people.
Look, the only way we can do that, the only way we can do that is if both of you are exceptionally aware of TOS.
I know the TOS.
I don't think.
I violate it all the time.
Are there specific words to avoid? I'm
there's
not
something
like,
about
I'm not a big TOS.
There's something talking about abortion on YouTube. They get really cranky about.
We could call it smishmortion.
Oh my god.
We could call it the removal.
Yeah. Okay. As long as you guys can do it without getting me, without the stream
removal.
getting ended, I'm totally cool with it.
Okay,
It'll
I'll
be a
put
great
myself
debate,
out.
I think. So let's roll with it. You guys already
doing
have,
sunglasses?
by the way, you not only have the original 5 minutes, you have an additional, I believe you have 8 minutes additional. So we're going to give
Very
you the
good.
1 minute. We're going to give you the 1 minute intro. Who is taking the? What is the exact prompt that we're going to talk about, and who is taking the affirmative, so that they can go.
Abortion is abortion is women exercising their choice to avoid accountability.
And so Glenn would be the affirmative.
Okay. All right. So, by the way, I'm being informed that using the word abortion in and of itself is not TOS. I'm pretty sure it's the way it's used and how many times it's used. So
We'll call it
push
smishmortion.
down and
The removal.
Yeah,
The
don't push down my algorithms, man. don't ruin my algorithm.
We hear it.
But I'm willing to have the debate.
There we go.
All right, got to put my thunder shades on,
Hell yeah.
for this one. It's gonna be a quick.
All right, you guys are cool. Glenn, your minute starts now.
Yeah. So if we could go ahead and remove, and I'm just gonna concede for the sake of argument, a woman's life being at risk, rape, incest, those things that we would typically be more understanding for. Outside of those reasons, a woman getting a schmishmortion is choosing to avoid
Isn't it just an argument
accountability
at this point, just like
for their
asking if
actions.
Plan B is ethical or not? Basically,
They had sex, unprotected, and the body reproduces. That's how babies are made.
Also, it's not even.
So they are trying to avoid that
it's a dumb way
accountability
to frame it, I
of
think, 'cause,
now I
could
have this
concede
life
it's avoiding
being born in
accountability
me,
sometimes, but
growing in
doesn't
me.
necessarily
I don't
make it
want to be
immoral.
responsible.
What's up,
so
Birdman?
I'm going to
Incest
exterminate
is
it.
morally neutral.
That's avoiding accountability.
Nuke.
There's no way that.
What's up, Talon in the Silver Hall? Welcome back.
Big Papa Buck. What? No, yeah.
Buckaroo just works.
Buckaroo could argue that it's not avoiding accountability.
That was your minute. Are you ready, Buckaroo?
I think there's a decent argument that
I
it's
am.
at
All
least
right.
gay incest is morally.
Bonsai.
Abortion is, I think, for most women, going to be the ultimate sign of responsibility and accountability because they're
These are
taking
basically so
on
pointless.
the extreme
Hey, if I win, I
pain,
get
the
money, though.
extreme emotional
Or do you mean
suffering
the
that you
incest debate in
experience
chat?
when you go through an abortion. Even if you're just going home and taking a pill, you're usually experiencing like hours upon hours of cramping because it's forcing your body to like make something come out of you. I also believe that it's not avoiding accountability to take into consideration a child's life. Children deserve to be in a loving household. They deserve to have access to food and to
Soy Coke should
diapers.
come on
There are a
some
lot
of
of things that are
I don't know,
necessary.
Soy-
Deserve to be in a living house, a loving access to food, and there are a lot of raise a child.
A lot of time, but
$2,000 a year
Be nice if Soy Pill
just
showed up.
for a child. If somebody doesn't have the money and you're forcing birth upon them, then that child will be suffering more just because their birth mother couldn't make the
Time.
more responsible choice.
That is
My
time.
fucking
So you guys have
Wi-Fi
a
went out
total thus far
for a second,
of
it cut off in Twitch. God damn it.
11.
Wait, did it cut out? I don't know if it cut out or not.
So you're telling me that you think that it's accountability to delete a life because it will be inconvenienced by not having the finer things in the world?
No, it doesn't have anything to do with whether it's inconveniencing or not having the finer things. It actually has to do with the the access to a loving, supporting household. I mean, no child wants to be raised feeling like they aren't loved or accepted by their family, and this does happen a lot. I think it would happen a lot more so if we
love and support their child.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You clipped out for a minute. I'm so sorry. Could you repeat that?
I said, why don't parents love and support their child that they created?
Well, I think parents might not love and support their child if their child was pushed upon them. This is exactly what I'm saying. Like, if you have a child that you don't even want, how are you going to produce the same amount of support for them that you would otherwise? I think it's also hard for a child to think, my mother didn't even want me, but because of the law in her area,
Sunglasses
she was
terrible. Oh,
forced to
Cuddle
have
Boy,
me.
what's up?
I mean, any
Did they
child
work
even
somehow?
having this
Why
information.
Were you here earlier?
Why
I wore them for
unprotected
my.
sex? Why not?
When I wasn't in the fucking
with
cut corner.
contraceptions, right? We have all
I mean,
these
how do you
different
know
methods.
that there wasn't contraception?
Cannibal, you did well in Tim Pool, by the
or
way,
there wasn't
when you
any
were
sort of
guys, when you guys were actually
contraception
talking about
during the
welfare
moment.
and not
Because,
derailed
well,
into
you just
Tim's
argued.
dumbest fucking.
But you were just
point that the
saying, like, why not use
most of the time,
contraception?
it's
But what
because
if they
of
did?
contraception. It's most of them is because of lack
Not
of
funny, chicken
contraception.
out of the debate.
I mean,
look,
I'm not talking numbers here, but personally, I was literally in an accident. Mother on birth control, father used a prophylactic device. Sorry, I'm thinking YouTube wise.
Especially with the other
nice,
people there
nice. I love it.
were
But I
insane.
was a complete and total
JC's
accident.
not insane.
Now,
He was
don't
there.
get me wrong. I'm so glad I'm alive. I'm not saying every woman ever should just think of her own convenience and
No, it's really what it is. It's
disregard
convenience. It's,
disregard
I
the
don't have
future.
the money.
But I think,
Oh,
but
I
to
don't have
support
the
the
loving
money,
child.
money is
Definitely
necessary for raising children. You have to be able to
I
buy
don't-
diapers. You
why
have
did
to be.
they open
I
their
mean,
leg?
if you're having trouble with latching, you have to be able to pay for formula. You
Run
have to
from
be able
big
to get,
government high
you have
if
to
you're
have
afraid it
a
comes out the
bait.
same.
Like you have to have a carrier
Bro.
just to leave the hospital
Spread
with your baby.
your legs unless you're ready to face the consequences.
Why are
of
men
spreading
taking
your-
off their pants if they're not willing to
What are you talking about? Men
attempt
still
The
have
sovereign wealth
consequences.
fund is
Men always have to
inevitable.
face
It's
the
inevitable.
consequences in it.
full socialization.
So if a
I do agree legally they have to share the
men and women
consequences,
don't.
but I wouldn't say physically they have to. Men don't have to physically carry a child. I mean, even
Holy
look at the
shit,
maternal
you
death.
have
Look
to
at the
so you don't
drop
have
of the maternal
uteruses.
death rate. Look at the drop of the maternal death rate over the past few decades.
You don't have uteruses.
Even
That's the problem. It's not fair because we don't have uteruses.
Oh, Twitch did cut out at some point.
Yeah, I mean, life's not fair. Life's not fair at all. So why would I expect suddenly this law that why would I expect all of this to be fair?
I think there's probably
when
more absent fathers than there are
obviously
abortions.
an imbalance
I think
in
a lot
the
of
physical
abortions every year.
pain
I don't know,
and the
actually.
life that you put on the
you
line
believe in
just to carry a
equality, right? You
child.
believe in
Which
equality?
again, if you think back to
Would you say
maternal
you believe
death
in
rate,
equality?
you see
Would you say
there.
you believe in equality?
Yeah,
You believe in
to an
equality, right?
extent. It
All
depends
right,
what you're
so-
trying to describe with equality.
So
But yeah.
if women could,
So a woman can kill the
let's
baby,
just
can
call it what
men
it is,
financially
delete
abort the
a
baby?
life because they don't see it fit for their current situation, then where's the equality standpoint for men to go and delete a life?
You know what? My position regarding
You know what's cool, by the way?
men and
I found
women
these
on
sunglasses on the
parental
ground.
rights, I
I was
actually
actually
think
going to
men
buy
should have an
sunglasses
option to revoke
because I
parental
wanted to
rights
do
if
a
they
when I
don't
when
want
I
to be a
did
part of
my
the
Tariff
the
debate
child's
throwdown
upbringing.
Thursday with
And
Sarah.
That's
There
not
was
what
like
I
an
asked.
open panel, like a ton of
well,
people
I guess
coming
I'm
up to help
confused
debate
as to
me.
what you're trying to ask me because I
I
think
needed
they're just
sunglasses
like
first.
so
I was like,
clearly
cool.
different
I was on a
cases.
walk one night. I just
for it.
found these on the
But
ground.
again, I'm saying
like free
they're
fucking
such
sunglasses.
clearly different cases. This is why I brought up the maternal death rate, because even carrying a child to term does have like grievous effects on the body of a woman. It takes a lot of work to
Again, you're
to
avoiding
carry a pregnancy to
question.
term. So
Where
I just
is
don't
the
think
equal?
I'm
Where is
arguing
the
that your
equal?
question doesn't actually make sense because there are
It does
complete
make sense.
there are
Women
different
can delete a
circumstances.
life.
One is the
Women
circumstance
delete a life.
where she is growing the life. She is the reason the
No,
life
she's the
exists.
incubator.
She is developing. If she's an incubator, she can't choose whether or
These
not
guys act
she
like
gets
women
to be an
can't be on
incubator.
hook for child
I mean,
support. Well,
every
that's true. I
time.
mean, it's
So
definitely more
if you
common
if
the
you
other way
went
around, but yeah.
into if you
Only thing on
got
mine
a
these
parasite
debates
Yeah,
from
fucking
choose
suck.
by
it's a
not
bad
spreading
word.
Can we
If
go
you
back
got
to
a
debate?
parasite,
Dude, they
would it
were
be
almost going
wrong
to
for
debate
you
welfare
to
too.
kill the
They were almost going to
parasite
debate.
because
Doesn't
you
mean he's a
aren't allowed because
They
you
were
have
almost
to
going
be
to
the
debate
incubator
if
for the
welfare
life
keeps
that you're
people
now?
growing.
poor.
Are you
I'm
saying the
But they
saying
baby
that
is
didn't.
it's a life
parasite?
that would be growing inside of another individual, and if you're
Is
requiring
a
one
human
individual to
life
be the
in the
incubator
womb
for
a
another,
parasite?
I don't think so.
Oh well. So again, back to my
You
You were
question:
talking
Why
about
did
the
you
life
move
that
to that?
somebody
Okay,
has
Where
to
do men
carry.
get to
So
go?
I'm
What
saying,
law does
why
allow
don't you
men to
require
go
people to
delete
carry
lives?
There's
every
like
other
a point
life that
taking
exists
What
contraceptives,
inside
using
them?
law
contraceptives for
allows
deleting a
men
life.
to
All
Yeah,
delete
that is the
have a right to.
implication of a
because
lot
they
of
want to?
insane shit.
What law allows men to go delete a life just because he wants to? It's because it
Wow.
inconveniences
Wow.
him.
Intelligent
I
argument we're
mean,
having
you
here,
are
guys.
allowed self-defense in cases where you feel like your life is being threatened. You are allowed to defend yourself at all costs. If that requires somebody
The
else to die,
military.
like if you're
I mean,
if you're in
he
a
did
fight
clarify just
and
because
you
he
have to
wants
defend
or
yourself,
whatever.
you can legally argue that you are defending your life and therefore you can end another life. In this case, these women are defending their right to life
No,
because this
they're not
child
defending
could
their
Five
life.
possibly
minutes.
be threatening
Yeah.
it.
They're
This child could
defending.
possibly
They're
be threatening
avoiding
it,
accountability.
considering
They
the
don't
death
want to be
rate
responsible
that
for their actions.
affects women
It's
when they
useless. It's
carry
like,
women.
oh, I
carry
want to
children
have
to term.
sex. I want to have fun. Oh, but I don't want to face the consequences of sex. I don't want to have to face the responsibility of that.
They
I would
are
have to
facing
be
the
a parent.
consequences of sex.
No,
That's
they're
what
not.
an
They're
abortion is.
avoiding it.
It's a
No, abortion
consequence.
is
Do you think
avoiding
people are skipping
consequences
through fields
entirely.
getting
Because
abortions for funsies? No, abortions
having
are unpleasant.
give
They're
babies.
they're
That's how
disgusting to
babies are
physically
made.
go through.
If you
People
try to
don't
Oh my
like
god, I would
having
actually
abortions.
take talking
having
to
sex,
fucking
People don't
ass
have
Marky
abortions.
about Tariff for
ability
this,
and
even though that
avoiding the
conversation was
consequences.
That
dog
is
shit.
a consequence.
Someone in
That
chat
is a
wanted it
painful
earlier,
consequence.
and I'm not
And
looking
it's
forward to
something
that
that
because
most women who
his
have
position is
abortions
basically
aren't happy that they had an
services aren't
abortion.
real,
They're
and I don't
usually
care if I
sad and upset
tank
about
the
it because
economy.
it's such an emotionally and
We should be an autarky because services aren't real.
process.
And
This
we should
idea
just
that women are
manufacture,
just using that for fun is ridiculous.
you know, socks here.
No, they're
It's
choosing
like, okay,
it to avoid responsibility.
Again, I just disagree. I think you're. Why would you rather a child bear the responsibility of their mother making a bad choice?
What are you
Because
talking
that's
about? I
what
don't
you're
put none
saying.
of the
You're saying
responsibility on the
that
child.
the
How
child
are
should be
you putting the responsibility on the
forced
child?
into the work. You are placing the responsibility on the child when you force a mother to carry the child. I'm telling you, when you force a mother to carry a child to term that is unwanted, that cannot be paid for, that cannot be cared for appropriately, that child now lives their whole life as their whole life is a consequence of one mistake their
Answer
mother
this
made.
question. You're
And
doing
I
a
think
long
that's
filibuster, and
I
this is
think
great.
I was
You're doing
answering
Prado,
your
but I just need to answer this question. How is it the child's? How is it on the
Also,
child's
it's insane they told
responsibility?
me I was
if
filibustering.
The responsibility is for the
how am I
parent
supposed to respond to
to
5
take care of
different
the
wrong
child.
things he says
I
without
think if you
quote-unquote
are
filibustering,
forcing
whatever.
women to
I'm not
carry a
forcing.
birth
It's not
to
forcing.
term
It's
by
biological.
refusing,
How is it?
but
How is
you
it
just
forcing?
said you're saying that abortion is wrong. I am saying if you were to remove abortion from the equation, then women would be forced to carry a child to term. No?
Whoa.
Or women will
Yes
be
or no? Yes or no?
forced
Answer my
to actually
question.
take their
If you
accountability
yes
and be
or no,
responsible
answer
for the
my question.
reproduction.
Answer my question. If
I
you
did.
took abortion, you did not. You
Yes, I
pretended
did.
to.
I said they would be forced
did
to
not.
be responsible for their
Would you
reproduction.
be
What an
forced to
unbelievable cuck
carry
answer.
a child to term? Yes or no?
They will be forced to take responsibility for the
Would you
reproduction.
be forced to carry? Why can't you just answer this simple question? It's a yes
It's the
or
same
no.
answer.
I've bitten the bullet already. You can't bite the bullet of yes or
Already
no.
said yes, they would be forced to take accountability
They
for their
would be
reproduction,
forced. Yes, they would be forced to carry the child
just
to
like
term. They would
every
be
man
forced to
is.
give birth to the
Yes,
child,
you
and
want
then that
women
child
want to
would be
have
forced to
equality.
live a life
Women want to
knowing
have
that they
equality
were
and shit.
unwanted
They
by their
don't really
mother,
want equality.
knowing
They want
that
to
their
have
mother,
priority.
that
And this
child
is a
might not
perfect
even have
example.
access to
This is a
diapers,
perfect
might not have
example for that.
access to food. That my child might not have equal access to any of these things that
Does the
help
mother have
develop
access
the
to food?
child's life.
Does the mother have access to food?
We have no idea. That's why abortion exists. If the mother doesn't have adequate access to food, then obviously she won't be able to feed
1 minute,
child.
30 seconds.
If the mother does not have access to money diapers, then that child will not
Then
have
the mother
diapers.
gives her ass a
That
monthly
is why
job that
when
pays
you
bills
force
so that she can
children
afford
into
the
the
diapers for
world
her kid.
to mothers who cannot afford them and mothers who do not want them, then you are forcing the responsibility of
Yes,
the
I'm
mother's
forcing women to be
mother's
responsible
actions
for
on
in their life.
the
I'm
child.
saying, hey, be
On the
responsible for your
child.
actions.
This
Be
is why
responsible for
you
your
are
reproductive
forcing the
choices that you
child
made.
to be
Yes, I am
responsible
exactly saying that.
for the
1
poor
minute.
actions of the
A
mother.
Children are
woman
starving in
to be
America.
an
This is not
adult,
Yemen.
to
That's
be
true.
an adult human,
Woman is
and
already
be
an adult.
accountable
That's
and
why she has
responsible for
control
their
over her own body and
You know
reproductive
why they aren't?
choices.
Because of
Useless
food
Yes.
stamps. You know, we could be talking talking
like I
about
said,
food
I
stamps.
just
Could have
think
been.
that's forcing a child to bear all of the burden of a mother's poor
It's not
decisions
putting
when you're
anything on the
forcing.
child.
You
You're the
already
only one that's
agreed you're
putting things on
forcing.
the
You
child.
already agreed you would force women to carry a child to term. Now,
Yeah.
if a child is forced to be carried to term
Seconds.
for a woman who doesn't have the money or the emotional
Then she
needs to
gets a
support
job.
them, then
She'll
that
get a
child
job.
will
She gets a
suffer.
better support
That
group.
child will suffer because they were forced into the world.
Or not. You don't know that. You don't know what the child will suffer or not.
You think an unwanted
Ben
child
Carson
is not going to
grew
be
up
able to
in a
tell?
horrible situation, single mom environment, couldn't read. He ended up
I'm not
becoming
saying
a
anybody can grow up in
neurosurgeon.
a bad
Come on now.
situation.
So don't tell me that they can't be
I'm
done. It
saying
can be
it's
done.
unfair to force
That's
that on.
time.
Life is unfair. Get over it.
I already told you. Life is
All right, I'm out
unfair.
of the cuck corner. Guys, I'm on the stage again.
All right. That was exciting.
Gosh. Oh, sorry. I'm talking to my dog.
All right. Okay. Whew. Let's start with Ticky Tack this time. He actually cammed up for that one. He was ready.
Yeah, the MacBook likes to auto set things now. I'm moving on into the Apple world here.
Oh, poor lad.
It's gonna.
I have an iPhone. I'm joking.
No, it's a love-hate relationship. So this is a really difficult topic to try to judge on a in an unbiased manner. So I apologize directly if my bias does come in my judgment and my rulings. Buckaroo, I would like your arguments are decent. They're a lot better than what I've heard from the general feminist anti-abortion narratives. you hold strong in your points, and you're willing to give concessions on certain things as well. I just like the talking point of it. If women are able to opt out in an abortion, then men should be able to opt out in the financial position. I understand that is a common pinpoint, and I'm appreciative that you probably bring that up, and it's a very valid standard. Glenn, of course, I know you've been in the space a lot, and your counterpoints, I kind of already predicted it coming through that, and I do feel like that you had the better arguments. So again, this is where it's coming into my bias. I am going to have to lean towards Glenn.
Okay. Tyler, let's save the simpy and Anson Knowles for last.
Could be next.
Yeah, you next.
Oh, this was a doozy here, and I just don't want anyone to think I'm an unfair judge here. This decision's going to prove it. What I saw on Glenn's end, Glenn, you are an experienced debater and a rhetorician in a way that would parallel a lot of good people I've seen online. You have been around the block in debating, and I could tell by the way you do it. You are addressing the heart of almost every point thrown at you very, very well. Even if some of your arguments were a couple little weak, I'm going to criticize right now. I don't think you properly addressed the burden shift argument she made about the baby now having a bad life as a result, and I don't think you addressed her argument of magnitude that well. Otherwise, I think every other point you kind of blew out of the water. Buckaroo, you needed to hold his feet to the fire more. You were very on message. You were good at hammering home your point, picking a concise point in a very small debate. I think you both handled yourselves probably better than anybody else so far, but you did not hold his feet to the fire more than one time. When I saw it, I was like, fuck yeah, but it was only happened once, and several of the questions he asked that got to the heart of your argument, he just didn't properly address. Glenn, man, you are pretty fucking good at this stuff, man.
All right, Anson.
So I'm just going to say that was probably the best debate I've seen in a very long time in terms of on that specific issue, because it wasn't neither one of you got into your feelings on it, and Buckaroo, have you debated for a long time? Is this new to you, or is this like?
I've mostly just like arguments at a party. I will admit,
Yeah.
like a lot of mine is but keep going. Yeah.
So yeah, you're really good at this, but you're inexperienced, and your rhetorical techniques. Glenn continually used a rhetorical barrage where he would continually ask you questions, and you were actually intelligent enough to pick up on that and return on some of it. I think with a little bit of practice, you could beat him, but it was very close. I scored you at 24 points and Glenn at 26 points based on specific power changes in the conversation, and if you just get a little bit of practice with your rhetoric, you can probably stop anybody because you're highly intelligent. But you did lose. I'm sorry to say that you lost.
That's all right. Thank you. Thank you. Honestly, it was a great chance to argue against somebody who's good.
Yeah.
Anyone want to give any of the other contestants would like to give some input?
Yeah, I'd actually like to give a little feedback on this one. Sure. Buckaroo, I've done some panels with you. I've done a little bit of work with you. The other person I've never worked with you or really seen you on any panels. You both did very good jobs. However, Buckaroo conceded the actual entire argument when she started to call the baby a mistake. So it literally went to women avoiding accountability for their actions when she labeled the offspring of said action a mistake. She conceded the point without ever actually vocalizing it, so therefore you lost. I'm sorry.
Yeah, admittedly, I was trying to refer to myself as a mistake first, but I totally understand what you're saying. Yeah, I that's a good point. Thank you.
Beth, I'm sure you want to say something.
Yeah, first of all, I just wanted to bring up, I think one of the biggest points in your debate that, I would have gone after immediate is that you kept suggesting that because almost like we can unalive poor people now, that your situation in life actually determines where you go. And really, actually, in our country, poor people have the most babies. And I know I was a very poor mother. Our family was poor throughout my kids' entire childhood. but you did a great job debating. I was kind of looking forward to hopefully getting a
Chicken
good
Joe, I'm just gonna
feminist
ban you
debate
again
in
if
with
you
you.
keep
Hopefully,
spamming
maybe
the
next
same
time.
thing.
Definitely,
Yeah,
absolutely.
do it.
Banshee, I do want to say
This
that
is really
in terms
dissent
of like
here, really
in terms of
productive
scoring,
dissent that
you
you're-
lost, but in terms of like actual points, like in terms of like what is it, the concepts that you were providing, you had much more depth in terms of your ability to argue than Glenn did. Glenn won because he used the questioning technique over and over and over again, and basically kept you on the defense the entire time in the debate. And it was just a debate dynamic that you lost on, and not the actual like your ability to argue. Because I think with practice you really can, like you could probably dominate Glenn if you practiced a little bit more.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That does help too, because it's the rhetoric that really is the like big part of debates, a big important part of debates, I think.
I'm really glad that everyone gave you that feedback. I'm gonna follow pattern here, and as I have so far, and give you my feedback first. Glenn did a good job. He's made this debate many times. He knows exactly the points to make, and he understands it. You could have really done a lot of damage to his debate by avoiding the lifestyle, the poor that just don't. It's really a non. It's not a good point to make that, well, the child's going to grow up poor, because at least the child will grow up, and we have multiple examples of people who came from nothing to be really great human beings. And so it really, he didn't do it, but what you fall into is you could be killing the next leader of the world, right? So don't do that. And so that's you shouldn't do that. That's a poor. It might work with the unskilled or the very emotional debater, but anybody with any kind of experience is going to just tear that up. The second thing I think is that you got animated at the wrong times, and you weren't animated at the right times. You got kind of in your feels in a couple of places where I think you should have been really calm and delivered very key points. And then where I felt like you should have been, where he said things that really you should have come back really strong and used very loud rhetoric. And you didn't do that. Or you're just out of you're going to be good at this. You really are. You're very smart. I can already tell. And it's just a matter of finding.
You need to
and your
drop a
points were
tactical
good.
N-bomb
I'm not saying your
towards the
points were bad.
left.
It's the one
Dude, the
point
first thing I said on this
don't
panel was I'm a neoliberal dog.
don't use
okay?
the kid's
So
going to grow up poor.
I think I already purged some of them. Don't worry.
I can't tell if non-fon is rocking out or agreeing with me.
I'm talking about my chat. Don't worry. I'm.
Oh, gotcha. I was like, it's non-fon.
My argument was. I understand why not to make the lifestyle argument. I guess to me, I'm trying to make the setting a child up for success argument, but I understand that they're kind of. It's like
it's
a very slippery slope. Yeah, it's like a very fine line.
If you want to win,
really, I'm not. Yeah, like I have no issue with like poor people existing. Yeah. Like I don't think that's. Like I think that's like a great point. I definitely don't want to be arguing like just get rid of all of them. I was more just trying to think of how to make a point of like setting someone up for success. But I think I understand. I hear
there's better ways. There's better ways to go about it. But I mean, you did great. Like I said, I mean,
thank you guys so
definitely.
Much.
Please come back. I totally want to. And
I took notes. I took notes on the responses. Thank you guys. Really.
Yeah. Well, I would really like to have you on my show sometime on a Wednesday night when I'm not doing a debate and it's more of an interview. Tyler's been on them. I tend to be fairly fair, but you're welcome to come on. I'd really like to talk to you and get your viewpoints on a lot of different things. And other than that, hang out in the chat. Maybe somebody will bring you back. If not, it was great to have you. And I hope you had fun. And I hope you hang out a little while longer and watch it.
That's why I get so animated, because I'm genuinely having so much fun with the.
That's awesome.
Thank you guys.
Great. All right. Cool. Well, we'll see you. All right. Next debate, guys. I'm going to give you guys here. I'm give you guys 4 minutes to pay for the debate, or I'm just going to pick people and put them into the ring.
Put the overlay up, Grid, so they can know how much they have to pay for stuff.
I do want to say the last couple of times I've been in here haven't been to argue against you so much as it's been to help you. We're doing a debate in a couple of days, and I come in and try to give arguments that you might run into. That's something I want to start doing. You're in my Discord. I want to start doing crowdsourcing research for people because, like, Rob Noir has a job. He can't go out and look up the definition of the X, Y, and Z thing to argue against Pisco. We have lawyers in my Discord that will help him digest that stuff. I want to get a group of newer, smaller streamers together so we can push these fucking people out. We don't want them anymore. Destiny is out. Hassan is out. And we're taking
Grid.
Hey, Grid.
Right,
Mr. Mr. sent in a cash app too.
Oh yeah. Let me check the cash app. Sorry. Yeah, I don't get an alert on my phone because I've.
You and I were saying the same thing, Jess. Jess, you need a
Yeah.
debate.
She does. If
I'm
somebody
not a
doesn't,
debater. I come up here because I was requested to come up here.
all right. So let's check the cash app. We've got one. I pick an immigration topic, and I get to pick the debaters. I'm gonna pick my pal Aircraft Sparky.
Woo! No, sorry. I thought
Let's go.
Who's left? That's not a moderator. It's gonna have to be non-fun. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Non-fun, Aircraft Sparky. Jess White, go down. You gotta go out of the way. Lynn Norris. He's gotta go. You stay non-fun. You can't go anywhere. Tyler, you bye. And there has to be an easier way to kick everybody back all at once. Oh, I should have done Steelman. I forgot about Steelman. That's okay. We'll get him next time. And let's see.
What direction do we want
Beth.
to go?
Beth's the last one. I'm sorry. How did I miss Beth? Oh, because she's all the way up top. All right. Let me move that. What in the what's you guys different? What are your opinions on immigration?
So I'm all illegal immigrants must be yeeted from the country expeditiously. This is not only an economic reason, but it's also a national security reason. As far as legalized immigration, I fully support people coming in 100% legally. But if they can't bother to come in legally, they should never be allowed in ever again. I'm sure Non-Fon disagrees with all that.
Probably most of it. I mean, I'm generally in support of a relatively lenient legal immigration policy, in that I think it should be decently easy for people to easier for people to come to the U.S. legally than it is now. With mass deportations, I think we should deport violent criminals, at least assuming that they're held in places where they're not going to escape from easily or whatever. I don't believe that mass deportations of a lot of the asylum seekers that came over under Biden or whatever is going to have any positive effect economically. Or I was going to say it's not going to have a net positive effect economically. And I don't believe most of them are a huge national security threat.
Okay. So is there a specific area of immigration? How about do you think that it was right and correct to kick out the two? Well, I guess we pick either one. I don't care which one, but either of the two that were accused of being either terrorists. That was the guy from Yemen or wherever, and MS-13.
I don't know enough about those cases specifically to say.
All right.
He's an open borders simp, if you've listened to what he said. So he really.
Okay, well, let's just do open borders. Open borders, good, bad. You're bad.
Well, hold on. I don't
good.
think what is open border?
That's essentially what you said. You want the immigration system to be so damn easy that almost anyone can come. Immigration is not a right. Immigration is a privilege. And if you want to come into the best country of the world, we want the best people to come in. Nothing but the best. Anything less is unacceptable. I don't see how you cannot be an open border simp. When
I say open, I believe there should be a cap on the number of immigrants that are coming into the U.S. I think we can probably accept about like 2.
What's that cap at?
Probably about 2 million.
Why 2 million? Why should 1%?
It seems like
why should 1% of the essentially 1% of the nation's naturalized citizens or nation's actual citizens be allowed to come in annually?
Seems like it has pretty.
How
broad.
Is that sustainable?
Seems like it is pretty broad. It has pretty broad economic benefits.
Economic benefits how?
In that labor supply is increased, businesses can expand easier.
So you need
There's
people to
increase
clean
in
your toilet,
demand.
what you can't do it yourself.
It's not that.
Okay, we're already having
cost of doing
a debate. let's just move this into the debate. Non-fond, your name was paid to be changed.
Windows RS, hell yeah.
All right, perfect. I guess I don't know. All right, so it's just funny. All right, let's just immigration. Or what are we going to call the current?
Okay, so here I'll extend it olive branch, and I'll say that we can both agree that we do need to reform the immigration system. Let's actually talk about the more specifics of said system, and that way maybe you can teach me a little bit more about your stances, because as I've already displayed to you, I think you're an open borders absurdum type individual.
Okay.
So maybe you can teach me something better. Yeah.
Okay. So
means of changing the system and limits on said system, I think would be a good framework. If you would agree with that, non-Fawn.
Sure.
Okay. Do you like that, Grid?
Yeah, let's do that. Who is taking the affirmative? I believe that's you then, right?
Well, I mean, if we both agree that does need to be changed, the deal, should it be easier or harder? I would take the side of more difficult, where non-Fawn, I would assume, would take the easier route.
Well, okay, just who
but
wants
we
to
can
go
both
first,
agree.
since you're both kind of taking an affirmative on each side.
Yeah. Would you like to go first, non-Fawn, or would you rather myself?
I'll go first, I guess.
Okay.
All right, perfect. All right, so let me get the 1 minute on the clock. By the way, 2 minutes has already been added. This will be a 7-minute debate, unless somebody adds more time, because this is going to be good. I feel like it's going to be really actually great. Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, out there in the chat, both of these guys are really cool dudes. So go. I don't know if you definitely need to go to Non-Fawn's channel, because even though he just does play Minecraft, that you can overlook that. And Aircraft Sparky is trying to do some good stuff with debate channels. So 1 minute, and Non-Fawn, you can start now.
Yeah, sure. I guess my position is pretty simple. I think the sort of big problem we're having right now is there are a lot of immigrants who want to come here for economic opportunity, and the easiest way for them to do it is basically to have a fraudulent asylum claim. I think the solution is to make it to make the asylum process basically harder, and to make immigration easier. That's going to involve probably placing a cap on the number of low-skill immigrants that can come in every year, probably around 2 million. And I also think that there should be I don't even necessarily agree with Trump policy, actually, believe it or not, around selling certain visas. I believe for most high skill visas, we should essentially uncap them, and that's my position.
Non-Fawn getting done 20 minutes or 20 seconds early again. Very succinct. All right, Sparky.
That's called efficiency. Look, when it comes to the U.S. foreign policy, U.S. domestic policy on immigration, I believe that we should actually do a little bit of reform. Part of that reform is what I would suggest would go towards the New Zealand style of immigration, where we would only allow specific skilled trade laborers to come in as per the need of the country, and of course, other higher level educated skills such as doctors, engineering, things like that. And I believe that these both should be highly limited. And the reason why is because as manufacturing is going to grow here in America,
20 seconds.
we will see that there is a lot of jobs coming available, a lot of jobs available for American citizens, and it should be an American first strategy when it comes to employment.
13 seconds left.
We're good.
All right. Okay, so again, you guys have an extra 2 minutes.
Okay.
It's 2 minutes total. I will.
Okay.
I'll try and remember to announce at 5 and 2 minutes. But.
Outstanding. So you mentioned that you thought that 2 million of unskilled labor should come in. Now, if we look at the current most recent census, we see about 360 million people in America, with an estimated anywhere between 15 to 40 million of them being illegal immigrants. Right now, I'm not saying that we are overpopulated. Far from it. The fact that we have a bunch of individuals who we don't know their actual past, claiming fake asylum, something that you've already admitted. You've already claimed they're economic asylees, which is something that does not exist. Why should
well, to be clear, the position is there are people who want to come here for economic opportunity. I believe that is a good thing. It is a horrible thing that the easiest way for them to do that is to make a fraudulent asylum claim. I totally agree that we should reform our asylum system. I would just simply continually let in, a number of these immigrants who want to come here for economic opportunity, because I believe it helps them. It helps our native-born citizens as well. The U.S. working age population is basically stagnant. It started shrinking.
What method would you go to make it easier? Would you make less background checks? Would you
absolutely
make it cheaper?
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely
not. We should. So first of all, I believe the number of green cards we give out every year is too limited. We should still absolutely give a background check to anyone, to people coming here. But we should have, a work visa that is relatively easy to apply for, that doesn't have these 14-year-long waiting lists that people in Mexico currently have to sit through, so these people can come here and they can work in jobs. Right now, for the time being at least, there's more job openings than unemployed people. It seems like the U.S. would absolutely benefit from, more people coming in, and immigration is just a really good way to do that.
One of the big issues currently that we see with especially with illegal immigrants is the fact that we do allow things such as our welfare system to help support them. That's a big problem. If you haven't paid into the system, you shouldn't be able to give into the system.
So what you're talking about applies absolutely nothing to my system, because under my system, these people coming here with legal visas would absolutely pay into the welfare system, right? And it, well, they would be paying taxes legally because they're legal residents. And also, I don't believe that all of them should necessarily qualify for welfare, and a lot of them currently don't qualify for welfare, at least on a federal level.
I would actually argue that none of them should qualify for welfare in order to get permission to come in to our country. They should actually be barred from any and all forms of social welfare nets.
Well, look, I think
if they haven't paid into it, why should we take the dregs?
Well, I think welfare. I mean, I think if you end up with a bunch of poor immigrants on the street who, that actually, would be a case where you might see immigrants committing a lot of crime.
Well, that's why you yeet them out of the country. You don't let them in.
No. So we are arguing. I don't know why you keep coming back to this illegal immigrants kick them all out of the country thing. When right now, what we're arguing is the changes we need to make to our immigration system. The changes. Stop deflecting to these random deportations. What we need to.
Shouldn't we void their visa if we allow them in and they can't afford to pay anymore? If they can't live here, why should the American taxpayer?
Most people, I can tell you've never read anything. Most people who stay on welfare for a very temporary amount of time. Like the average person is on food stamps for like less than a year. If these immigrants need help temporarily so that they are long-term benefit, overall, that's it. That's still a good thing.
Is it really a good thing that the American taxpayer is paying for people who hasn't been paying
for people? You understand? Again, we're debating legal immigration here. Under my system,
I'm talking about legal immigrants.
I understand. So these people are paying into the tax system.
Why should the social safety net apply to them when they haven't paid in it?
Because they are paying into the tax system and are better able to be productive workers when they have a social safety net. They are better able to be productive workers when they have a social safety net. And by the way, we can go over the data on this. I know you haven't read like any papers on this at all, but it really doesn't seem like immigrants consume any.
Debate. We're here to do.
Hold on, I understand you have no evidence for everything. You totally reject all. Hold on, Sparky. Do you even
tell me anything about economics?
Parky,
Okay,
Sparky.
you just can't do it.
If I could provide you papers that show immigrants don't consume welfare more often than Native people, would you even concede at that point,
or
would you?
Who takes welfare?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. This guy doesn't care. Wait. Hold on. Do you think it's plausible? Do you think it's plausible that immigration would be an overall benefit to the country if they did consume welfare at a lesser rate? Do you think it's plausible that they'd be an overall benefit?
I think immigrants coming in, if they are highly skilled and highly educated, with
what an unbelievable deflection of the question. Let's say
the workforce. I actually believe yes, they are quite a hell of a benefit. To
what
the
an
country.
unbelievable.
However, we shouldn't just bring people in based solely on their skill. They also have to have some type of economic stability, so we don't have to support them ourselves.
What do you think provides some economic stability? That's what the welfare state is for. What do you mean? There seems to be a lot of evidence for both in the U.S. and America that the welfare state does enable people to get jobs and remain productive later on.
Now, the New Zealand model is.
The New Zealand model, I think you said that I remember you said that they only let in, people as per the country needs, highly limited, high skill immigration only.
Yeah.
What I'm telling you
a minimum
is
of a master's degree or an expert.
That's insane.
Master
I think that's insane because the U.S.
That means that they're stable.
Absolutely not, because again, it seems like do you contend? Do you deny the fact that the U.S. working age population is like essentially stagnant since 2000?
Oh, very much so. In fact,
okay. So do you believe that it would be beneficial? Do you believe it would
but
be?
A lot of that is because people in the younger generations are trying to do this for a living instead of actually doing.
That's absolutely not true. Prime age employment is at all-time high. You have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. Prime age employment, which is young people 25 to 55, that employment rate is at all-time high. You have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. The relevant. So now answer my question because you deflected and refused to answer it. Do you believe it would be beneficial for the U.S. working age population to increase?
I would like to see more people working, yes, but the current employment participation rate in America is down approximately 15% since COVID.
Prime age, retard, prime age, dumbass, prime age. You specifically said young people. That's why I mentioned prime age.
Okay.
The reason after
retard?
COVID, I understand after COVID.
I disagree with you. Oh my fucking
I'm citing
God.
statistics that show that you're wrong. What do you?
Jesus, do you even work, young man?
I do this! Exclamation point TTS in my chat, guys. That's absolutely.
Yeah.
Notice how he deflected to something completely irrelevant because this guy never contends with statistics. I've argued with this guy before. He knows nothing about economics. He doesn't contend with any statistics on anything. All he does is say the most vibe-based meme shit ever.
What do you want me to do? You want me to fucking bring you a whole?
I want you to have a minimum understanding of the literature around immigration.
Thank you.
I had fun.
All right. We're gonna start with Anson Knowles on here.
I gotta add up this score sheet.
All right. We'll go to who I know is rooting for non-fon to win. We're gonna go to Tyler.
Whew! Wow, that was fun. That was probably the most amusing one so far. I've already spoken to non-fon about this. I do not like that you insult people so much. You get along with this dude just fine off a stream, and I would like to see an apology in the short term. That being said, it is a blood sport debate, and I get that, and I will say, Jason, you let him keep this in the realm of economics as one subject the entire time. You started out with national security. You started out with all sorts of good arguments about skills, and you just sat there and argued his one good argument with him the whole time. You had two punches that you came in with your introduction with that you never went back to. I was like, if he hits it with national security, non-fon's done. He doesn't know a fucking thing about that. You're stayed in economics, the one thing he sits on his stream all day and researches. Like you played into his hand, and then he got you angry, and you got distracted. And I just, fuck it, non-fon. Good for you, man. Good for you.
I appreciate it, Tyler.
You were the underdog here by far. Sparky is significantly smarter than most people I've talked to online. This was a bad performance, man. Holy fuck. Good job, dude.
Sparky, I mean, it's a blood sport thing. I mean, no harm by my insults. Off stream, I can love you. Okay, off stream.
So I'll actually tell you that most people will say the moment you start insulting the person personally, you've already lost the debate. That's the school that I go to. But yeah, this is a blood sport debate. Good job.
Ticky tack.
I could still lose. It's possible.
Wow, non-fon, you've sure grown. You've gotten a lot better with your debates, and I guess the only advice I'd probably throw your way is that with these short form debates, you really can't start like pointing out statistics. But I see that you're trying to develop on more of your like more your rhetoric and more of your kind of like pushback with questions. I really wanted to just hold Sparky to the fire when it came to that welfare question that you brought up. Is in that if immigrants come in through legal process and start paying taxes, should they be granted the welfare system? Which is like the logical outcome is yes, they would have access to the welfare system if they're paying taxes. And I feel like you kind of like let that go a bit when you could have pushed harder. Otherwise, though, I still think you won this debate. So
I appreciate
good
it.
job, non-fun.
Hell yeah.
All right, let's hear from Anson Knowles.
Yeah, so in the opening, both of y'all left time on the table for your opening. Non-fun, you missed an opportunity to at least make up a position of your opponent to attack, right? And you need to do that at preemptive attacking if you're debating. And Aircraft Sparky, he went first, and that left you no excuse for not attacking his position in your opening. All you did was make your argument. That's all either one of you did. They were good arguments. And in terms of the actual scoring, there was a really good back and forth where Non-Fon did his ad hom attacks, which he likes to do, and Sparky, you called him out on it. But there were also several situations where you were kind of deflecting from the positions that Non-Fon wanted to debate, and he reeled you back in effectively by calling you out on it instead of ignoring him and just going to whatever you wanted to talk about. But I scored Non-Fon at 17 and Aircraft Sparky at 18 just on the back and forth. So I actually gave this one to Aircraft Sparky.
Interesting. Thank you.
Well,
hell yeah.
Non-fun lives again.
Peace. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Sparky.
It was good. It was fun.
Aircraft
Yeah,
Sparky, I think that you got bogged down.
Yeah.
And normally I'd let everybody else go, but we've got so few people left.
Yeah.
I think you just kind of got bogged down and you just couldn't move out of it.
Oh, I let the
And
kid
that
distract
gave-
me, no doubt. It's
Wait, who is last?
It's
One,
interesting.
two,
I let him do it, and I
Four
heard
people
myself in the
other
back
than
of my
me?
head. Why are you even going down this route? But it's literally because I didn't. If I would have went the national security route and stuck with that, it would have been unfair to him because he's never been out of his mom's basement or his own bedroom. So I don't really think he'd know what the nation looks like. And the fact that he's never actually had a real job just shows that, yeah, he knows a lot about books and stuff like that, but he doesn't actually see what's going on out in the world. And so I tried to, I did it as me being a fucking egotistical asshole, thinking that I could beat him in his little realm. But he brought me down. He brought me down to the level of stupidity and beat me with experience. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, Aircraft Sparky. It's good to have you back on the show. We'll need
Always,
to have you
man.
back again.
Yeah, it's definitely a pleasure. Have a great night.
I can't believe you guys kicked Sparky, man. That's terrible.
Non-fun. I
think it's a pure sign of losing when you resort to ad hom and personal insults. I mean,
Well, I
just a
mean,
clear
I
sign. You
actually
can't
like
defend
that.
what
I
you're
think
talking
that
about. Instead, you're going for the knees instead of attacking the ideals.
Yeah.
Usually when I do personal insults, I try to relate them to the debate. Like it's gonna be like, notice how this
you
guy
retarded, man.
doesn't. Well, yeah, but I'll say like this guy's retarded. He doesn't like read anything about this. He has no statistics on his side. Usually, I try to tie it back to debate when I do personal insults, but.
You can both
you
without
also-
being a fucking dickhead about it, you know.
Well, it's only a problem if he doesn't call it back out on you, right? And he did one time. So I mean, it doesn't matter. You can do as many negative, backhanded, underhanded comments you want, and if he doesn't stand up for himself, it doesn't really matter.
I mean,
well, we all gotta admit. No, come on. Admit that non-fun is a wiener, so he does have to assert himself a little bit in order to get in the
That's
game.
pretty funny. Effing Epic
That's
did
fair.
that.
The chat did that. That wasn't Sparky though.
Yeah, that was effing Epic. Paid for that. So, non-fun dude, I got to be honest with you. I actually enjoyed the something other than giggling from you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I actually thought this is probably the best debate I've ever watched you have.
Hell yeah.
That's if Sparky would have taken him to national security, he would have beat the shit out of him. It's you kept him in your realm. It was good. You did very well with that. You did what that guy did to Buckaroo.
And you did, and I don't know if you intentionally did it, but by getting animated and getting argumentative with him about the economic part, you made him want to beat you there rather than just saying yeah, okay, so they pay into the welfare system, so what? Now let's talk national security. And that was, I don't know if he meant to do it, but it was really, really good. So that was pretty awesome. Everyone's predicting, by the way, that you'll be a conservative by the time you're 40.
Everybody turns conservative once they start paying taxes. Not fun.
Yeah.
I love
all right, so let's see where we're at time wise. Very, very good job, Non-Fon. I'm actually really impressed with it.
I appreciate it.
So, Grid, how many contestants are on the board right now? We got Tyler, Glenn, Steelman, EOD, Beth, and Jess.
Well,
Jess, are you debating?
Tyler's a judge.
So it's
Glenn,
Glenn's.
Beth, Steelman, whoever's next, Glenn, EOD, Non-Fon, and Jess White. Which I'm not sure Jess White is actually debating, or if she's just up here hanging out.
I have no idea. You guys asked me to come up here, so I turned up.
Yeah.
I can if you want me to. I'm not really a debater, but I can if you want.
It doesn't. I mean, it's if you want to debate, we're not going to force you.
Well, if somebody pays for her to debate, that's
actually, if somebody turns up and says, if somebody spends $40 for you to debate, you're taking your whooping like a.
Yeah, I'll debate you on the Lord of the Rings was the greatest movie ever made.
Nah.
Oh, well.
Right,
that's something we disagree on. Like, come on, we can debate.
I'm gonna give
5
minutes. 5 minutes for the chat to pay for the next debate, or I'm picking the debaters. Unless Anson, you think you still have credit.
I've got a little bit left, but not enough for a debate. I'm actually putting one in there right now to cover the remainder. So
well, I'm running on somebody's good graces.
Someone called Non-Fon Hunter Avalon little sister.
I wasn't even. I'm
not sure that insults him, to be honest. But, okay.
I'll take it as a compliment.
I would not, but okay. I would not take that as a
Hunter's chill. I like Hunter from what I've seen of him.
But his little sister
that
though
totally tracks.
With his, what's his? I don't know much of his history. Like, what's the?
He's a commie, just like you.
I thought it was a.
Mr. Mr. wants to do a 2v2 Grid.
You know what? I'll do it. I don't normally do 2v2s, but let's do a 2v2. This is a good panel for that.
So I'm actually blocked from doing any more donos. So my card's not working. I had to switch cards because my last one doesn't work. So yeah, I'm
you have to go over to Streamlabs. Like
well, no, it's my damn card fraud alert shit. So
oh god. Okay. Well, Agrillipus has covered you.
How are we gonna do like 2v2s with 5 minutes? I mean, that's kind
You're
of.
on my team, Beth.
Well, let's make it the.
Well, I can.
Yeah, if it was a 2v2, it'd be 10 minutes, wouldn't it?
So, Grid, Agrilipolis just threw in 50, and I've got $30 of credit left. So
I know.
Yeah, we can do two.
And Mr. said he would pay extra for a 2v2. So, Mr. just put that towards another debate, and we'll do the 2v. Who wants to do it? Who wants to be in a 2v2?
Right on.
EOD is down.
I'm down, but I feel like everyone else left is conservative, so I don't know. It would be hard to do a topic. So I feel like it might be.
Steelman's not conservative.
Yeah, he's a lefty, pretending to be a Steelman like you.
He's a commie. He's a dirty, stinking commie. But he doesn't play.
Yes, he is. Deport Steelman.
You can't label freedom, motherfuckers.
These men can fight out some politics. Have at it.
Yeah, we don't have to debate a political topic. We can debate social. Glenn is still here, but he's probably asleep now.
You know, it'd be really good to see
No,
Jess
I'm
and
not.
Beth go against Steelman and
I'm
We
right
Are
here.
All Us.
I couldn't hear you, Anson. What was that?
I said whatever Glenn has to say is more important than what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not going against the two girls. I'm on Beth's side this time.
God, you're such a simp. God, you're so gross.
Okay. All right.
Watch out, ladies. He might use drugs to get you in bed.
Yeah.
Bill
Yeah,
Cosby alert.
if you guys are down.
I don't know who the 2v2 would be.
Oh, I like Mr. Bill's topic. Would Trump make a good pope? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, because the Pope's fucking evil. The Trump would make a perfect Pope.
Yeah, I actually agree with
Pope
that.
is evil. Trump would make a perfect. I'm not sure that follows, but okay, I guess.
Yeah, you have to be a ruthless Machiavellian in order to become Pope or the president. So it's basically the same job.
Isn't it just like a king?
Trump was friends with Epstein, and to be the Pope, you got to look past
a monarch.
No, shut up, Tyler. That's not even fucking true.
I tell you what. And I don't see a 2v2 on this panel. I see two individual debates, which I will just discount and just do two individual. I want to see. This is what I want to see. I want to see Glenn versus Beth, and Steelman versus EOD, and Nonfon taking the win. One of those. That's what I want.
What did me and Beth got to argue about? Nothing.
Abortion, not abortion.
Repealing the 19th.
Repealing the night. No, Glenn's all
Kill
about.
it. Get rid of it.
Get rid of it.
Hold on.
They're
There's
the same
something
thing.
I remember because you were DMing me to ask about it. I can't
Well,
remember.
what about
it
this
was.
list of 100 topics you've got in the Discord?
I know. No, Glenn had one for Beth to argue.
Yeah, but Beth shouldn't have any say
That had
on
to do with
repealing the
red-
19th
that had to do with
Amendment.
the red pill. It was the red
I
pill
couldn't hear
debate.
you.
It was the red pill debate, but it was for her and Viking.
Oh.
Because she
Yeah,
said
Beth,
she
you ain't
wanted
got no
to
say on
debate him
appealing it.
on his position.
Here,
You would be correct.
This
You
is
would be
a 100-sided die essentially. I'll just roll a random number. It's
let's see.
12. So which one is 12?
So Beth, you're in favor of voting away your own freedoms?
Giving away my vote, yes.
Yeah. So do you think that guys should? Do you think that men should not give away their vote?
I think there are some men who probably shouldn't vote either. I kind of lean your way. I think there should, it used to be that, you had to have land and stuff like that. And
Well, I was talking to somebody in the chat about this. How about just a general competency test? Just general
Yeah,
U.S.
that's what I
history
just said.
competency. Just
That's what I just
understand
said.
how it works. That would.
Yeah,
I'd
some
be okay with
basic
that.
civics, right? And
Sure.
that's why I don't vote, is because that kind of stuff is just, give me a parenting class and I'll teach that shit right up. But,
So grid.
Yeah.
How about that? Does emotional intimacy trump technique for orgasm? That was one of mine.
I threw one in chat a little bit ago. Who would be better to take over Gaza after Israel's finished attacking? Israel, the Arab nations, or the Trump plan?
I'm not familiar enough with it.
Wait,
I don't know.
yeah,
enough
way to
about
kill the
it.
vibe, bro.
Sorry. I've done a bunch of panels on it.
Chairman of the board is fishing for fucking dating advice from these chicks. Yeah, that's a good idea. Have Jess and fucking Beth debate that topic.
Yeah, I agree. Does emotional intimacy trump technique for orgasm? Yep.
He's always got the
about your
Coomer
orgasms.
topics. You can't. You have to be careful. Handle with care.
Number 12 is should arranged marriages be encouraged to strengthen family bonds?
Yes.
Do you agree with that,
Yes.
Steelman?
I agree that they should be.
I'm
Should,
all for arranged.
you agree with arranged marriages, but you're going to sit here and argue about repealing the 19th.
Well, no, yeah, I think that this whole idea of sending our kids off to the wild to fend for themselves in everything, including they're choosing their sexual
Right,
partners.
you guys have fun for a minute. I'm going to go take a leak.
Go for it.
Get some. Look, we've got 2.5
figure
days
something
paid for. So let's get some animosity going here.
All right,
Yeah,
now's
the
our opportunity, guys.
marriages, that's all part of the patriarchy's responsibility. I think fathers should be arranging their kids and planning that stuff out from when they're much younger.
So how about this
to
one?
grow up together and
Agreed.
have that connection.
See, Beth, we agree on a lot.
How about this one? So in a long-term relationship, does scheduled sex kill desire?
Scheduled sex.
Never even heard of
It increases
absolutely
anticipation.
can. It
I'm gonna get laid
absolutely-
tonight. It's gonna be awesome.
If scheduled sex is the only sex that's happening, yes, yeah, that'll kill the desire real quick.
Well, what if the schedule is like all the time? No, just kidding.
That's my schedule.
See,
Now,
I have
here's
to be
a-
real careful because I know Emmett's in the chat, and I'm debating him on Monday. We're redoing that Furburger question, and I have to be careful here.
No, but I have a good related one. Is after you've had the number of children that you want to have,
Mhm.
is having intercourse beyond that sort of a perversion of the point of intercourse?
No, and as a matter of fact, even the Catholic Church,
Oh, even the Pope himself has sanctified a hung.
that sex is not strict. Actually, so yeah, this is outside of it. Sex is not strictly for procreation. That's biblical and dogmatic.
Hold on, but does that appeal to nature? Is that in line with nature's principles? Is that what we see in nature?
Well, I'm not.
So
I'm not anti-birth control. So,
Have you not ever seen two dogs fucking just to fuck?
Yeah, people fuck just to fuck, and that's actually biblical. Like, scripturally.
Now you're appealing to the Bible as some sort of authority or something like that. But you could say that slavery is okay too, based on the Bible.
What is?
Slavery,
that debate.
for example.
That is not what the Bible says at all.
Actually, you can make a good biblical argument, just like you can make a biblical argument for polygamy.
Based.
Which I'll make that
that's made
argument.
in the Bible, as far as slavery goes, he talks about
Wait, what?
Wait, what? Where?
You'll make the polygamy argument?
Oh no, I'm a judge. I'm not debating. I'm just
No. Steelman said that he'll make the.
Well, yeah. I mean, considering our society is already living the polygamous lifestyle, it's just fucking all in shambles now. I'll argue for it. I'll argue that people should do it and not fucking lie about doing it. And not fucking have to sign contracts and break it all the time just to fucking do it. Yeah, be honest about it. Yeah.
That's the hard part, is that technically our nation is pretty much operating in polygamy, just minus the marriage. Look how many guys have how many baby daddy or baby mamas, So I think we're already there, just minus the contract of marriage.
Okay, this will be a good one. Why don't? All right, so why don't I have Death and Steelman arguing polygamy?
Wait, on a team
We both
or
agree.
against each other?
I'm about to.
They agreed with each other, Glenn.
Yeah.
Oh, they agree with each other?
Yeah, Glenn could argue against polygamy. I've seen him do it before.
He can, but he's on the fence now. He's a fence sitter.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, he wants
Well,
more
I'm not.
wives
I think
now.
polygamy is fucking stupid and degen
EOD.
bullshit. And,
Okay.
and what you're saying, what you're describing as, oh well, we're already there, is actually an argument against polygamy because
That's
you're
why I think
demonstrating
that
how
Jeff
the
thinks it's
society's
stupid
already
too. How is she and Steelman in agreement?
Because I think that minus the contract of marriage, because marriage has gone so far down in this country to where like a lot of people don't even get married anymore. Outside of that, people are already having babies with multiple women and like multiple babies with the same multiple women.
Is that
So
good or bad for society? I mean, it's been bad overall, right?
it is bad,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
it's the reality of what's happening. So I mean, And on
Yeah,
the
I
same
think
note, though, it's not bad because we need our birth rates up. So that can go both ways. That's a hard one.
No, you can have multiple children in one marriage. You don't need to fuck everybody on the fucking block to have more than one kid. That's
No, I agree with
I
you.
disagree. No, that's a lot of fun. Everyone on the block, yeah.
I agree with you. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just saying, unfortunately,
I think
and-
exactly. Okay, so then I think we need to put our mind towards what's right and what society ought to do, right? And so that would be having a strong relationship with one partner and then raising as many children as you can stomach to raise.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Hold on a second. Where do you get that ideology from?
All right. I gotta get some topics going here.
Not by
so.
legalizing
Field
polygamy.
of authority, according to Steelman.
Well, wait, where do you get that ideology from?
The Bible.
Come on,
The
Grid.
Bible, okay.
Pick two people and set it up, man.
Yeah, I gotta get some stuff going on here. So,
sorry.
Who do we want to debate?
EOD and Steelman.
It can be a 2v2
Why
with
is it
Steelman and Beth
EOD and
on the pro side, me and Glenn on the anti side.
I'm not for it. I agree that it's bad and it shouldn't be happening. Look, I'm a monogamous myself, okay? Like, I don't prescribe to that stuff. I was raised on Christian ethics.
But you just
I
didn't you
said
and
it's
Steelman
what's
agree that it
happening.
should be legal?
No, I don't think it should be legal. What I'm saying is
But that's
people
what
are already
Steelman.
circumventing it.
Steelman said that it should be legal. It ought to be legal.
Yes. So you're going to say that people should come to my house with guns, and if I have two girlfriends instead of one?
No,
Girlfriend,
I'm saying that one of those girlfriends should be able to sue you. I'm not saying that you should be, invaded or swatted for it, unless you're sexually assaulting someone. But,
All right, I'm going to fix my signal. I'll be right back.
okay.
Who's going somewhere?
Steelman, he said he'd be right back, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
And a girlfriend is not what I'm talking about. We're talking polygamy is wives, not girlfriends.
polygamy means wives.
Yeah.
Being a swinging dick is gross and dirty, but I mean it's not illegal.
But
Hey,
then
Grid, put the move list up so that the chat can participate.
Yeah. Let me throw this up again. That way we can get you guys going. I've got paid for debates. I just need to pick some people and throw them up. But you guys are agreeing to your way too agreeable.
No. Yeah, I'm saying that's totally wrong. That if a guy wants to, well, this whole wife thing, this whole marriage with the state thing is ridiculous. If a guy wants to have two common law wives, or if two guys and two girls want to live together and they want to be swingers or whatever like that, I don't think it's right for people to send guns in there and say, no, you can only fuck her and you can only fuck her.
Again, that's not what I'm trying to imply by saying that it should be illegal. What I'm trying to say is that
it is.
One wife should be able to levy
there you go,
civil
Greg.
a civil
Steelman
suit
and
against.
EOG for this. They're already debating it. I'd just go with that.
All right. I think I am going to put and that's what I predicted was Steelman, EOD, and it's going to be you and Glenn on something, guaranteed, 100%.
Okay.
But we'll see. We'll see how it works out. We will see how it works out. All right, the rest of you guys got to go. Jess, are you debating, or are you just a wallflower?
Please get picked, Mike.
I think Jess is just a wallflower.
All right, I'll miss you, Beth. See you.
I'm welcome to David the Giant Slayer.
All the simps.
I'm chill with that. Hell yeah.
You know that's a
Someone
good thing about
donated to
non-pon.
that.
He hasn't simped even a little bit yet.
Hey, dude, okay, how can you call it simping? It's called being masculine. You guys don't even know a chick and recognize one when you see one, and then when a fucking real man does, you call it simping. It's fucking y'all are fucking femme, is what I say.
Oh my god,
that's weird, man. You understand? Do you
zero, Patriot, zero.
We'd have to actually understand what simping is.
Yeah, it's kind of like getting down on your knees and begging for attention from a fucking woman. That's not manly at
That's
all.
never going to give it to you.
Yeah.
Like it's one thing if you have like even a 50-50 shot, right?
Or if it's your wife, right? You want to simp towards your wife.
But no one's begging.
So that she feels
We're actually
appreciated.
recognizing that we're actually putting recognition that there's a real feminine energy that deserves recognition. Not just be like, oh yeah, that's just another fucking dude. That's not just another fucking dude. That's a fucking cool ass chick up here that's fucking more recognizable than any of you fucking dudes up here.
I have no idea what you just said. It's okay.
He sounds like a Boomhauer mixed with Kanye West, man.
All right. So
Trump was a black man.
The marriage polygamy argument. Do you guys want a specific prompt, or are you just?
Yeah, let's
I'm
narrow
trying
it
to
down to a
think,
specific prompt. Should
what should
polygamy
my
be-
strategy be, guys?
Is that okay?
When it's my turn again.
Steelman.
If we're talking in the sense
I
of
could
common, if
do-
we're
I think-
recognizing common law marriage
I think
as
Glenn's gonna win against
legally
Beth.
recognized, then
For sure.
with that caveat,
I think it might be interesting to
common
do
law marriage, because I don't even think that
either
fucking
tariffs
state marriage. I wouldn't argue for
or-
any type of state
I don't know
marriage.
if they would let me get away with another
but-
tariff thing. Maybe
honestly,
I
at the
think
end of the day, I don't think I would
USAID
either,
would
but
be
I-
something they'd be interested in.
Also,
debating
at the end of the day, I wouldn't
that
argue for
think had-
polygamous
that I
marriage
think,
to be state sponsored. So
Maybe
that's
I
kind
could-
of
avoiding the whole idea of anything being state sponsored, we'll just go with common law marriage. Should the government come in and use force to outlaw polygamous common law marriages? That's the question.
I'm not even sure if I necessarily disagree with that. My contention is that polygamy should not be encouraged in society at all. Okay, now insofar as the law being involved, all it should really entail is in a divorce suit, a woman should be able to use that as justification for divorce. But in a lot of states, you don't even need a justification. So it's kind of a moot
common
point.
law marriage is still a state marriage.
It's a state recognition of the marriage, right? Yeah.
Right. So that I don't know how that gets around it. So there's only two types of marriage. Either you have a state marriage, or you have a marriage before God, a covenant.
A religious marriage.
You don't believe in God, then you can't have a marriage.
Well, I would say if you don't believe in God, you're not actually marrying anyone. I mean,
I wanted to go back to the most
really count as a marriage in my eyes, and that's why I don't believe in state-sponsored marriage. State shouldn't have anything to do with it. It's a covenant between man, woman, and God.
I'm going back to the most basic form of what I would consider states common law marriage, which would be if you live with somebody for 3 months,
I know what
then
it
you're
means.
considered common law marriage. So that's it.
3
If you're in a
months?
polygamous
3
relationship,
months?
Common law
Come on,
states left
it's
anyway,
not
so I
3
don't
months.
know.
It's 3 years at least.
No, I think it's 3 months, but I think it's state by state. So each state has their
I
variations.
think
so
there's
that's why I
only
would
like
say-
3 or 4 states that recognize common law marriage.
Yeah, probably.
But at this point, you're talking about, we're actually talking about like sleeping with multiple partners, which I'm not like saying I'm for this or anything like that. I'm just saying that people choose different things, and I wouldn't use guns to uphold that choice on them. And so,
okay, wait a minute.
Well, I don't think we're
I
talking
could
about a
do-
legal thing. here.
we
He's
should
talking
raise
about the fact
taxes.
that the idea of someone
And then just say resource
let me
rent
try and
tax,
define this.
bitch.
EOD is
We are
saying
talking about
that
legal.
Unless it's I would never call a woman a
EOD
bitch
is
unless it's a girl
talking
I'm
about
debating.
if you have 3 women that you consider your wives, not girlfriends, not people you're banging, not rotating hot and cold pussy. I mean, 3 wives that you're providing for, you have children with, or you intend to have children with.
Let me go to
they live in your house. or whatever,
econoboy.substack.com
you have
real quick.
wives, like not girlfriends or whatever else.
yeah, but I also
That is wrong.
Yeah.
That's his
Also,
contention.
I don't think that
We're not
should
even
be
gonna.
recognized by
I'm
the
not even gonna
state.
say illegal. I'm not gonna say bad before God. It's just.
Well, it is.
wrong.
Well, see, I mean,
Sure, bad
we could
before
debate
God
what's-
and wrong at the same time. Yes, both of those.
we could debate what's right or wrong, but I did want to, and I don't mean to like go too far, but I did initiate this under the idea that he was going to enforce his ideas on this using force, using law, using guns, which I felt like that rises to an excessive level
You're
of force.
assuming a lot, and I've tried to explain this like 4 or 5 times now. In a civil suit, in a divorce suit, the woman should be able to use that as justification, or she should sue for damages based on.
If they want to enter
into
into the marriage contract, if they want to enter into the marriage contract that stipulates that they're going to be in a monogamous relationship and that contract is broken, then sure, she could use that to go to court and say he broke the contract. But if they enter a contract that says we're going to be in a polygamous relationship and then they're polygamous, I don't think she should be able to go to court and say that's why.
I don't think the state should recognize that contract in the first place. So again, this gets to the civility of it. I'm not talking about sending a SWAT team to your house to break up your
But
polygamous
you are talking about a
relationship. What I'm
formal
talking about
divorce.
is- I'm talking about his tax exemptions. What I'm talking about is property rights. What I'm talking about is divorce suits. That's what I'm talking about. That's where the law part of it comes into play. Okay? I'm not talking about sending the SWAT team to your fucking house to shoot you in the head because you're banging
I thought that
3
we were
bitches.
talking more moral.
Well, yeah,
right,
the
wrong.
reason that is the that is how the law ought to operate is because of the moral backing and the Christian morality for sure. And in the eyes of God, the only true marriage is one man, one woman before the eyes of God.
I wonder what I'd love to be. I would love to see where Jesus said that. Maybe he did.
He did.
But that's the
actually.
whole. Well, I'll have to check that one. So I don't want to get too far away though, as far as like taking.
It's a good read.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and debate the notion of Christian religion to you, okay? What I am telling you is that that's where it comes
How many
from.
wives did Solomon have?
Well, that was Old Testament.
Solomon
You
wasn't a
asked
Christian.
about Jesus.
So who's the one? So Jesus said that marriage is between a man and a woman. You tell me that's red letters.
Yeah.
Oh, so it wasn't Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, it was Jesus.
Well,
it was
I mean,
also
it was
in Deuteronomy.
Paul through
It's not
Jesus.
mutually exclusive.
All right. So. Oh, so it was Paul. Okay. Okay. Exactly.
You're talking New Testament, Old Testament.
Do you know who Paul is?
Yeah. So it wasn't Jesus, right? So a lot of these apostles said all kinds of stuff.
He was an apostle of Jesus. Yeah. So he was spreading Jesus' teachings. Yeah.
Oh yeah, a lot of the apostles killed, or was he the one that killed Christians, right?
Oh my God, dude! Like
Wasn't
I said,
that
I'm not
Paul?
here to debate. I'm not going to
That
debate
was
the Christian
Paul.
religion with you. We're
Thank
talking
you.
about polygamy. Polygamy is wrong because of, in my view, what it says in the Bible. That's as far into the Bible as we need to go. So let's focus on polygamy. Polygamy is wrong because of all of the reasons you've stated.
Jen and
People
Noah?
do it all the time.
and we
They
can start
do
debate
things
or whatever.
all over the
Prompt
place.
and
They're
then
not
let you guys
responsible for
go
their
at it.
children. They're not responsible for their wives. They're not taking care of society.
Came in
They're
at a
being
bad
good,
time. I'm in the
dutiful
cuck
members of
corner
society.
right now.
Instead, they're whoring around.
I'm gonna be in a
and
cuck
just
corner for a
spreading
little
their
bit
seed
actually, because
and causing all
Not
kinds
if-
of detriment and
you're
and
saying you're
terrible
whoring around,
lives
but
for
not
the
if you're living in
kids.
the
after
household.
this one.
They're terrible.
Okay.
They're
All right.
spreading.
All right. I just need the debate prompt, and I'll let you guys go at it. So
Polygamy
what
is
do you-
wrong.
What's the one?
There you go.
He's
Polygamy's
saying
wrong.
polygamy is wrong. I'm saying that is so broad and vague that
Well-
on itself is fallacious.
Then what would you like the debate to be
What's up, Skibbity?
regarding polygamy, please?
Skibbity main.
That it's not necessarily unnatural, and that therefore we shouldn't necessarily say it's the right and only way, and we shouldn't appeal
Skibbity, I'm gonna call
specifically
it
to the
Skibbity.
Bible as authority on that decision.
Well, he didn't appeal to the Bible.
What?
He just said it's wrong.
That's the prompt I would have.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Is that a good prompt for you, EOD?
I guess I will try to work.
All right.
within
I'm
those
going to
bounds.
give you guys a minute. Why don't you guys, while I'm setting everything, just think about your opening. Just think about where you're going to go with it. EOD, are you going first, or is he going first?
I don't care. What do you want to do, Stillman?
No, I was gonna make the ad hom and be like, ladies first, remember? But just kidding, dude. I'm down for whatever.
Okay. I'm
I mean,
trying
with
to
that
get my
here-
camera to focus. It's not going to focus. I'll go
Oh,
first. That's fine. All right. So, I just got this out of my chat. I'll pull a Destiny and rely on my chat. So the Bible affirms marriage as a union between one man and one woman. This concept is established in Genesis 2:24, and Jesus reaffirms it in Matthew 19:4. Grid just said that Paul also reaffirms it as an apostle of Jesus. So there you go. It is an appeal to authority, sure. Morality has to come from somewhere. My morality comes from God. So there you go. That's where it comes from. Those are the places where it comes from. It comes from the Old Testament. It comes from the New Testament. Jesus also said the old laws still apply. It's not something that we're gonna just forget about. On top of that, I think that polygamy and whoring around and sleeping with a bunch of people is actually a net negative for society in the long run, regardless of faith. Okay, in my eyes, it's wrong before God. But the numbers, the rubber meeting the road, what it actually has an effect on society, it is an extremely detriment for kids to grow up without a father figure in their lives. It's extremely detriment for them to grow up in a broken home. More kids turn to crime. They turn to drug
All right,
dealing. They
that's
turn
time. Save it for the debate. All right. Let me know when you're ready, Steelman.
You know me, man. I was ready before this debate started. So you mentioned Matthew 19:4, and if anyone wants to double check, it actually has nothing to do with, and you can thank your chat for this, a monogamous relationship. It says that the union should be between a man and a woman. And I'm not in any way advocating for anything other than men and women, getting together. And so let me debunk that claim. And your next claim was that it has a negative effect on society. And I want to know exactly how you're going to claim that polygamous relationships, polygamous marriages in particular, in this case, have a negative effect on societies. I would love to see you point to a case study or any type of situation where society has accepted polygamous marriages and it's shown a negative effect, considering that's actually, I would argue, one of the negative effects in our society is that we don't allow polygamous relationships. So we have so many, going to your next point, broken families without fathers, without mothers, broken families. This is not a polygamous marriage.
Time.
That's a broken household, not what I'm arguing for. I'm arguing for a polygamous household that has parents not missing their fathers.
That was time. Let me get the 5 minutes up. But
sorry, I just figured I was moving into the 5 automatically.
Yeah, that's okay. All right, you guys ready?
Yep.
Got your mics turned on now. All right, good. Go.
All right. So in Mormon society across Salt Lake City and throughout northern Mexico, they did practice polygamy.
Ooh.
Polygamy turned out to be extremely detrimental for the
Shrimp
women involved in
welfare
those
project,
relationships,
dude.
in
That would
particular,
be
but
a
also
good
the
thing to
children that were
debate. The
involved,
most
because
effective
those
charity is a
relationships
shrimp welfare project.
invariably created a large number of offspring. Okay, so you had 2-3 kids with each of your 5 wives. Now you've got 25 fucking kids that you're supposed to be taking care of, that you're supposed to be giving your fatherly attention to, and a house full of fucking women, a harem of women, in order to fill the gap of their time. And in reality, most of the time, those kids end up growing up under the women instead of having a strong father figure in their lives, which is why I was pointing towards whoring around in polygamous or multi, partner relationships where people have sex and don't engage in any sort of marriage or any sort of common law marriage or any sort of commitment to one another. They create that broken home situation that you're talking about. The very same outcome is very similar with Mormon children.
I'm going to have to interrupt you again and address your 2
without
points.
a good man, a good mentor for masculine, rigidity and objectiveness. They don't have the right influence in their lives to be good, balanced people. That's why you have a man and a woman for however many kids they think they can take on. I think a reasonable number has to be somewhere under 5.
I'll let you filibuster, or I'll address your points now. Thank you. I appreciate your points. And I caught 3 of them, and at least. So you said
you
that.
Interrupting me is not me filibustering, by the way.
Okay, and I'll address your 3 points now. So you said that the large number of offspring that was produced was actually the problem. And I will say that right now you're hearing in a lot of these spheres that the low population is actually the problem and that we need a higher population. So according to you, that higher population would actually solve that problem of lower population. And next, I'm going to say that you're talking about the overuse of sex also becoming a problem. I'm saying that once you've reached, in any relationship, whether it's monogamous or polygamous, once you've really reached the number of children that are sufficient to, or many that you think that you need to have for your situation, that at that point, you should stop using sex unless you're trying to have children. And then you're talking about polygamous being broken relationships. Well, I'm going to say that I'm talking about healthy polygamous relationships where you have not just men with multiple wives, but you can even include, like I said, the full definition of polygamy, meaning you could have 2 guys that share women and live together in a healthy relationship, and they share the relationships, they share responsibilities in a healthy way, and they share the teachings. Then you're not going to have less father figures. You could actually include more father figures. And then I'm going to say that instead of that, you're advocating for, no, let's just have sex with these random people, not marry them, and then get into these relationships, call ourselves monogamous, then get a fucking divorce.
At what point did I advocate for that? At no point did I advocate.
2-minute warning.
Words in my mouth.
Okay, well then, unless you're going to advocate that people should be virgins and all of that.
They should be.
When did I say that?
Inzelism. Let's go.
So I'm saying
that should be my problem. Everyone should be incels. Everyone should be focused
to the number of kids that they think they can handle, which I think should be less than 5.
And
so that allows the correct amount of focus on the kids.
If you think about it,
to grow up as well balanced people. Also, if
I
we
fuck
our
my
birth rate
wife,
up to 5
that doesn't
per
contribute to
couple,
GDP.
We'd completely
Paying an
solve
OnlyFans girl,
the population problem.
that
The
makes
problem is
GDP
that
go
our
up.
birth rate is down below 2 per couple right now. We just need families
actually not
to
really
start
true if you
forming
consider
and start
opportunity
having
costs,
kids. We
but-
don't need polygamy to solve the population crisis.
What the fuck is
All we
icing?
need
You're
is
the one who
good,
said it was
dedicated
to solve the
people
population crisis,
who
not me.
who are morally driven to raise their kids and give their kids the attention that they need. And that
Right,
they
and I'm
deserve so
saying
they
that,
don't grow
that
up
they
to
are
be
moral.
gangbangers.
There's
They don't
nothing
grow up to be
immoral about
coddled,
being polygamous.
worthless,
It's
spineless
actually
fools.
it's actually more moral. It's not appealing to this. What you said, you're getting your information from God, and I'm saying you're not getting it from God. You're actually getting it from the Bible, and I'm actually getting what I would consider my information more from God, which would be from
1 minute.
nature.
a
which
pagan
we from
god,
nature. Now, what do we
some
see in nature? Do
ideal
we
of
see
nature
monogamous
and its
relationship and marriages in nature?
vaporous
No,
form.
we see more of a polygamous
I
type
mean,
thing
there are.
in
I
nature.
believe there
I'm
are
saying that
animals
we
that
have
are
more of like a
monogamous.
community of people raising these
Define
children
that for
together.
Me. Justify that. Where do we see polygamy in nature?
Well, I'm saying like in nature we don't see these monogamous relationships, and yeah, we do see in these baboon tribes, for example.
We do see monogamous relationships.
We do see polygamous relationships in these certain in baboons, for example. They will have what you would talk about multiple wives.
I'm talking about people. I'm talking about human beings.
So I'm talking about in nature. So we don't see human beings in their natural form, and I'm saying that in their natural, the monogamous is not monogamous marriages is not natural, and that's why we see so much divorce. That's why we see so many less parents in the household now, is because monogamous relationships is based off of fear and insecurities and the idea that we're going to own our partner instead of letting them be free and do what they want and accepting.
No, it's a commitment. It's just like it's entering a contract, as you said at one point. It's having a commitment to one another. It's not ownership. That's not what I'm talking about.
All right, that's time, ladies and gentlemen. That is
having a good
time.
focus on your family, not fucking being some whore.
All right. Wow. Okay. Straight to Anson on this one. Let's go.
Once again, that was super close. EOD, you were in the position of making two different arguments. One was morality and one was societal good, and you went through the entire debate basically trying to bolster those positions, and you did it quite effectively. And it was actually very impressive that you stayed on topic, given the constant straw manning that Steelman did. Which he did effectively, and you called him out on it indirectly a couple of times. You didn't actually name the fallacies, but
I don't think it's necessary to do that.
Well, yeah, it's not necessary to do, but you did retort appropriately several times when he tried to deflect to those positions. You didn't get all of them though, but you know the steel man is really good at straw manning, and
he should be called the straw man.
But I scored it 11 points for Steelman and 12 points for EOD because I thought it was still a really close debate because he was in the negative position and he did effectively argue against you repeatedly and try to tear down your argument. So it was super close. So you got it, EOD.
Thank you.
Let's go to Tiki Tack,
right?
Okay, well, we'll go to Tyler then.
All right. Openings were strong. Steel, you came out swinging with a good opening. EOD's, I think, he kept his concise. I thought it was a slightly weaker opening, but the fact that he was able to, as he was saying, stay on message, hone in on that, and then just focus in on the flaws. When you started opening up your argument, you basically were just addressing his arguments, and a lot of them got off your main topic. You started out with a couple claims, and then you ended up making like multiple other claims throughout the debate that didn't have anything to do with your prompt, and one of them directly challenged his claim that he made about polygamy being a societal bad, but you didn't back it up with anything. You just stated it and moved on. So I think that you fanned yourself out too thin in this short amount of time, and you weren't able to give any of your points any meat. I think you need to be more concise with your arguments. EOD, completely on message. You did get tripped up a couple times there. I won't say you were without flaws here, but all in all, you kept it
Nobody's
really, yeah, oh yeah, for sure. You really kept it where it needed to be, and I think you took it.
Cheers. Thank you.
Tiki Tack, do you have your audio issues fixed?
Let's see. Can you hear me now?
Yep. Yeah. No, that's
all right.
good.
Sweet. So some critiques for Steelman. You kind of got caught up into EOD's little bit of a gish gallop, and you were trying to address like every single point that he was trying to make and counter it. And I think you kind of fell for the trap. I think if you would have focused on the 2 points that you brought up of the positives of polygamy and that increasing the birth rates, and then also challenging the idea of, okay, does polygamy produce unhealthy households, or were the households just unhealthy to begin with? I think those are 2 points you could have like really pressed on a lot more in order to win this. Unfortunately, though, towards the end, you did bring up the naturalistic fallacy, being that, because of observe this in nature, then so and so should be good. It's like that's never going to win any argument. I would just avoid that in general in any sort of debate that you come up with next. So I would have to hand it over to EOD.
I would say if you were trying to
Unanimous.
demonstrate that polygamy has positive effects, the best place you could have went was Elon Musk. He has the money, he has the time, and he's building that compound so he can get all of his kids that good household. And
he's not a polygamist.
He's not.
Yeah, I should have appealed to Elon Musk and artificial insemination and naming my kid fucking the alphabet. That would have been a great one.
Yeah, well, I mean, like Elon Musk has that whole polygamy setup going on, and he can maintain the households. He can provide for their. EOD was kind of making the same argument that Buckaroo was making earlier.
That would
about
have
abortion.
taken the piss out of me right there.
Yeah, you were making the argument about abortion that Buckaroo was making earlier. If they can't provide for this household, it's bad to have these kids. She was arguing to kill a baby, and you're arguing just not to have it. But you're effectively making the same argument from those different premises. And he could have jumped in there with a real world example and kind of shattered it.
All right, bring me back, guys. Bring me back.
Steel Man,
Good to see ya.
it was good to have you. I don't know if anyone has any any feedback. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if you were using like AI for your research there, or maybe your chat. Maybe you've got a chat that was but it was very interesting. Some of the takes that you had. The idea that we see as many examples in nature of, especially amongst higher mammals, of monogamy. Wolves mate for life, that sort of thing. So it's an interesting thing that some of the points you made were very interesting.
I don't even think that's applicable to human beings and our societal dynamics. You know what I'm saying? We're not wolves,
like lions,
we're not baboons. We're not fucking gorillas. Okay.
Sure, but it actually went to your point that wolves are monogamous. Their whole, they mate for life. That's it. They're done. And
I'm not saying we shouldn't mate for life. I'm saying that like we should be like lions or something where you could have like live in a polygamous relationship, or like
just a harem
like
of women.
Baboons.
Bring back the
again,
harems, right?
And again, people think of it as just women, but I'm not saying it should be just women because that would make it all biased. You can't have a society where most men have just women. You could, but I'm saying that you have men and women living together.
I feel like that's the only way it actually works. Beth, what do you think? Can you have a harem without? Can a woman have a harem of men, or is it more likely to have?
She can have a harem.
Have a harem.
Boys.
I'm not talking about a harem.
Who's the daddy of the baby? That's what I'd be asking.
The dingo ate my baby.
No, I'm talking about a mixture.
Hey, Grit,
Like-
I need 1 second to do something with this puppy because otherwise.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm saying like straight dudes, straight bros that live together. They don't mess with each other, but they mess with the same chicks. That's all I'm saying. They
Then
help
you
each
have
other out.
paternity uncertainty, and no man likes that.
Yeah.
But all right, guys. Well, I'm about to get kicked, or I'm getting kicked off. As
Well,
we
you have to
speak,
kick
so
yourself out. I'm not doing it.
I enjoy
All
it
right.
still, man. No hard feelings.
I'm out of here, man. Thanks for the good judges. Even though you kicked me off, so good to see you guys. Thanks, Grid and Iyad and everyone. Peace
Hey, well,
out.
hope to see you back again.
See you around next time.
All right, thanks. Well, Beth's back, so I can simp. All right, bye, Beth.
Bye,
Yep, simp away. $2 comes in from my buddy John Mosman. I don't even know why he's doing up at this hour, but he says, "What kind of degen talk is this, Grid?" Well, we're bringing back harems.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't have one, but maybe I should. It was a good job. Steelman did a good job tonight. All right, so I still have 2 debates, 2.5 debates that are paid for. So let's have.
Wasn't that one of those two?
No, there were 3 total. 2 that were full. There was 2 that were fully paid for, and 1 that was halfway paid for. So I want to see.
I've been trying to come up with topics for me and Glenn. So
For you and Glenn.
yeah, because you had said you wanted me and Glenn.
Yeah, I kind of want to see you 2 go at it, but maybe I don't know who to like. I mean, you versus Jess White's like an obvious choice over religion, because she's not religious and you are, and I think that you had that debate before.
I'm not against religion. Right?
Or you're not against religion. You're just not religious.
Sorry?
You're just not religious?
I don't call myself religious, but that doesn't
I got
mean that I believe in God.
Yeah, she and Paige had that debate.
Okay. Paige had the debate. Thank you. Let's see. I don't know. I mean, look, you guys. Who wants to debate who? Let's. Is there any?
I just did one, so I
rivalry?
feel like I should sit this one out. But I kind of want to get after non-font. Our wieners are us. I'm
About
sorry.
what?
I don't know.
He
I
just
think,
wants.
I think this
he
could
just
be a
doesn't
good
like
one.
the cut of your
We
jib.
should raise taxes. I think.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Raise taxes on everybody or just the
just in
top
total, just like as a percent of GDP, basically.
Oh, okay. Percent of GDP. Because going for that Euro model. Right?
Yeah. Doesn't necessarily have to be full Euro model, but yeah.
Well, in the meantime, so it's either Glenn versus Beth, Jess versus Beth. And I mean, that's kind of my choices. Glenn, who you want to
Who
debate?
changed your name to Wieners Are Us?
It was paid for.
Does that just last all night, or?
Tell someone donate.
You just now noticing that?
I only just noticed that, yeah.
It's been up for like 45 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't notice. I wasn't paying attention to that.
I gave
so.
$2 to change Namfon's name to David the Giant Slayer. So
You-
just throwing
you
that
did?
out. Yeah, a little bit ago during a debate.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'll debate Glenn too if he wants to talk about taxes or something.
He was the
Glenn,
underdog.
who do you want to
Definitely
debate? Glenn?
I don't care.
You don't care?
Wow.
Yes, who do you want to debate? I don't care.
Glenn, I kind of want a 1v1 one time, a little longer.
I know, right? But you can't because you're a judge.
Not tonight. You're good. I want to test my metal.
Okay. It gets into you, right? Like, it's a good format. It's a good format. I like this
Yeah, I
format.
like this.
Actually, I'm going to take, while you guys are figuring out who's going to play next and talk amongst yourselves or just say, hey, I just don't like the cut of that guy's jib. I got to say that I really like the new format, and I really like that we've kind of naturally gotten into this feedback loop so that not only do you get your ass beat, you get a lecture as well. So naturally gotten into this feedback loop. Do you get a
guy named, so it sounds like a Brid Motorsports.
Yeah, did I do that? I might have done that. Yeah. I did. I probably did do that, actually. I bet there's video evidence.
There absolutely is.
So who wants to fight?
I just want to say I agree with John Mosman. Taxation is theft.
Taxation is theft.
Absolutely.
Taxation is theft of my hard-earned funds.
Yeah, it's only
Motherfuckers
because
steal it to go do Sesame Street in fucking Saudi Arabia. What the fuck?
It's only because
Hey, if he wants to do USAID as a net benefit, I'll do USAID as a net benefit.
I don't have enough of the fucking list of shit that USAID has done. It's stupid and ridiculous.
You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna put Glenn versus Jess. Because everybody else has had at least. I mean, Jess has had no debates. Glenn's had one. Beth has had two. Nonfon's had two. EOD's had two. So Glenn, you and Jess, the rest of you guys kick rocks. You gotta go in the back room, and don't do anything weird in the back room.
Hey, now I'll do what I want.
You don't get to be here either, Nonfon. All right, you two. Oh, we got Avatar versus Avatar. That's awesome. All right. So what are we going to debate here, guys?
I'm not sure. Me and Glenn agree on a lot of points.
There's got to be something that you don't agree.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find much to debate.
Yeah, I can't think of anything.
You can't think of anything you guys
I've done
don't-
panels for months with Glenn, and I can't even think of one point. Can you, Glenn?
No, not at all. Actually,
Australia is not a real country. Doesn't exist. It's an island. She has no concept of 2A, correct. Oh, there we go. Don Mosman coming in with a prompt. Is all religion a cult? I think I know what Glenn's going to do. Where are you at on that one, Jess?
no. I would say no, but it easily can be.
I don't know. Yeah, I've done debate on that where no, but they have a lot of overlap. So
No,
we
but
agree.
there's good shot at it, Don Mosman. Appreciate the $2. Thank you very much, sir. Why are you still awake? Let's see. Cleaner 409, give me a debate prompt for these two. Come on, help me out. How about, let's see. Should biblical patriarchy be the way?
I'm gonna get Cheez-Its or something. Well, I don't have to do anything.
Haven't you seen my bow video, Grid?
Yeah, that's not necessarily biblical patriarchy. But, where do you stand on Andrew's position that there can be no grape in marriage, in the boundary of marriage? I may paraphrase that, but it's close. That's funny, 409. I like that. Where do you guys stand on that?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Waking your partner up with a sex act can be considered an act of grape.
I'm still confused. I'm still confused by the prompt. I still don't. It's not clear enough for me to respond.
All right. I'm shocked that Glenn hasn't jumped all over this yet. That's all right. It's all right. It's fine. The salt is still on the table. There you go. All right. So, did the U.S. actually go to the moon?
We got into conspiracy stuff. Fuck. It's funny.
You got to answer. The silence is deafening. Glenn, are you awake? Come on, man. I know you're awake. Hello? Glenn, is your mic working? Hello? Glenn? Oh, there he is. He dropped and he is now rejoined. I have to add him. I have to kick this one. I have to figure out which one that one is. Oh, there we go.
Sorry about that, Grids.
That's all right, man. So, Glenn,
yeah,
we're trying to figure this out.
Yeah, figure what out.
Trying to figure the topic out. So first, I went with what's your position on Andrew's statement that there can be no SA or grape in the bounds of marriage?
I agree.
Okay. Can you explain that to Jess and see if she agrees? Because I tried and failed. She didn't understand.
Yeah, Corinthians 7 talks about once you're married, your body is not yours; it belongs to your spouse, and that you are not to deprive them unless it is for agreed amount of time that has been that you guys are dedicating to fasting and prayer. And then it says that once that time is exceeded, you are to join together so you're not tempted, so the devil doesn't have use that as temptation for you guys. So basically, the only time that, according to the Bible, that you could see that denying one another outside of obviously illness would be time that's committed to fasting or prayer. That's how important sex is, and God knew it. So all these lames and like sex is not important. Shut up.
I agree with that though. I agree.
Okay,
that
so
you-
we agree with that. That's fine. All
Second
right.
marriage.
Next, did we go to the moon?
Don't care. I don't live there.
Don't care. Is the Earth flat? I mean, I'm trying
Don't care.
Don't care. Don't care. You know how we know the Earth isn't flat?
Have they
Is
at least
because
chosen a topic
if it
yet?
was, Disney would have an amusement park on the side there where you could look over the edge.
Seriously.
They'd be selling tickets for
Oh
$400
my God, they
a hit.
haven't.
All right. So, all right.
I guess I'll go pee then.
Man, this is tough. This is a really
It's probably going to be harder for you than when you were trying to do it with Paige.
yeah. Let's see. What is a good debate for this? Man, I cannot.
I can't think of anything.
Is cursing around your children wrong?
Did you just say is cursing around your children good?
Yeah, wrong. Is it wrong? Is it wrong thing to do? Unethical, immoral, however you want to look at it. However you define wrong.
Yeah.
I think it's just what it is. I don't think it's wrong. Now, if you're cursing at them, maybe that's wrong.
I would agree with that. Like, yeah, I think around them it's not is different to at them. I agree with that, and I can't really argue against that too because I do that, and my kids would hear me. I don't do it at them, but they would hear me doing it. So.
Is a man being a jerk make him more desirable and therefore a better partner, or
Oh my God, they haven't.
is a man being a jerk just him being a jerk and you should avoid them?
Depends on who's defining the man being a jerk.
Yeah, women love assholes. So if he's like bluntly honest and it comes across as like, oh, he's an asshole, whatever, that's actually attractive. And but you can be an asshole and just be an asshole as well. So it kind of depends on how you define that.
Okay. If one partner cheats, does it give the other partner a pass to cheat?
No.
Nope.
Should you stay in a loveless marriage?
If there's children involved, then I would say yes, as long as it, like, depending on the situation, there's always exceptions to that. But if there's young children involved, I would say yes.
Glenn, any position on that?
Can anyone tell me?
Glenn
Does
drop
something
it.
bad happen if you eat too
No,
many
I'm here.
Tums?
What was the question?
Because like sometimes I get tummy ache,
Should you stay in a loveless marriage?
and it's like I think
What?
Tums honestly are just purely
Yeah, I mean,
placebo.
It's
they
still
taste
working
good.
if you guys can make it work, or if you guys are working towards it. But if you guys are both checked out and you
So,
don't
like-
give a fuck and you both want out, no.
I don't know. It's just like.
What if
they're
there's
goated.
children involved? Like young
So
children.
you want
I
your
know
kids to
for
see
sure
what
it's
a
okay to eat
fucked up
too.
relationship is supposed to be like that they're gonna model after?
I can't
Well,
imagine.
it depends.
eating,
Well,
like,
that
3 or
would
4 would
be
do
like
anything.
dysfunctional and dysfunctional.
But if I had, like, 10 tums.
loveless.
All right. I think we gotta. I think that's a good 5 minute. All right,
still-
calm down. I gotta do this. Super
How many
chat
tums can I
thing
take in
here.
one
Where did
day?
it go? It just,
Don't take more than 10 towers in 24 hours.
$2 from only a Mr. Bill. Thank you, only a Mr. Bill. First time you've been here. Feel good about it. Does grid look better with or without a hat? Depends on the hat to start with. I don't know. I'm not really sure
What?
about that. That's a great question.
Happens
and neither of
if
them
I
have seen
eat
me. Well, that's not true. I've not
too
had my hat
many
on a couple of
tums.
times, but you guys probably.
Nausea, vomiting, lost appetite.
So.
But you have to eat a fuck ton of tums.
So, should you stay in a loveless marriage? That sounds like a good one. You guys ready?
Well, I think we actually agree anyway. So,
Wait, you do? Because it sounded like you guys were arguing.
well, if it's what his point was, if it's working, then yes, and if it's not, then no. And mine would be if it's dysfunctional or violence, like if there's problems like that, then no. Like there's exceptions to it, but if you've got young children, even if you don't actually love each other and you can still get along, you should still make that work for your children if you can. So I don't
right,
know if that's disagreement.
okay,
What is your point on that, Glenn?
Glenn?
Glenn L.
Glenn? Glenn?
Dog, he's throwing.
Glenn is dropped again. Glenn is muted? No, he's not.
I'm right here. Sorry.
Glenn.
Managing businesses.
Gotcha.
So the whole thing with the kids thing, I'm just saying, like, if you guys hate each other and you guys are arguing and you guys are fighting and all that stuff, do you want your kids to see that just because you want them to?
No, I made that point too. If it's dysfunctional or violence or anything like that involved, then no. But if you can make it work for your family, even if you don't love each other, you should try to do that.
Well, I would say as long as the kids can't tell that you guys don't love each other, that'll be fine. No one really cares.
All right, let me just roll down this list here. Because this has nothing to do. You absolutely have to be on the wrong side of some of this. Are schools just daycare for parents? Or two parents, I guess. You understand the prompt is that parents just drop their kids off at school because they don't want to interact with them during the day, and they can go do their own thing. Hello?
Hang on, give me a sec. Sorry, just give me one
Jesus
sec.
Christ, kick both of these people. There's been a lot of awkward silence. No pants, Kyle.
Ladies and gentlemen, I really could use a good prompt here.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay, Glenn, you here with us? I think Glenn's got stuff going on too. This is taking like a long time. Jess, what do you think? Are teachers too bossy to let kids shine?
No.
What's up? How? 12111.
Right, Glenn?
Welcome to the stream and thanks for following.
Glenn.
Well, yes with some things and no with yes with the things they shouldn't and no with things that they should.
Yo, chill on the name. Your name.
Glenn
I'm just saying your
dropped
name.
again.
Do you want to try another two while we try and work?
Yeah, why
some-
don't you guys work out your whatever you guys got going on, and I'll let me. Who am I going to bring up here? That's actually really good. This is not good TV right now.
I know, and it's like.
Are you back, Glenn? Oh, I could have sworn I heard Glenn. All right.
Glenn, you need to sort out your shit. How am I supposed to have a debate with someone that doesn't respond to me?
You win. All right. What are you talking about? How are you supposed to do that?
The silence means he's conceding.
Let's see. I'm bringing up how evil shall I be? I don't know if that.
Why don't you bring up the two guys that were on the end? They really wanted to debate each other. They might have already.
Glenn's rejoined. Hold on, stand by. Let's try this again. Beth, you gotta go. I'm sorry.
Glenn, have you sorted your shit out?
Have you sorted your shit out? I'm here. I'm ready.
I've been here the whole time.
Yeah, I know. I've been ignoring you.
Okay.
Oh, well, we're feeling control, so.
Glenn, are schools just daycare for parents?
Yes.
I'm a full supporter of homeschooling.
You're a full supporter of homeschooling?
Yes.
All right. Is the internet making our brains lazy?
Yes.
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 Yeah, let's see. Is copying online trends killing new ideas?
I wouldn't know because I don't keep up with that shit.
Glenn, any position?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Are the police a gang?
No, but the politicians are.
I could go both ways. Yes.
I'm sorry I had to keep myself muted because of that.
Are the police a gang?
No.
All right. Yeah, this is you guys shouldn't be in this much in agreement. Like nobody's this in agreement. Are experts cocky about knowing the future?
I don't listen to experts fucking on TV and shit that much, so I wouldn't know. I don't watch the news either. Like, yeah.
I don't trust them.
Yeah, that's why I don't pay attention to that shit. It's because of that reason.
Does emotional intimacy trump physical satisfaction?
Oh my god, dude.
Glenn?
Oh yeah, women can't have orgasms without it.
True. Can we debate, does the female orgasm exist?
Yes.
Well, what he said is true.
But that doesn't necessarily define the debate
Well,
prompt.
who are you speaking for? Are you speaking for a woman or for a man?
Either.
Well, for a man, it would be most likely physical.
Unless the guy is in love with his hand.
All right. Let's see. Is the artificial womb the death of feminism?
No.
Is it the death of feminism? No. It's a part of it.
This is a tough one. You know what?
Get the two guys up from the end. They were going. Yeah, this dude and the other dude that was going at it.
No,
At the
I'm
end.
going to put non-fon against you because you're too agreeable with Glenn and all that.
Against
He's
me.
the only leftist I have left.
Wait, either of them. I said it in the chat. Either of them. I said, tariffs are bad, obviously, any day of the week. We should raise total taxes, the total amount of taxes. I think I'll do. There's probably other things as well, but.
Well, I don't debate. I don't even talk on any political topics at all.
Fuck.
Yeah, you're going to have to go with like social issues. But,
I don't debate social issues.
You don't debate social issues, really?
Not really, not that much.
Why don't how about you're
Not a very good matchup, Glenn. I mean, fucking Chris. It's not a very good matchup.
You're
Glenn would be
pro-feminist.
better against him than me.
Why wouldn't Glenn fucking hates taxes, does he not? And doesn't he like tariffs? I feel like those are two.
That's what I mean. He can
Glenn's not
debate
really a
political
financial debater. You like feminism, right? Non-fun?
I mean,
You support that?
I kinda. I mean, like I believe women should vote if that counts as feminism. I guess that's where I guess that's what that is now. But I don't know. Like I don't have it. I'm not gonna have like super. First of all, I don't have a strong opinion on like what feminism means, and I'm not gonna have super strong opinions on.
Do you believe that there's such a thing as the patriarchy and you're part of it, and
I'm not gonna have strong opinions on that.
you're gonna raise your children in a patriarchal household?
I'm not gonna have meaningful opinions on that. Like I said, I'd have to read some feminist literature.
All right.
But I don't know.
Okay. Actually, cleaner. That's a good idea. We'll try that later. Should men show their emotions in front of women?
I mean, not that I talk to many women, but probably.
Okay, non-fine. You got me. You got me there. Okay. All right. Really?
I mean, I have I have a decent amount of woman friends actually, but
I was gonna say, like, you seem like you seem like, anyway. That's fine. That's pretty funny. Most men would never admit that. That's pretty hilarious. Not that I talk to a lot of women. That's flawless.
Well, does Jess disagree? Because I don't know. I mean, I feel like there might be some conversations.
Jess, what do you think?
What? Sorry, I missed that. I got up to make a coffee. Sorry.
Okay. Should men show emotions in front of women?
To an extent.
To an extent. Should a man cry in front of you?
It depends on the woman and how justified the cry is.
Lindsay Smith is saying that a hot man is a crying one. So that's problematic. Now that's how you know it's cringe right there. I'm kidding. Lindsay's okay. But no, seriously, it's cringe. Jess, should a man cry in front of you?
If the reason for some reasons and stuff, but they're not all the time.
I mean, I don't think men should be crying all the time in front of men or women, but
okay, all right, man. This is too.
I'm the wrong.
Attention. I need. What is everybody just asleep?
I'm telling you, USAID. I would do USAID is a net benefit.
Yeah, she doesn't. She's from Australia. She doesn't.
Yeah, I don't do political shit. Get Glenn or someone in here that can debate some political topic, and we'll.
I mean, literally, like you're gonna agree with everybody. He's the only one that I had any shot. Well, maybe. All right, let me get. All right, where's the? All right, there we go. All right, non-fun. I'm sorry.
Isn't Beth a Trump girl? I'll do taxes. I'll do. Okay.
He's like, I'll debate her. Beth, can you and Jess find any disagreement?
Me and Jess, not likely.
If you can't find it with Glenn and her, why would you think me and her would be?
All right, so here's the thing. Again, the only person. So here's the deal. If you can't find any disagreement, first of all, I absolutely do not believe any of this bullshit. There's no fucking way that we have such an agreeable human being on the fucking planet that they can't debate a position against. Oh my God,
I've offered
Glenn
would do tariffs.
Like,
what did he?
USAID. Non-Fon's like literally, he's a leftist. He is a
not a leftist.
He's that guy. All right, so I'm gonna. All right, so we'll.
I have political topics, and I don't. I'm sorry, Grid.
Well,
sorry to
he's
disappoint you.
he's pretty much.
I had some suggestions with Glenn. Maybe they can use one of these. Like, is sex addiction a bonus or a threat to relationships? Is pick me actually a bad thing or just a spiteful attempt to insult?
Oh, I actually like the pick me one. That's pretty good. I like that.
It's a spiteful attempt to insult.
All right, let me go.
But see,
The
some of these
other problem is
like,
Glenn's having so much trouble with his
Me
internet.
and Glenn agree on those
side
points,
cheats-
though, Beth, because we've discussed those points before.
if one side cheats, does the other get a free pass?
Yeah, we've already talked about that.
Should
Yeah,
women be in
me
those
and Glenn agree on all of that stuff because we've already spoken about all of those topics on his show before.
I don't know what to do. I'm trying to help you out because you haven't.
I got it. I got you.
I mean,
Okay, all right. Well, Jess, I'm gonna have to put you down for a minute. There we go. Can you and Glenn disagree on anything? We get a debate out of you two.
Glenn, are women ever responsible for getting raped?
No.
No.
No, I don't think they could be responsible for somebody else's actions. If somebody doesn't want to have sex and they take it upon them and force themselves on them and they're
Fair.
saying no.
Fair. But so here's the question, like, if you've got a woman who's out at the bar drinking, living it up, dressed, the way they do, and she goes home with a guy and he's equally under the influence, and she wakes up the next morning, is that actually,
No, it's not rape.
qualify? Okay, but she says it is.
Well, she's a woman. She's wrong.
Yeah, I agree with you. Is sex addiction a bonus or a threat to a relationship?
What is considered sex addiction? Because if you want to bang your spouse every time you see them because you're
No,
that attracted to them, it's not sex addiction. Now, if you want to bang your spouse, all her friends, and her mother, well, yeah, it probably is a problem for your marriage.
I see so too. Is pick me actually a bad thing or a spiteful attempt at insult?
The spiteful attempt to insult women that actually want to get married and have relationships.
Damn it. Should women be in the military?
Are non-funds fucking?
No.
What does that mean?
God,
I said I don't talk to many women, right?
I'm trying. I'm trying, Grid. I'm trying. I'm like.
I mean So
holy shit! I've offered
the
three
thing is
that'll
that
do anyone
in
on.
the areas
Tariffs
that
are
you
bad,
guys
raise the total amount of taxes. USA
or that Glenn is, normally.
There's probably more I could find.
Debate,
It just has to be.
You guys are mostly going to agree.
Fuck it. I don't want to do immigration again.
Well, all right,
but
Arthur Diet, it doesn't do me any good
at
to
this point.
get two different debaters because literally nobody's disagreeing at this point.
I've offered.
So I'm just going to pick a fucking topic. You're going to pick a fucking side, and you're going to debate. And that topic is chocolate versus fucking vanilla. Let's go. Being a little bit
chocolate. Got it.
I'm being a little bit facetious, but not.
I'm taking
much.
chocolate. Sorry, Glenn. You snooze, you lose. You're on mute. So if you picked chocolate,
why does he keep muting him? Well, actually, Glenn's got stuff going on. It's not really fair for Glenn because he's got a lot going on.
who wants to pick vanilla? Let's go. Give me somebody who wants to pick vanilla.
Yeah, Glenn's tied up again.
Okay, ask the other.
I'm gonna
ask everybody else if somebody wants to pick vanilla. Let's go.
Okay, let me.
I'll take chocolate right now.
Who do I want you to debate? Man, this is terrible.
What about Jess? Well, Jess, will you
Yeah, let me grab
vanilla?
Jess. I'm going to grab Jess again, and I'm going to put her up. And put Glenn down. Where did Glenn go? His internet's probably died again.
Hey.
Glenn? Okay. All right. So I'm kidding about the ice cream thing, but I'm going to pick a debate. You're going to pick a side.
I got a great argument for chocolate, though. Come on.
Can you debate ice cream, Jess? All right.
Oh, and Jess, you're on mute. This puppy's gonna be the death of me.
All right. Is playing dumb better than being smart?
No.
I'll see you guys.
Playing dumb better than being smart, so then that means you're smart anyways. Isn't that kind of like a trick question?
Well, not necessarily, because you could just be kind of like normal, but you play dumb.
Yeah.
Where, people go around being acting
like researching, I guess. But what am I gonna?
Then, oh wow.
What am I gonna learn in 20 minutes? I don't know. I could compile some things.
Jess is changing a napkin.
I don't know what debate's going to happen.
I like
though,
Jess
so.
to come up on these panels, but unfortunately, her life is like really. This is the time of day for her where she is it's chaotic for her. So, and Glenn, do you have internet yet? Glenn, are you back? Glenn,
I've been here the whole time.
Oh, but you didn't answer.
Yeah.
All right.
I was playing something.
Okay.
Can you debate vanilla?
Which is a better flavor of ice cream?
How is chocolate versus vanilla? Worse than yours. Not fun, just out of bed.
There you go.
Yeah, obviously. What do you mean?
Chocolate butter.
Dude, I get out of bed.
You don't have
And I
chocolate
just start
without vanilla.
screaming every day. No,
That's not the argument, though.
I got out of bed at like 12 p.m. today.
So chocolate without vanilla.
I think I started screaming at 5 p.m.
Are Red Pill men bitter or just whoa. Dang it, I just killed my. Sorry. Hold on. Stand by. I gotta get my. I don't know what I did, but it's like I gotta find it again.
This was the setup though was convenient for the subathon when I did the subathon, and I streamed 100 hours straight. The fact that I could easily just go to bed while staying on camera.
You guys can't find any uncommon ground that you can argue about?
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have
Taxes.
Other than the fact that Beth is not trying to deny me her daughter.
Nah.
Tariff,
I keep
taxes,
trying to what?
USAID.
You
Tariff,
and my daughter?
taxes, USAID, bro.
All right. Yeah.
Deny you of my daughter?
Yes.
That girl made a bad decision. She don't need to add you to the list.
Always that bad decision.
Oh, so you say.
Does Red Pill counter feminism or promote toxicity in feminism?
Oh. That's hard because there's different degrees of red pill. We're willing to go for like the hardcore red pill guys. I would say it's
Not fun is your pillow still wet from crying because your idol got obliterated. I don't know how many times I need to tell you that Ethan Klein is not my idol, and I don't watch H3H3. I did watch the debate, obviously, because it was interesting.
Red Pill doesn't combat
Ethan
feminism.
Klein is absolutely
That's
not
the
my
problem.
idol.
They actually embrace feminism.
And
They
I don't
need
believe he got
feminism in
obliterated.
order to
I
be
really
relevant
did
and
poor in the
thrive.
first hour. The second hour, I could give to either one, honestly. But like the last 3 hours, I think Ethan did really well.
I missed whatever your promise was.
Voting for Trump was a mistake
but,
for Beth.
Glenn's already shown he's got some biblical foundation.
Oh yeah. Glenn's he's studied.
So maybe he's not so bad for my daughter. Is that what we're trying to establish here?
He's that.
She might damage him. Yeah.
Are brothels necessary? Are parts of society?
Oh, no. No.
No, they're not necessary.
Ooh. Sex in a church versus sex in a graveyard, which spot's more blasphemous in a church. That's worse. Dead people don't care. Non-fun, I don't do politics unless I'm saying why I voted for Trump and why nobody should vote for Kamala.
Social issues. This is a problem with having people that disagree, or even if you don't agree. Well, what about should paternity test be mandatory?
Yes.
Or a birth certificate is something.
Yes.
Interesting.
Bro.
You already know my answer. So.
I didn't ask you. I didn't ask.
She's smart.
I already know. I know most of Lynn's
And friends date each other's exes.
The show should not go to 4 a.m.
We hear them as a robot.
It's just
Glenn, can we text and
We do. I don't know how to fix that.
chat or something here and pick it
Do that in Discord. I just said message.
Perfect. We'll give you
figure out how to date. I'm gonna bring up who's left. All the judges and like non. So I got EOD, and I got Wiener Boy. All right, and you gotta go. You gotta go figure out something. Either figure out what you're gonna debate about or drop. I don't care which. But there's got to be some arguing. You left. You went to. And Mom's not paying attention.
I'm paying attention. What do you mean?
On fun.
What's up? Oh, he's back.
Oh, there's he.
My bad.
All right, let's go. What are we going to argue about?
I don't know, but I think raising taxes is too ambiguous an argument. You got to be more specific than that.
We should socialize resource rents.
Resource rent. What do you mean by that?
I mean, essentially unproductive payments made for the extraction of resources. As in, like, profits beyond 20% of a mining company or something like that. We should make a sovereign wealth fund, which is a Trump executive order that I support.
Silver Ogre has a good one because the in there. The answer is no. I'm not. My lighting's just stuck. My hair is brown because I've never been on the sun. Oh fuck, man! I don't know. I don't know if I can argue that with you. I don't think we need to be taxing successful companies. I think that's detrimental to the economy in the long run and actually very to success.
Okay, we got. I mean, do you want to debate that then? I mean.
Oh man. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's do it.
Okay, sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we finally have a debate again. I want to debate all you fine, but fortunately, all right. Wait, it's supposed to be. Now I gotta shut back on. Right. 1 minute, state your positions. Who's going first?
Non-bond is in the affirmative.
All right.
Non-bond is in the affirmative. So here's your minute non-bond. You may begin.
All right. So I think the argument is very simple. You know, whether we want to spend more money on welfare, or we want to reduce the debt, the U.S. I think, would benefit from raising more money. I think the single best way to do that is socializing resource rents, essentially taxing things for which the supply is fixed. That no one created, such as natural resources, and then we invest that money into a fund, a sovereign wealth fund, that continually grows over time. This could even replace Social Security, and this would be a continually growing fund rather than Social Security, which is, continually diminishing fund. And it'd be a much more efficient way to tax than a payroll tax. I'm good.
You're really good at ending right at 20 seconds left. You're like a 40-second opener. All right, go ahead, EOD.
Okay, again, I think discouraging. I think that taxing companies for being successful discourages companies from reaching success. This is counterintuitive to what ultimately makes sense to how taxation works on companies at large. We lower corporate tax rate. Tax revenue actually goes up because people are more engaged in commerce in the long run. So, taxing companies for being successful, bad idea. You say that natural resources sitting on hand should be taxed because what nobody created them. But the reality is that we had to actually get them out of the ground. We had to actually cultivate these resources in the first place. Dirt, rocks, mining, ore, diamonds. All this stuff takes effort and infrastructure and money to actually extract and get out of the ground. And so you're all you're doing is taxing from being successful. And I think that's a detriment to the economy. There are other ways to solve problems like Social Security, such and the income tax, such as tariffs. Back before 1913.
All right.
Our main
He's on his horse. Keep riding. All right. One second. Let me give you 5 minutes. And 5 minutes starts now.
Okay. Do you agree, yes or no, that nobody created natural resources?
I agree that nobody created natural resources, but also
okay, great. Do you agree, yes or no? Do you agree, yes or no? Absolutely. 100% agree with you. Do you agree? Do you agree?
And money and labor in order to cultivate those resources and make use of them.
Do you agree, yes or no? Do you agree, yes or no, that the supply of natural resources is fixed?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Do you agree that the supply of natural resources is fixed? At least in the
what natural resource you're talking about.
Minerals.
Water has a cycle; it's not fixed.
Rare earth mineral stock. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, this is a waste of time.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking to clarify. You're trying to get me into a gotcha point. Why don't you just say whatever your rhetorical question?
The supply of natural resources is fixed. You know, oil, it takes millions of years to develop. These other minerals take millions of years to develop. I mean, even water, there's a finite amount of water in the world, you know, that regardless of the water cycle. Look, yeah, I think you have a fundamental misunderstanding. So economists, you know, we differentiate like a normal return and like a super normal return. So I 100% agree with you that resources take effort to extract, right? It takes money to extract, and there's a cost to doing so. I do not believe that we should I don't believe that we should tax companies, you know, based on their normal returns, based on a reasonable return to resources. They should be able to get their costs back plus an extra, say, 20%. But beyond that, they should not be profiting from something which the supply is fixed, and therefore producers won't be less willing to supply it if they can't, you know, if they're taxed more. And B, that nobody created, that they are not entitled to because nobody created it. The society is equally. Sure.
I need to understand more about A. Okay, so what you're saying is that you want to tax, say, an iron ore company for having ore on hand that they're not selling. Is that correct?
Not for having iron ore in hand. I'm saying, you know, profits beyond a 20% return should be taxed and invested in a sovereign wealth fund.
Profits beyond a 20%. Again, okay, so great. That's even worse than what I thought you were describing. That's communism to the nth degree. So you're saying that when a company makes good profits, they should be taxed even further.
For resource rents. Absolutely, absolutely not. Because again, you have a fundamental misunderstanding. We're talking about resource rents. We're talking about goods in which the supply is fixed. The supply is a vertical line. More natural resources, you know, take millions of years to develop. There's nothing a company can do to make more natural resources appear on Earth. I agree with you when it comes to corporate income tax. I think we should abolish corporate income tax because there are a lot of goods in which the supply curve is not fixed, and if you tax companies, they are less willing to supply those goods. For resource rents, not only did nobody create them, but the supply is fixed, so companies aren't. How does that not make you feel better about it? If you tax apples, you get less apples. If you tax natural resources, you don't get less natural resources because the supply is a vertical line. It is fixed.
Okay. So, but you do get less natural resources. You don't tell me that they make a profit over this particular margin.
Over a reasonable return.
Fucking be taken raked over the
absolutely not. As long as I can turn a profit on it, I will do it. This is
companies will always find ways to loophole and get out of tax however they can.
That's totally irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant from the point. That's totally irrelevant from the point that if the supply of a good is fixed, and I would encourage the audience just to look this up. If the supply of a good is fixed, you don't get. Again, I'm not taxing them based on the cost for extracting the good. I 100% agree with you. There is a value provided in extracting the good. That is why they should be able to pay those costs back and make a 20%, 30% return on it.
1 minute.
But if you look at a country like Norway, they take.
Farming for the Soviet Union had this.
Why the fuck are we talking about farming for the Soviet Union? Let's use a much more analogous example of this actually happening in Norway. Norway has a state-owned oil company. I'm not even saying that we should go to state ownership. I'm saying that we should just simply tax these profits and invest it in a fund like Norway does. Norway's fund grows continuously over time, and it has $300,000 per Norwegian citizen.
In order to benefit the poor person at the end.
We can do whatever you want with this money. I don't care. We can pay down the debt.
What that's going to result in is ultimately a stagnation in the production.
Absolutely not. The supply is fixed. You'd be right if the supply wasn't fixed, but your brain can't comprehend that if you tax something which the supply is fixed.
What I'm talking about pragmatic actual application of business and taxation.
Absolutely not. I understand the pragmatic of this. I cited to you Norway, who does this, and it works super fucking well for them. Can you contend with the pragmatic example of Norway?
Ladies and gentlemen. Stop. That's going to happen. And it's going to be detrimental to the economy in the long run.
Okay.
This is a sophomore understanding of economics at best.
All right. I've got to go on this one. I got to start with Anson again. Let's go.
Yeah, so non-fund our argument is based on economics, which isn't surprising, but he based it on socialism, and he's got a habit now that I've noticed of making an economic claim and then providing policy prescriptions to fix the claims that he's making or address the claims that he's making, which is making an argument and then supporting it with ideas. EOD, he made an economic argument based on capitalism and did pretty much the same thing. Non-fund, you did the same thing again, though. You didn't, ended your intro early and didn't add any kind of preemptive attacks. There's a hole in your style. You could add other things in there, too, but I didn't take any points off for that. But I scored non-fund at an 8 and EOD at an 11. And there were a couple of times
it wasn't as close.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't as close. But there were a couple of times that I almost deducted more points from non-fund because let me look at my notes here. There was one time that you agreed with EOD's one of his main positions that he made in his argument. And you don't do that in a debate. Anyway, that was it.
Okay.
Cheers. You're trying to filibuster me a lot. I'm sorry if I talked over you too much, but we had this much fucking time to talk. I'm trying to get my point in edgewise, man.
Yeah. I would have called you out if it was excessive. Go ahead, average debate enjoyer.
All right, so taking a look at this, non-fun again, you came out, your argument in a vacuum of just what you're making is very, very solid. EOD did not fall for the same thing Sparky did. He stopped you when you started going on multiple points to address each one directly, and he offered a counterargument that your point about it just didn't respond to it correctly. He's making a point that's saying that once you tell these companies there's a soft cap on their returns, there's no reason for them to upscale anymore. It's stifled upscaling, and those minerals, those rare earth minerals are owned, the land is owned by a specific input. You got to pay attention to me here. I understand your argument. I'm just saying, if those are on private property, they belong to somebody. You just want to tax them. You don't want to nationalize them. They belong to them still. They're going to have that supply. You're telling them they can only produce X amount, and then they get taxed out. Yeah, so they're only going to stop at X amount and let it slowly trickle over time. That is the point I'm making. The fact that, yes, you're right, there is a finite amount of these things in there. We don't know what that finite amount is yet. Because of 2006 shell drilling, we discovered a massive amount of oil in North Dakota that we weren't previously aware of, that made us become a net oil exporter. So you're not giving him the proper addressing of his argument of the soft caps. He's what do you got? If your argument was made in isolation, you're doing just fine. I feel like EOD engaged you better, and you did not give. You filibuster. us. You talked over it. You gave good examples. Your argument, there's nothing wrong with your argument. Your argument was good. It made good points. It's solid. It holds up economically. He didn't engage with his counter argument, is my point here. He kind of just talked past him. And I feel like he made more of an effort to actually go at your points. That's why it's closer than I gave. I had you down by 1 point. And that's it. I had EOD taking it. Yeah.
I feel like I did contend with it, but okay.
I gotta go to Kit Kat now. What's up with you?
Yeah, so I think there is another angle that I would love to argue non-con against, but I'm a judge, so I can't argue. So from a perspective of being a person in the audience, what I want to hear is I want to be sold on this idea of if they're going to be taxing more from an industry, what comes out of my bottom line? And the only thing you briefly mentioned was, more Social Security, more welfare. It's like, okay, how does that benefit me? Because I don't get welfare, and Social Security is going to be practically nothing, and I'm relying on my IRAs and 401ks in order to supplement my retirement. So you're not making a convincing argument as to why we should be taxing. So that's why I'm going with EOD.
Okay. I mean, I feel like in my opening, I don't know, I said we could do whatever with this money. We could pay down a debt. I think the U.S. would benefit from raising more revenue.
Social Security. I was going to say, he did provide some solutions.
Yeah, his opening was good. Does anybody want to
I'm not saying he didn't. I'm just saying, like, from an audience, on my bottom line, it's like it's ambiguous on what's on it. This is the most I can go with.
I'm going to tell you, man. I actually thought you did pretty well.
I had fun. I wanted you to have the debate grid, okay? Jesus.
No hard feelings.
Oh, absolutely no hard feelings.
If you were arguing for nationalizing those various minerals, your argument would have contradicted. But you're letting the private person keep those minerals is the only reason I don't feel like your argument properly.
You guys can argue that later. I want to.
The supply. I did specifically say in that thing. I want them to get a reasonable return on the extraction of resources.
What's reasonable to you is not reasonable to everyone else.
There is a
my judgment. There's one angle that I want to throw out there. So even though we're talking about a finite resource, the value of that resource is not finite or fixed. And no, it's very relevant because generally speaking, when it comes to minerals and natural resources, the value goes up over time. So it is so for a company to actually sit on their assets while the value increases for their land, it's more beneficial for them to sit on it.
Which is why I kept saying they're going to go to this point and go no further.
No, that's why you give them the whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like if you guys are taking the econ class, you know what I'm talking about. But okay.
Well, I think it's actually irrelevant whether or not non-fun points were nonsense or not. I mean, that's nothing to do with the debate.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going to say. Non-fun, I get that you're really all about accuracy, but when you're debating guys, the argument itself is as what you're hearing from every judge, you've heard it all night, from multiple people, it's the arguments and the way you make the argument is honestly more important than being factually right, especially in this kind of deal where you can't say let that worse or because and honestly that's one of the things I think that once you get into debating. Like if you were to sit down and debate Andrew, and you said, well, you gave some weird statistic, he's just going to say, well, I just don't accept that statistic. It's my statistic, and now you're not going to accept mine. So let's get back to the argument in and of itself. Not worry about that. We're not at that. I don't know, man. I see a lot of promise in your debating, honestly. You're really you actually did really good. I did better in this one than I thought you would. But
hell yeah, I appreciate it.
There's
no hard feelings, right?
I kind of disagree. I kind of disagree that the rhetoric, and I think you did better with your rhetoric this time. But I'm just one person, and I've got 3 other people.
they're both 2-0.
and I'm
They
not a
both
judge.
did a fantastic job. So like,
Yeah.
it's not, we're really
POD, man.
Hey,
I gotta be
I'm
honest,
happy.
POD,
I am happy to eat the loss and come back better later with a better enhanced argument, intuitive argument for sovereign wealth funds.
absolutely, man.
I was actually dreading this. I didn't think I was going to win it. But
Hey, I'm
glad I
yeah.
did.
I gotta be honest, POD, man. Sitting in the chat at Rob over at Rob has really helped you out.
I've been following Rob for a lot longer than I've known any of you guys, man.
I gotta be honest, that really, I tell you, man, you must have sewed it up because it was really good. I think Kicky Tack was and BB was really correct and did not allow yourself to get pulled off in different directions. Bonfon has a really Destiny-like Gish Gallop sort of style. And if you let him, he will run away from you. And then you get lost in the sauce. You don't know what the fuck is going on.
Once you let him take over, yeah, he starts punching you in the face.
I know. I'm used to it. So it's not just hanging out with Rob or being in Rob's channel. I've also circled the Twitch full sphere for a while. I've never run into non-fun before, but I've definitely been on Frank K's and some other debate panels. This is my first rodeo. So.
As much as I would be being on the show tonight, you do have to jump off the panel. I hope you stay in the chat and heckle.
Yeah, I had a
If not,
blast. This was a great show, Grid. I really appreciate being on. I'm sure I'll come on again later. I hope you all.
Man, I'm glad everyone's liked it so far. You know, I want to be fair. I want everyone to feel like I got a fair shake. Maybe you don't agree with the decision, but
I absolutely think I got a fair shake. I respect our judges, and I will improve. Okay, that is the lesson here. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. I appreciate all of you.
Excellent.
See ya.
See ya. Cheers, man.
All right.
I gotta go to bed anyway. Jesus. They're not. I did continue that argument though. I absolutely did continue that argument. Maybe they didn't think I did, but absolutely did continue that argument. Not volume one. Very true. Also, I don't think I can do anything about that. The fucked up audio unless I restart stream. I don't know how long that's been going on for, but Jesus. Whatever. Free content. I had fun. I don't even think I'd stream that long today, but then I did. Who is in my? Why is Isaac in my thing? What's up?
Hello.
Hi.
I'm just gonna say what I've always said, and I stand by this theory. I don't think a liberal can ever win these type of. I don't think they ever will. These type of shows just aren't made.
Hey, I won twice.
Well, I said win. You didn't win.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
If you were looking at it, you lost.
Okay. I have to. It's like 2 a.m. where I am, but I'm gonna raid Irrelevant on Twitch, on YouTube.
No, it's 2 a.m. where you are.
Oh yeah, right. Forgot. Yep. Oh, I didn't even get to say goodbye. Damn. Head over to. Well, I'll just raid.
Love you. Stay safe. Goodbye.
Wow. I don't think I could have done anything about the fucked up audio unless I restarted stream, which is dumb. But I mean, I think I probably rip Grid's audio if I need to make a video out of it. Anyway, I need to edit videos. I need to go on a walk. I don't need to go on a walk. I want to go on a walk. Love you guys. Love streaming. Really cool that you guys watch your stream. Really cool I get to participate in things like this. I get invited to the Trippy thing that was happening earlier. Get invited to Grid's thing. And I get to talk to a lot of these cool people. I had a blast. I will see you all probably not tomorrow, but maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I definitely want to talk to a convoy at some point about his Timpool thing. That won't be a super long conversation or anything, but I need content out of it. But it wasn't rigged. It would have won. I don't think it was rigged. I think if I made my point more clear, they would have understood. Or if Tyler State, even if I just argued for nationalizing it, I think I could have done it. I don't know. Just an argument for developing my rhetoric and my intuition pumps. Anyway, love you guys. See you guys later. Hell yeah. Head over to Relent. Head over to Grid. See you guys.